If another migrant sex offender had been accidentally released from prison, instead of answering, Lammy lost his temper. Now we read it has happened again, and he's been on the run for a week. This is a shambles of a government. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. Very interesting how this has played out, Rob, isn't it? We did wonder why that question was being asked over and over again. We now know exactly why, and presumably David Lammy knew as well.
Yep, the Conservatives definitely knew. That was why they asked that, 5 or 6 times. Look, the politics is sort of secondary at the moment to, I guess, the practical issue of catching this guy. But it's a bit of a classic political trap, sort of ask your opposite number to guarantee something or to rule something out, full in the knowledge that that person can't do it because another piece of information is coming down the track. It's exactly what the Conservatives did. They obviously knew about this. Look, I find it inconceivable that David Lammy didn't know as well. When you look at the timeline, that the prison service, that this happened, the release actually happened, the mistaken release happened, a week ago? The Met was only told yesterday. Given the prison service is part of the MOJ, you wonder at what point the prison service were alerted to the fact that this had happened. Either way, given the Met knew yesterday lunchtime, you would have thought, given the sort of high-profile nature of the issue and what happened with Hadush Kebatu, that David Lammy would have known. And if no one had been released mistakenly, you would have thought that he would have explicitly said, yes, no one has been released mistakenly. We've put extra precautions in, extra measures in, and they are working. He didn't do that. Instead, and this is where I think Kemi Badenoch is getting at something, he went on the attack against the Conservatives. And I think in the fullness of time, knowing what we do know now, that maybe doesn't look like the greatest of approach. Now, as we've been speaking, and as you were speaking to your guests earlier, you have what we kind of call in Westminster jargon, the huddle that goes on after the Prime Minister's questions. Basically, when political correspondents all troop out of the balcony that overlooks the Commons, and they have a conversation, conversation's probably putting it generously. They ask questions of the Prime Minister's team, the number 10 team, and we're only able to report that after it's finished. But we've been getting some detail that have come back from colleagues that are over in Parliament doing that at the moment. And it does revolve around what David Lammy knew. Did he know about this, troop into the Commons, and instead of holding his hands up and saying, yes, there has been, did he attempt to deflect and did he attempt to turn it back on the Conservatives? There is very little clarity coming from the number 10 team about that point, and we haven't had anything that's come from the MOJ team after. What does seem to be apparent coming from some of the exchanges that we've been getting in that is that this wasn't necessarily something that Downing Street were aware of heading into Prime Minister's questions. So I think there will be some very difficult questions going on within government if it turns out that David Lammy and the Justice team did know about this, didn't tell number 10, and then walked into the Commons, essentially as something of a political sitting duck. I guess they didn't know what the Conservatives knew it, but look, it's a very smart piece of politics by the Conservatives, and it's left David Lammy looking quite wounded.
The Prime Minister will be pleased he's on a plane to Brazil, or I don't know if he's there now, but he'll be glad not to have been part of all that. We will find out about who knew what and when, I'm sure, as the afternoon progresses. Thank you very much for the moment. Well, we're joined now on the phone by Sue Sim, former Chief Constable of Northumbria Police. Thanks for joining us at such short notice. What do you make of this?
I'm hugely disappointed that this has happened again from the prison service. We all know that there were 262 misplaced releases last year. However, what is particularly galling about this one, and very difficult for the police, is that the release happened on the 29th of October, and the Metropolitan Police were not informed until the 4th of November. Now, he has clearly gone to ground. It makes it very, very difficult for the police to start the searches that they need to now. They will, of course, they will know his name. They will be checking all of the CCTV footage from his release at the prison. They will be checking on all his known associates to try and get him back into custody as soon as possible. But this is hugely embarrassing for the prison service, particularly when the police had been reassured that there were very, very strict controls being put into place. This now makes the Metropolitan's job of resecuring this man and putting him behind bars again. Very difficult.
Yeah, you make a very good point there. The manhunt underway, but of course, those first few minutes, those first few hours when you're looking for someone on the run are crucial, aren't they?
Absolutely. If anybody goes missing, or if in this case you've had a prisoner who's been mistakenly released, you need to know the exact time that they went. You need to be able to check the CCTV footage. Trying to map a CCTV footage for 6 or 7 days, it's not impossible. The Metropolitan will get this man rearrested again, but it makes it very, very difficult. And there is absolutely no excuse for a 6 or 7 day delay in informing the police of what's happened.
So, Sue, presumably for the police, the priority now will be getting an image out into the public arena and as much detail as they can as to where they think he may possibly have gone. Absolutely.
The police will be working fast time now to make sure that they have the correct details of this man, the correct images of this man, correct photograph. They will release it as and when appropriate. And I would urge any member of the public who knows where this man is, once it's released, that they phone 999 and get him back behind the prison bars where he belongs.
How common are mistaken releases? Do we know?
Unfortunately, it's more common than you would like it to be. There were 262 in the last year. So, it's not uncommon. Where this is getting very difficult is that the government reassured the police that there were very, very stringent factors put into place to stop it happening again after the previous incident. This clearly hasn't been the case and is very worrying for members of the public and for the police.
Yeah, it really is. We appreciate your time. Sue Sim, former Chief Constable of Northumbria Police, thank you very much. More reaction coming into us here at Sky News. Reform UK's Nigel Farage saying on social media, just very simply, he says, another dangerous criminal is on the loose thanks to Labour. What a total farce. Let's bring in Vanessa Frake-Harris, former prison governor and former head of security and operations at Wormwood Scrubs. Your initial thoughts on this?
Good afternoon, Jonathan. My head in my hands, I'm afraid. After coming so close to Kebatu last week, and this has happened again. But as your previous caller said, what's the most concerning for me is that this wasn't picked up until a week later. And that will make it much more difficult to catch him. I honestly don't understand how this could have happened and not been realised at the time.
And we know the prison service is stretched. We know they're under incredible strain day to day. But given the high-profile nature of the last case, you really would think that they would be on their mettle when it comes to this, especially, as David Lammy said in the Commons today, more new stringent checks had only just been put in.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say his 5-page checks were going to stop this immediately? Yeah, indeed. Well, look, I think David Lammy's got, quite frankly, egg on his face, and the MOJ, they are not instilling confidence with the public by not keeping these people in custody. I think it's a poor, sorry state of affairs. And I think actually David Lammy needs to stand up and take a bit of responsibility for once and stop blaming previous governments when he's been in the role now.
What is the protocol when a prisoner is due for release? Talk me through how it works.
Okay, so about a week before release, his sentence calculation is done usually by the custody office. That is checked by a manager. The night before he's released, the duty governor usually goes through all the paperwork, and checks it again. The morning of release, he's unlocked. He's identified by his name and number. Often now prisoners have like little ID cards. And he's taken down to receptions where, again, he's identified, his record is gone through, his release documents are gone through, and then he goes into a holding room awaiting release. Once he's in that holding room, another manager comes along, takes him out, again goes through his release paperwork, identifies him, goes through various identifying features, his next of kin, his address, wherever he's from, etc., etc. And then he's taken across to the gate for release. And yet again, the gate is supposed to check all the paperwork, make sure that that is right and that the right person has been released. And the problem along that line is when your shortages of staff, when you've got, like, Wandsworth is a Cat B local jail, they have huge numbers going through their reception, in and out every single day, and I'm talking 200 plus. So you've got a lot of prisoners to identify, a lot of checks to do, and clearly the discharge of this prisoner has just fallen through the loop. Never mind what David Lammy says.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're outlining there a pretty comprehensive list of checks that have to be gone through before someone is allowed out of those gates that we can see at Wandsworth. Obviously, the safety of staff and inmates is always going to be the priority in a prison, but surely number 2 on the list is don't let them out if they shouldn't be let out. Well,
yes, Jonathan, I can't disagree with you. You know, that is the first thing of the prison service, you know, to keep people in custody sent there by the courts. That is their mantra. And, you know, this is just another nail in Wandsworth's sorry state of affairs coffin, neglected for years and years and years, and now again in the spotlight again for the wrong reason.
And we've got the budget coming up, of course, very soon. I mean, do you feel that this government is aware of the state of the prison service? You're shaking your head. You don't believe that they are aware of the problem? The scale of the problem.
Unless you've walked those landings and worked in that environment, you cannot have an absolute clue as to what goes on in a jail. They are very tough, very violent places now. They are very stretched staff, very inexperienced staff, very poorly trained staff, very poorly supported staff. And I don't think that this government or any government over the last 20 years has actually bothered to look from within.
OK, well, it's good of you to come on at short notice. Vanessa Frake-Harris, former prison governor, former head of security and operations at Wormwood Scrubs. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to go back to our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, now, who broke this story a short time ago. Tom, a manhunt is underway, and as we've been hearing, that delay from this man being mistakenly released to the police hearing of it is a real issue, isn't it? Because, of course, he could be anywhere.
Yeah, it creates real difficulties for the police who now have to try and locate this offender. Just to recap on the timeline of this Algerian 24-year-old inmate was being held at HMP Wandsworth in South London and was released in error on Wednesday, the 29th of October. Now, that's just a few days after the farcical release of Hadush Kebatu at Chelmsford prison. But in the relation to the one at Wandsworth on Wednesday, the 29th of October, the police have told us that they weren't actually informed about this offender being at large until yesterday, on the 4th of November. So there's almost a week there between the guy being let out of prison and the police being told that he is at large, perhaps in London, perhaps he is far further afield by this point, 6 days later. It really is quite staggering that it can happen, and that it can happen at the time when there is such intense scrutiny on the prison service, on these releases that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, promised would be tightened up in the wake of that episode around Hadush Kebatu, the Ethiopian sex offender who has now been deported from the country. But you'll remember that In that case, he actually was released from Chelmsford Prison, went back into the office 5 or 6 times, said, look, I don't know where I should be going. What have you done? Why have I been released? And even then, a prison member of staff directed him to a train station to get a train to London, thus provoking a manhunt around the capital. So to have another second high-profile case in such short succession to that Hadush Kebatu story is just mind-boggling, really, as to what on earth is going on within the prison service. I understand that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, did know about this release before he stood up in the Commons and was pressed on the issue by the Conservatives. The answers that he gave were very unspecific. They were more around the state of the prison service that the Labour government inherited, and he didn't answer the question from the Conservatives. But this second release of a foreign offender is just something that will lead to exasperation, I think, across the country, that this is still happening, even though they have that knowledge of just how much this can kind of affect them politically and the damage that it does to their reputation. And still it happens, and it speaks really to the level of difficulty and inexperience among many staff in the prison service, the level of investment that means that these mistakes keep happening and obviously needs to be urgently addressed. But also, you now have a search for an offender, a 24-year-old Algerian. Perhaps the Metropolitan Police will release more details when they decide the timing is right as to the name of this guy and any possible sightings. Sky News understands that he was in prison for an offence of trespass with an intent to steal, but does also have previous convictions for sexual offending. So another really serious incident within the prison estate. You may remember that HMP Wandsworth was where they had that embarrassing escape 2 years ago. Daniel Khalif, in 2023, he escaped while clinging on beneath a lorry that had been in the prison. Well, this is completely different. This was an error, a mistake made at the gates of this prison for whatever reason. No doubt there'll be an investigation. But another prisoner released somewhere, presumably still in the country, and the Metropolitan Police now urgently trying to find him.
Yeah, frustrating for the public, as you say, Tom, but also extremely worrying. And maybe the public will be asked for their help in trying to spot this man if the police decide to release an image and a name. Thank you very much for the moment. Plenty of reaction, of course, coming in. Reforms leader Nigel Farage has said in the last 10 minutes or so, another dangerous criminal is on the loose thanks to Labour. What a total farce. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. Rob, are you getting any clarification as to who knew what and when, and whether David Lammy was aware of this before entering the Commons?
Not through the sort of usual political channels.
Right.
They've all gone a little bit silent, funnily enough, in the last half an hour. The Conservatives have said they found out about 15 to 20 minutes before Prime Minister's questions. So I imagine there was a pretty frantic reshuffling of what questions James Cartledge was going to ask to David Lammy. How they found out, not sure. Maybe they were approached. I know it's been reported in a few different newspapers as well. One newspaper, The Telegraph, published this about 12:30ish as well. So whether they were approached by a journalist and suddenly thought, wow, if this is the case, we should... James Cartledge did stand up after Prime Minister's questions when we'd cut back to the studio and essentially made a point of order saying, The Telegraph have now published these allegations. What can we, how can we sort of get David Lammy back, essentially, to make a statement about it? They've also called for David Lammy to come back and make a statement about this. Tom Parmenter obviously said then that it's his understanding that David Lammy did know. Given the timeline that this mistaken release happened a week ago, that the Met found out yesterday lunchtime, I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't know. I would have thought he would have known.
How damaging is it, do you think, for David Lammy, when the dust settles, that he didn't answer that question 5 times, where he could have just been very open and honest if he did know, and we're saying, this is if he knew, obviously. It's not a good look, is it?
I mean, he didn't, because he didn't say anything, but I imagine Conservatives will be thinking that he is coming dangerously close to not misleading the House, but not being fully transparent and open with the House if he did know it.
OK, Rob, thank you very much. More breaking news now. We're going to head to President Trump speaking at the White House, where he's delivering remarks at breakfast with Republican senators. Let's listen in.
Radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that, because these benefits were given to anybody that asked, and they're up to, I hear, just many times, $47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again. This is just the beginning, because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this. There's a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." I said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be." I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S." And you know who I'm talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator. You introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong. But he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3 1/4. We have 3 1/4 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. It's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission, after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption because, you know, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote and they want your card. Even me, I went into Palm Beach. You go in to vote, they want your card. You're this, you're that. They say, I'm sorry to do this, sir, but I have to look at your identification. I said, that's all right. I love that. But, you know, you're really not going to get away with much. It was very, very professional, very good, the way it's supposed to be. But these people don't want that. They have legislation in California where it's illegal to ask somebody for voter ID. If you ask somebody for voter ID, if you're an official, and you say, I'd like to see your voter ID, they can arrest you, okay? They can arrest you because they want to cheat, and they get away with it. And the Republicans let them get away with it, and we won't do that if we have to filibuster. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And we're going to see if we can sway, because I know we have a lot of, not a lot, I'd say half feel this way, maybe a little bit less than half. And it's time to have a really good talk. If I thought that they weren't going to pass the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. They're going to pass it within the first hour. And if they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation, not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3¼ years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass. Because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that, and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get it. They're doing it anyway, so it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, you know, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips, too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a Democrat senator or two, two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District. Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was led the perfect life. Went to Sullivan and Cromwell. Almost immediately became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell. You know, the most prestigious law firm, I would say, in the country, just about. Whether it's Sullivan or 2 or 3 I could name, but Sullivan, I would say, really, maybe #1. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for like 20 years. He went to the SEC, was flawless. He did it for me. He was the SEC chairman. He was flawless. Then he went to Apollo, where he was the chairman of Apollo, and was flawless. Everything went good. The stock went through the roof and everything. I asked him to go to the Southern District, and he said, I'll do what you'd like to do, sir. He's a very high-quality person. But he couldn't get approval from Schumer. Schumer didn't approve him. The best student, the best schools, everything. He's like flawless. And the courts actually said, you're not approving Jay Clayton, right, Lindsay? You heard this. The courts actually interceded, and they approved him. But that's an unusual guy. We have other people that are really good, but people don't know how good. Top students, top colleges, and they're U.S. attorneys, and they won't be approved. They're not going to be approved. We have one in Los Angeles who's phenomenal. No, the senators, the Democrats are, you know, again, they're kamikazes. The Democrats are not going to approve them. Blue slips are a disaster. So the only people I can get approved are Democrats. I was told that by the Democrats. We'll only approve Democrats. I said, really? Is that right? Not going to work that way. Not going to work that way with me. But the blue slips are a total disaster. I have 10 people right now that are doing a phenomenal job, and they will be out of office pretty soon. They've got another 2-3 weeks, a couple of them, and then they're going to have to leave. And it's actually a blight on their record because, you know, nobody knows why they left. But it looks like they served 8 weeks and then they had to leave. But they're not going to get the approval because the Democrat, radical left lunatic senators are saying you can't. We're not going to approve you. And if we're not going to approve you, I had actually one Republican who got 2 great letters, but it turned out that he was a rhino, but that was a nice term for him. Now, he got 2 letters, of approval. And when I said 2 Democrats approved him, I had to fire him because I figured if 2 Democrats approved him, they wrote the most beautiful letters. I found out, man, this is strange. And he was no good. I fired him. He was really not much of a Republican. The recommendation of that one wasn't such a good recommendation. Someday I'll tell you who recommended him, but it wasn't exactly the best. But when I saw when I saw the 2 senators from Virginia gave him glowing marks, Tim, I said, let me see this. I read the most beautiful letters I've ever seen. I said, I called him up. I said, sorry, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. And but it's a horrible thing. Blue slips is a horrible thing because I have the right to pick judges and I have the right to pick U.S. attorneys, and this takes away the right from me. And I think we're going to go to court on it, and we'll see what happens in court. But it gives the president, it takes away the right of the president to pick people to serve on the court and to serve as U.S. attorneys, which is very important. But the biggest thing is the filibuster. We have to get the country going. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want at least five justices. Now I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay? They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day, maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this. And I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people. And I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema, and they got them out. They were the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state, and they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators, okay? You think you have problems? They're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done. It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine that it's good and all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say they're not doing much and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done. And the smartest thing with John and our Speaker of the House, who's so good, Mike Johnson, we did all in one bill. If we didn't, John, it would be a problem because, we would have gotten a small piece passed. A lot of people wanted to do that. A lot of people in the room wanted to do that. They went along with me and John and everybody, and we got this thing passed. Honestly, it's 4 years' worth of goodies. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on, think of it, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable tax cut for the workers and for business, where business is going to create jobs, and we're creating jobs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these things are good. We have to be able to get the word out. If we don't get the word out, we're making a very big mistake. So I have this long, beautiful, and very boring speech. I won't bother reading it, but because we can just start talking, and I think it's very important. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that, and I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends, but I think it's a tremendous mistake, really. It would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. It's time. If I thought they weren't going to approve, I'd sort of be with you. It'd be fine. I'd be neutral to with you. But knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control, they'll pass it first thing, then it's like we have to do it first. And we have 2 years, and we'll end up with 2-3 years, and we'll have this country so perfect. We will have passed more legislation than any Congress and any group of senators or a group of congressmen. And we will get it through. They'll send it to us. We'll send it to them. It'll be a beautiful machine. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and argue with these people all day long. And they're highly unrealistic, highly unrealistic. Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly. So I want to thank everybody, and we're going to talk. And I want to thank the press for treating us so really well for that foreign trip. It was an amazing, we had just an amazing meeting. Don't forget, 2 months ago, it looked like the whole world was in trouble over rare earth. And that's no longer even a subject that people talk about. It was all worked out very quickly. Without tariffs, I couldn't have done it. I put a 100% tariff on China. As soon as I heard it, within 20 minutes, I put a 100% tariff on China. When President Xi, who's really a friend of mine, as much as he can be a friend, he's a tough man. He's a tough man. Smart man, actually. Very smart. The press doesn't like it when I call him very smart. You know, they think I'm not supposed to call him smart. But he leads 1.4 billion people, without question. In fact, during the meeting, we were there. A couple of you were there, and some of you saw it. So he's here, and he's got about 6 people on each side. And every one of those people was standing like this. They were at attention. And I made a comment to one of them, and he got no response. I said, "Are you going to answer me?" I got no response. And President Xi didn't let him have any. So if there's any question, I said, I want my cabinet to behave like that. That's what I'm demanding that I want them sitting up like that, Tim, just nice and straight. I never saw posture like that. I've never seen men so scared in their lives. They have the equivalent of a vice president. He was, I said, "Are you going to answer my question?" And he's like, he doesn't move. I said, "What's wrong with this guy?" "I will answer all questions." Why don't you behave like that? JD doesn't behave like that. JD butts into conversations. I want to have that for at least a couple of days, okay, JD? We'll keep you long term, but a couple of days. A couple of days of that would be very, very nice. Okay, I want to thank you, and we'll talk a little bit. And I see they set me up with a podium. I thought I'd just be sitting, but it's probably easier. I want to thank
So that
you
is
all very much.
President
Thank you to the
Trump
press, and you can go.
speaking at a breakfast with Republican senators discussing the US government shutdown, saying we need to get it reopened soon. We need to start passing bills. We were expecting him to comment on the new mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. He hasn't yet. We'll keep monitoring that feed in case he does. The new mayor will be giving a news conference at 4 p.m. UK time. We will bring that to you live. Right now, let's update you on our top story this afternoon, the release of another prisoner, an asylum-seeking prisoner released by mistake. The Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has said in the last few moments the following: "I am absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better, and the public deserve answers. That is why I have already brought in the strongest checks ever to clamp down on such failures and ordered an independent investigation led by Dame Lynn Owens to uncover what went wrong and address the rise in accidental releases, which has persisted for too long." The Deputy Prime Minister continues by saying this latest incident exposes deeper flaws across the failing criminal justice system we inherited. Dame Lynn Owens' investigation will leave no stone unturned to identify these issues so we can fix them, improve safeguards and ensure the public is properly protected. Many questions, of course, as to whether or not the Deputy Prime Minister knew about this mistaken release before he went into the chamber for Prime Minister's questions earlier. Also, a response from the Lib Dems saying just when you couldn't think things could get any worse for the Ministry of Justice, somehow they have. It would be laughable if the situation weren't so dangerous. The Lib Dems continue, "This is yet another grave mistake from the government. The public deserves a full explanation about how this happened again." That should start with David Lammy coming back before Parliament this afternoon for why he failed to answer this pressing question in PMQs, as well as a full explanation of how it took almost a week for this to come to light. The Lib Dems statement ending with, "It's utterly unacceptable that public safety has been put at risk once again." Our political correspondent Rob Powell is back with me. So, Rob, the first time that we've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister since PMQs saying that he's outraged and appalled by this mistaken release. Interesting line here saying the Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Now, if his officials knew about it, you'd assume that he knew about it last night.
Yeah, I read that as he knew. If his officials knew,
Yeah.
you can bet that he did as well. So he went into Prime Minister's questions knowing that. I guess he was hoping that the Tories didn't know But they did, and that was why they chose most of their questions, I think 5 of them, to ask David Lammy, without mentioning the specifics about this, whether he could guarantee that no one else had been released. I think they got their facts slightly wrong, though, the Conservatives in the chamber. They talked about an asylum-seeking offender. My understanding is that this person isn't an asylum seeker. He's a migrant, but not an asylum seeker. Right. But still, I mean, the practical element of this is obviously what's important now, tracking this guy down, catching it. And there are really big structural questions, which David Lammy gets at there, about why this is happening quite so frequently. You know, the figures for this year are, 240 plus people mistakenly released, 115 last year. So when you think about those figures, it's not surprising that someone else has made it out or been mistakenly released, because by those figures, you've got more than one happening every 2 days. I think if we look at the politics of it, though, they have made a real hash of this. They knew that this was floating around, that it could possibly break out into the press and into politics. He was asked, he must have known he was being asked directly about this. And at that point, he must have been sat there thinking, by gum, the Tories know. And I guess if you're David Lammy, you have a choice to make. You either hold your hands up and cough to it, and you say, I can tell the House that someone else has been released, and you basically do this statement and say, I'm shocked and appalled and we're going to find this guy. He chose not to do that. Instead, he went on the attack in a pretty aggressive way towards James Cartledge and essentially said, look, it's your fault that a lot of this is happening because of the way you left the prison system. Whether now, at the time, maybe he was thinking that that was the most sensible thing to do, and I guess it is a big call in the moment to do something like that. But, I mean, if I was in number 10 right now, I would be phoning up the Ministry of Justice and saying, look, you knew there was a possibility this could come out. Why didn't you have some kind of plan of what to do? Because what they are in now is damage limitation mode. I mean, the ideal thing they probably should have done is actually front up in the first place. Start the day today by telling the country, telling politicians that this has happened, and look like you are on this, look like you are upset and outraged by it and are doing something.
Wouldn't it,
exactly.
Of the Tories, yeah.
Now they're in damage limitation mode, playing catch-up because they've basically been outmanoeuvred by the Tories.
Yeah. OK, Rob, for now, thank you very much. We shall speak to you as this story develops, as it will throughout the afternoon. Just moving on briefly, 2 people are in intensive care after a car rammed into pedestrians and cyclists on the French island of Île-d'Oléron on the west coast of the country. The mayor has told a French broadcaster the 35-year-old suspect who lived on the island shouted Allahu Akbar when he was detained by police. The prosecutor's office says the driver resisted arrest and a taser was used to subdue him. For more on this, let's join our Europe correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. What more can you tell us, Ali?
Well, as you said, this happened on the island of Oloron on the west coast of France, just below the better-known Ile de Ré. It happened this morning. A driver drove along a 4-mile stretch, roughly a 4-mile stretch, deliberately, it looks like, targeting pedestrians and cyclists, hitting and injuring 10 of them. 2 of those are in intensive care, 4 in a critical condition. No fatalities so far. He then tried to set fire to the car, they think because gas canisters were inside the car, so looking as though he was trying to create some sort of explosion. He failed to do that. Police tasered him and he is now in police custody. It is not being treated as terrorism at the moment. The local prosecutor's office in the nearby La Rochelle city said that he shouted Allahu Akbar when he was cornered by police. He is known to police, we think, for some sort of minor indiscretions in the past. He's a long-time resident of the island. He is described as being Caucasian origin and a French national. But other than that, we don't know his motive behind this. The French President Emmanuel Macron, who's on his way to Brazil at the moment for the conference there, has been kept up to date with what is going on. But, you know, very serious incident on this French island, one that, as I say, no fatalities at the moment, and the motive is still yet unclear.
OK, Alistair, for the moment, thank you very much. Some more breaking news now. Sad news regarding that awful plane crash in the United States yesterday. We're hearing that the death toll from the crash of that UPS cargo plane has now risen to 9. It erupted, of course, into a fireball moments after takeoff in Louisville, Kentucky. City and state officials just releasing that the number of dead now stands at 9. Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board will be on site today to begin the process of finding out exactly what went wrong when the plane, which was almost 35 years old, an MD-11 cargo plane, caught fire yesterday afternoon. The local mayor saying 9 people have now been found dead at the scene. Let's turn our attention to Gaza next, and talks have been taking place to introduce a stabilisation force in the region as part of efforts to ensure the fragile ceasefire. The United States has circulated draft text for a UN Security Council resolution providing a mandate for the force first proposed in Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan. Our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, has more.
What mandate does the UN give forces? So, for instance, in 2011, in the Libya crisis, the UN gave a very strong mandate to forces, which allowed them basically to attack the troops of Colonel Gaddafi, and that was quite unusual. Normally, the mandate would say something like only fire on in self-defence, and that your job is to monitor. But rather than to, as it were, going for muscular peacekeeping, going for launching attacks on anybody. But what the Americans seem to be circulating is a draft of a resolution, which probably will be December or January before it gets debated, but a draft of a resolution which suggests that this force, this stabilisation force, would have to look after the Gaza-Egyptian border, disarm Hamas, and ensure that arms are demilitarise the territory, that arms are taken out of the territory, out of anyone's hands. And that suggests a force that would actually enforce the 20-point peace plan, which means some pretty tough fighting. And these are countries that would be acceptable to a Muslim population in Gaza, it is thought. So Indonesia is one of them. It has very capable forces. And President Prabowo Subianto was at the Sharm el-Sheikh meeting, the ceasefire meeting, on the 13th of October, a few weeks ago. Azerbaijan, President Aliyev was there as well, and they're both quite keen for political reasons to get close to the United States to show that they are very happy to be involved. But also, Turkey and Egypt have been in the frame for a long time, and they would be very capable if they're prepared to do it. But the Israelis have said they don't want Turkish troops involved. They wouldn't trust them because there is such animosity now between Turkey and Israel. There never used to be, but there is now. And then the UAE and possibly Qatar might also contribute. But these are just countries that are possibly in the frame. Somebody has got to put together a mixed force of, let's guess, say 2 brigades, say 10,000 troops, certainly 1 brigade plus, I would say, 2 brigades more likely. Certainly if they're going to have a muscular mandate. And it's not clear who would do that or who would command it and how it would operate.
OK, let's take a look at the weather. It's going to stay unsettled into next week with brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more prolonged rain. Northern Scotland looks wet into the second half of the afternoon, while central and southern Scotland and areas around the Irish Sea may see the odd showery outbreak. Southern Britain and the west of Ireland look mainly dry with sunny spells. It's going to be very mild, but southern Britain will be windy. Scotland will see persistent rain clearing the mainland later, with some light showery outbreaks moving in behind. Elsewhere, most places look fine, with patchy rain in the west tending to fade, but southern and eastern Irish coasts will be quite murky. It's looking mainly dry tonight, but northern and western parts can expect patchy rain and hill fog. It'll be very mild and the wind will ease. Mostly dry tomorrow. You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, police have launched a manhunt after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. The 24-year-old Algerian man accidentally freed from HMP Wandsworth in southwest London on October the 29th, but the mistake only reported to police on Tuesday. More in a couple of minutes. You're watching Sky News today. It's 2 o'clock, the headlines. The Justice Secretary says he's absolutely outraged and appalled after another foreign prisoner is released by mistake just 2 days after new, tighter regulations came into effect. It comes after David Lammy had been repeatedly asked in the Commons whether any other foreign offenders had been freed in error since the release of Hadush Kebatu.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly.
Also this hour, 2 people in intensive care after a car is driven into pedestrians on a French holiday island near Bordeaux. Cargo plane crash latest, at least 9 people are now known to have been killed in Kentucky after a UPS aircraft erupts into a fireball on takeoff. Hello there, good afternoon. Another foreign prisoner is at large after being mistakenly released from prison. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October, just 5 days after the high-profile mistaken release of convicted paedophile Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford, and 2 days after release rules were tightened. Well, the news broke just after Prime Minister's questions when the deputies stood in, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary David Lammy was repeatedly asked if he knew of any other releases in error. Well, in the past half an hour, the Lib Dems have demanded that Mr Lammy return to Parliament this afternoon. He has since issued a statement saying he's outraged and appalled by what has happened. We'll hear those exchanges from PMQs in a moment. But first of all, here's the latest from our national correspondent, Tom Parminter.
This Algerian 24-year-old inmate was being held at HMP Wandsworth in South London and was released in error on Wednesday, the 29th of October. Now, that's just a few days after the farcical release of Hadush Kebatu at Chelmsford Prison. But in the relation to the one at Wandsworth on Wednesday, the 29th of October, the police have told us that they weren't actually informed about this offender being at large until yesterday, on the 4th of November. So there's almost a week there between the guy being let out of prison and the police being told that he is at large, perhaps in London, perhaps he is far further afield by this point, 6 days later. It really is quite staggering that it can happen, and that it can happen at the time when there is such intense scrutiny on the prison service, on these releases that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, promised would be tightened up in the wake of that episode around Hadush Kebatu, the Ethiopian sex offender who has now been deported from the country. But you'll remember that in that case, he actually was released from Chelmsford Prison, went back into the office 5 or 6 times, said, look, I don't know where I should be going. What have you done? Why have I been released? And even then, a prison member of staff directed him to a train station to get a train to London, thus provoking a manhunt around the capital. So to have another second high-profile case in such short succession to that Hadush Kebatu story is just mind-boggling, really, as to what on earth is going on within the prison service. I understand that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, did know about this release before he stood up in the Commons and was pressed on the issue by the Conservatives. The answers that he gave were very unspecific. They were more around the state of the prison service that the Labour government inherited, and he didn't answer the question from the Conservatives. But this second release of a foreign offender is just something that will lead to exasperation, I think, across the country, that this is still happening, even though they have that knowledge of just how much this can kind of affect them politically and the damage that it does to their reputation. And still it happens, and it speaks really to the level of difficulty and inexperience among many staff in the prison service, the level of investment that means that these mistakes keep happening and obviously needs to be urgently addressed. But also, you now have a search for an offender, a 24-year-old Algerian. Perhaps the Metropolitan Police will release more details when they decide the timing is right as to the name of this guy and any possible sightings. Sky News understands that he was in prison for an offence of trespass with an intent to steal, but does also have previous convictions for sexual offending. So another really serious incident within the prison estate. You may remember that HMP Wandsworth was where they had that embarrassing escape 2 years ago. Daniel Khalif, in 2023, he escaped while clinging on beneath a lorry that had been in the prison. Well, this is completely different. This was an error, a mistake made at the gates of this prison for whatever reason. No doubt there'll be an investigation. But another prisoner released somewhere, presumably still in the country, and the Metropolitan Police now urgently trying to find him.
Well, in the last half an hour, the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, released this statement. He said, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better and the public deserve answers. That is why I've already brought in the strongest checks ever to clamp down on such failures and ordered an independent investigation led by Dame Lynn Owens to uncover what went wrong. This latest incident exposes deeper flaws across the failing criminal justice system we inherited. Dame Lynn Owens' investigation will leave no stone unturned to identify these issues so we can fix them, improve safeguards and ensure the public is properly protected." Well, the issue over whether any other offending asylum seekers had been mistakenly released from prison dominated Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime as the deputies stood in.
These are extremely serious crimes that we are talking about. I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
Deputy Prime Minister.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, he's the Justice Secretary. He's responsible for the justice system. He needs to take responsibility, and I'm asking him a straight question. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a clear question. Can he give an answer?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary. That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. I'm not going to pray in aid. Dame Anne Owens is a former Deputy Commissioner in London, head of the NCA. It is for her to get to the bottom of that work. Of course, we know that there have been spikes since 2021 under his watch. When did he come to this House and apologise?
Well, since that exchange in the Commons, the Tory party leader, Kemi Badenoch, has given her reaction. She said James Cartledge asked the Deputy PM 5 times to tell us if another migrant sex offender had been accidentally released from prison. Instead of answering, Lammy lost his temper. Now we read it has happened again, and he's been on the run for a week. This is a shambles of a government. And Reform's leader, Nigel Farage, responded as well to our breaking news, saying quite simply, another dangerous criminal is on the loose thanks to Labour. What a total farce. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. So a successful sting, I guess you could call it, by the Conservatives when it comes to putting David Lammy in a corner, asking him the same question 5 times. And we now think David Lammy did know that this release had happened.
Yeah, that's certainly what you can infer, I think, from the statement David Lammy has put out, saying that his officials have been working through the night to find this guy and to put him back in prison. So you would assume that means he knows as well. Our colleague Tom Parmenter had reported earlier that that was his understanding, that David Lammy did know. We know the Conservatives found out about this about 15 to 20 minutes before Prime Minister's questions. So, look, beyond the practical questions of where we are now about finding this guy and about the stresses and strains on the prison estate, about why this is happening quite so frequently anyway, I think politically, there are some questions about whether the government could have approached this a little bit better. The Tories clearly saw an opportunity to try and put David Lammy on the spot over this. He obviously had a choice when he was being asked 4 to 5 times by James Cartledge about this. Does he basically hold his hands up and say, yes, this has happened again? This happened 5 days after Hadush Kebatu was let out, but we are working hard to find out where this person is? Or does he, as he did in the end, essentially go on the attack and try to cover it in noise and not answer the question, which is what he did? I think in the fullness of time, he might have been better to hold his hands up. In the fullness of time, the government may be wishing actually that they came clean about this earlier in the day, rather than essentially trying to get through this without anyone noticing. So, look, I think that there's the politics of this is the government not having control over what is going on in the country, in the prisons. There is a more nuanced policy-based question which centres, I think, on like resourcing and how prisons are run, about why this is happening quite so frequently. The numbers this year for mistaken releases were 262 people in 2024-25. That is sizably up on the year before, partly because of mistakes made when the early release scheme was brought through. But the numbers before that were about 87 a year, 71 a year. You're still talking about, what, 1 every 4 to 5 days being mistakenly released, 1 prisoner being released? Why is that happening? Well, when you talk to analysts in this sector, people that work in the prison sector, they'll say it's because of high turnover of staff, because of a lack of investment in the prison estate as well. So those are probably the kind of really pressing questions about why this is being allowed to happen. But the politics of this very, very difficult for the government as well.
Yeah, some people may be wondering why the Prime Minister wasn't in the House today.
Yeah, he is on the way to COP. He's still in the air at the moment, so the big climate summit that's going on in Brazil. That is why David Lammy was taking his place. The first time David Lammy has done Prime Minister's questions. I imagine if you were sat there preparing this morning in the Justice Department and in the Deputy Prime Minister's team, you would think you would probably be getting a whole load of questions about the budget and about tax rises, given what we heard yesterday from Rachel Reeves. Maybe that was what the Conservatives had initially planned before they pivoted to this. I think it will be interesting to see what Number 10 knew about this morning as well, because you would have thought that if you knew something like this had happened again, there is ample potential for political damage to be done when this story does break out into the press and into opposition parties. So, look, I think this is not necessarily the most pressing question of today, but I think it is not long ago before Keir Starmer strode into Prime Minister's questions and said he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson when allegations around Peter Mandelson were coming out. There were questions about whether he could have been better prepared for that session of Prime Minister's questions, because within 24 hours Peter Mandelson had gone and Keir Starmer, frankly, did not look great given he'd pledged his confidence to him. David Lammy is now a completely different subject, but in a similar situation about whether they should have had a better plan for this very high-profile outing that they have every Wednesday.
I suppose also, and just briefly, there is a question as to whether or not it's the right place to be playing political games. You know, should the Conservatives even have asked that question when they knew full well what the answer was? Why not just go in and say, you know, we have just heard that another person has been mistakenly released. What have you got to say to that? Rather than just, playing games.
I mean, potentially, I guess we don't know how they found out about it. You know, we know a newspaper, The Telegraph, had this story as well as Sky News, and they published it around the same time. What's happened here is that have they gone to the Conservatives to essentially ask for comment? and the Conservatives have thought, hey, this is an opportunity, but we can't put the story out there, but we can ask about it in broad terms.
Yeah.
As that was going on, as those questions were coming in, I was messaging people at Conservative HQ, essentially saying, do you know something we don't hear? Why are you asking these questions, essentially? And they clearly knew, but I was very much getting the reply, well, go and ask the Ministry of Justice about it. So they may have been in a situation where they knew about it, but they couldn't say it publicly. Equally, they may have just been trying to play games and make David Lammy look quite difficult.
Yeah.
But, again, it's not really the place of the Conservative Party, I guess, to be announcing stuff like that.
No.
And that brings it back to David Lammy. It is absolutely his place to be breaking news like that and to be revealing stuff like that, because he's Deputy Prime Minister, but of course he's also the Justice Secretary.
Of course. Interesting stuff. Rob, for the moment, thank you very much. Well, we're joined now by policing commentator Graham Whettone. Good to have you with us, as always, Graham. And I suppose the first question is, this is a nightmare for the police, isn't it? This man has been on the run for a number of days, the police only finding out about it yesterday.
Yeah, good afternoon. He's had a weak start, which makes it exceptionally difficult. I think we mentioned already in the previous report, Daniel Khalif, who escaped from Wandsworth 2 years ago. It took them a couple of days to find him, and they knew almost from the moment he went, very shortly after. This individual's had a whole week to get away. And the normal practice with mistakenly or released prisoners is that once the police are notified, they will then go and check a known address and see if the individual's there to try and get them back into custody. But ordinarily, they are then shown as wanted. So if they come to notice, so they try and leave the country, they come up on the system, they flag up as being wanted and having been inadvertently released from custody. That's taken a week to get onto the system. So this individual could have travelled anywhere in the UK or even gone abroad in the 7 days. So a huge task for the police now to try and track him and locate him and take him back into custody.
I was speaking to a prison governor a little earlier on the programme who was explaining the checks that are done before a prisoner is released, and they actually are quite comprehensive, and yet we see many mistakes happening every month.
Yeah, that number's increasing. We're showing Wandsworth Prison. That was one of my old areas. I worked there a long time ago, but I can't ever remember as a serving police officer being told that someone had been inadvertently released from Wandsworth. It sort of never come across our radar. There were obviously checks and things done in the background to get people back into custody, but it never hit the operational teams at all. So this seems to be getting an increasing problem for the Justice Ministry, and then it gets passed on to the police to try and locate these individuals, which is a huge task. You have a whole team set up to try and track the intelligence, the information. There is liaison with the prison authorities, so any visits they've had, any phone calls, etc., can they be tracked and located? Any associates, friends or family the individual's got in the country, and understand this is an Algerian man, but he may well have friends and family in the country, so they will now be being visited and checked on. So it's a huge task for policing to try and locate these individuals and take them back into custody.
Graham, we've not had an image released yet or even a name, but actually the public here could be a huge help, couldn't they?
They can. There's positives and negatives to that. They can be a huge help. That's normally a decision based on if there's any sort of risk to the public, and the element of risk to the public by the individual that's been released and is now back out at large. So the investigation team will look at whether they've got a reasonable image of the released person, which hopefully they will have, and if it is beneficial to release it to the public, because what you inevitably get in cases like this is you get quite a few sightings that prove to be negative. And you end up chasing these sightings around either London, or in 7 days you could be looking right the way across the UK now for this individual. So the field gets wider for where possible sightings may come in from. So policing across the country could end up checking out on possible sightings. They're better initially checking up on known information, known intelligence about the individual, and trying to locate them that way. There will come a time, though, when they'll have to make a decision. Do we now release an image and a name of the individual? That might come very quickly, or it might take a day or two, but there will come a time where we'll have to make that decision. Do we need the public's eyes and ears to help us locate this individual and get them back into custody?
And of course, it's easy to say that, police will be trawling CCTV, but it's not just the CCTV from a few hours after his release. It's now nearly a week's worth.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a viable option now. With 7 days gone, you'd have to go back 7 days. You almost start from the beginning. Where did he go when he was literally released and let out the door? Did he get into a cab? Did he walk to a bus stop? That area, you are literally just a 5-minute taxi ride or cab ride from Clapham Junction Station. So you've got all the links to London and elsewhere, further afield nationally. So that would be a huge task to start checking cameras from 7 days ago as to where he's gone. It may be an option for them to have a look at initially to see how he left the prison and what route he took. But to go back 7 days is a huge task operationally and thousands of man hours.
OK, Graham, we will speak to you again, I'm sure, in coming hours about this. But for now, thank you very much, Graham Whetone there. Do stay with us here on Sky News. Plenty more on the story regarding the manhunt underway after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. A 24-year-old Algerian accidentally freed from Wandsworth prison in southwest London. Hello again, you're with Sky News. The father of the Southport attacker has said he was worried his son would be taken away from him. The inquiry heard about incidents of aggression involving Axel Rudikabana, who is serving a life sentence for killing 3 young girls at a dance class last year. But his father didn't refer all of them to his son's mental health team. Let's speak to our correspondent, Katie Banfield, who's been following the inquiry and has more for us. What's been said this morning?
Well, Axel Rudikabana's dad, Alphonse, described a long period of violent outbursts at home and abuse from Axel towards his family. He said his behaviour started to deteriorate around year 8 when he moved schools. He said he became withdrawn and would spend all of his time playing video games. He said he was challenging. He was always pushing the envelope, the boundaries that I had set. He said it was around this time he requested a special needs assessment for his son because he felt that something wasn't right. He said his son's behaviour deteriorated very quickly, particularly in 2019 when he was expelled from the range school for bringing knives into school. And it was then 2 months later he returned to that school to attack another pupil with a hockey stick. And the inquiry lawyer, Mr. Moss, asked him how often after this deterioration he would have violent outbursts. And Alphonse said it was random, but it could be as often as twice a day, saying Axel would sometimes have an angry outburst if someone 2021 was disagreeing with him. He said by 2021 his relationship with his son had become very poor, and he believed Axel hated him by this point. He talked through several incidents of violent outbursts at home, including Axel kicking him when he tried to stop him destroying a laptop, and another incident where Axel was throwing things around the family home, and his mum became so concerned that she called the police. Mr. Moss questioned why he hadn't reported all of these incidents. Alphonse said he thought his son was vulnerable and he feared he would be taken away. He pointed to his written statement where Alphonse said, "I became conditioned to his behaviour, allowed him to abuse and assault me because this was the only way of getting through the day." He said, "I'm ashamed this was my response and I felt demeaned, but I didn't know what else to do." Axel Ruda-Cabana is, of course, serving a life sentence in prison for the murder of 3 young girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport last July, and the attempted murder of several others. And the inquiry will continue to examine the circumstances around that attack and how it was able to happen.
Katie Barnfield reporting. 2 people are in intensive care after a car rammed into pedestrians and cyclists on the French island of Île-d'Oléron on the west coast of the country. The mayor of L'Île-d'Oléron has told a French broadcaster the 35-year-old suspect who lived on the island shouted "Allah Akbar" when he was detained by police. The prosecutor's office said the driver resisted arrest and a taser was used to subdue him. Our Europe correspondent Alistair Bunkle has more.
This happened on the island of Oloron on the west coast of France, just below the better-known Île-de-Ré. It happened this morning. A driver drove along a 4-mile stretch, roughly a 4-mile stretch, deliberately, it looks like, targeting pedestrians and cyclists, hitting and injuring 10 of them. 2 of those are in intensive care, 4 in a critical condition. No fatalities so far. He then tried to set fire to the car, they think because gas canisters were inside the car, so looking as though he was trying to create some sort of explosion. He failed to do that. Police tasered him, and he is now in police custody. It is not being treated as terrorism at the moment. The local prosecutor's office in the nearby La Rochelle city said that he shouted "Allahu Akbar" when he was cornered by police. He is known to police, we think, for some sort of minor indiscretions in the past. He's a long-time resident of the island. He is described as being Caucasian origin and a French national. But other than that, we don't know his motive behind this. The French President Emmanuel Macron, who's on his way to Brazil at the moment for the conference there, has been kept up to date with what is going on. But, you know, very serious incident on this French island, one that, as I say, no fatalities at the moment, and the motive is still yet unclear.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, plenty more on our developing story. Police have launched a manhunt after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. Hello again, welcome back. Let's return to our top story. Another foreign prisoner is at large after being mistakenly released from prison. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October, just 5 days after the high-profile mistaken release of convicted paedophile Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford, and 2 days after release rules were tightened. Well, the news broke just after Prime Minister's questions when the deputies stood in and the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary David Lammy was repeatedly asked if he knew of any other releases in error. Well, in the last hour, the Justice Secretary released this statement. He said, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better and the public deserve answers. That is why I've already brought in the strongest checks ever to clamp down on such failures and ordered an independent investigation led by Dame Lynn Owens to uncover what went wrong. This latest incident exposes deeper flaws across the failing criminal justice system we inherited. Dame Lynn Owens' investigation will leave no stone unturned to identify these issues so we can fix them, improve safeguards and ensure the public is properly protected." Well, the Liberal Democrat Justice spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller has said it would be laughable if the situation weren't so dangerous. This is yet another grave mistake from the government. The public deserves a full explanation about how this has happened again. That should start with David Lammy coming back before Parliament this afternoon. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell, and more details emerging in the last few minutes as to who knew what and when and why some things were said and others weren't.
Yeah, government sources confirming that David Lammy found out about this mistaken release overnight. So, yes, as suggested by that statement, he did know about it when he went into Prime Minister's questions. What we're being told, though, by these sources is that they believe it would have been irresponsible for David Lammy to essentially talk about this publicly, talk about it in the House when the details around it were emerging and when it was such a complicated case with multiple agencies involved. It's an ongoing situation, obviously, and the police are attempting to find this person. But I think the fact that they knew last night, in terms of just how to manage something like this, I guess they were banking on the Conservatives not knowing about it and this not coming up and it being able to be announced in a more sort of stage-managed way, if you like. I think there'll be questions now about whether they maybe should have been a bit more transparent about this from the outset, from the beginning of the day. You saw there the Liberal Democrats calling for David Lammy to come back to the House. The Tories have been calling for that as well. I think the reason why they're probably so strident and full-throated about that is that actually after today, the Commons goes on a mini recess until next week. So they're not back until, I think it's the 11th they come back, next Tuesday. So that means there won't be a chance for there to be a ministerial statement or an urgent question. There won't be another chance for David Lammy or any other minister to be dragged to the dispatch box to answer questions from MPs about this. It also means, from a media perspective, that the briefings that we have with Number 10, the so-called lobby briefings, they get paused as well over recess. So you don't have any of those until I think Monday might be the next one. So the chance for accountability, I guess the chance for scrutiny dips when the Commons goes into recess at the end of the day today. We have seen before there being mechanisms, ways for sort of emergency statements almost to be made, for ministers to be dragged to the House. A large part of that is in the gift of Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the Commons. He is pretty strident about defending the rights of MPs to have abilities to question Secretaries of State in the government about this. We haven't heard from him yet, but I imagine he would not be best pleased that repeated questions came into the Justice Secretary this afternoon and he wasn't clear with MPs about the situation. Sources saying that's because it was a complicated picture with lots of agencies involved and it wouldn't have been responsible. Look, we'll see whether that clearly will be disagreed with by the opposition. We'll see whether the Speaker agrees with that as well.
OK. Rob, thank you for the moments. Our policing commentator, Graham Whettone, is still with us, monitoring events. This is such a headache, Graham, isn't it, for the police, this massive delay between the man being released and the police being informed?
Yeah, you're playing catch up then for about a week later. So he's had a whole week to move somewhere, to go somewhere, jump on a train, buses, etc., be picked up. It's a huge task for the police to try and track him from the day he was released. You've got to go into places and try and get 7 days worth of possibly CCTV footage if the police have kept them that long. Speaking to maybe bus drivers, taxi drivers, etc. A huge task for police is to try to pick up the thread of where he went from the moment he left the front gates of Wandsworth Prison.
What do you think the police's priority will be right now when it comes to looking for what is essentially a needle in a haystack?
It's very much a needle in a haystack. They'll be working on any information or intelligence they have about the individual. So speaking with the prison authorities, any visits he's had, who's visited him, what's known about him, there'll be some knowledge about the individual from when he was arrested and convicted. So there'll be some details about his background, any family in the country, any houses, any addresses, associates, etc. So they'll be painstakingly working through all that information from the police's own databases and the prisons, checking up on those people. But then, as I said, going back to where he left the prison, taking up from there, huge task though. And then also a decision as to when, if they need to start releasing a name and an image of the individual, because then you'll need the public's eyes and ears to start looking out for him. But that's got a balance with it as you start getting then false sightings, negative sightings. But you can ask the public then to think back where they were a week ago and if they've seen him leave the prison or work or move through Clapham Junction, etc.
We've been hearing over the last couple of hours or so that mistaken releases are far from rare. How frustrating is it for the police that this keeps happening?
It's exceptionally frustrating, having worked exceptionally hard in many occasions to investigate some offences, identify the suspect, arrest them, and then get authority to charge them, and finally get a conviction at court, and then get them given the custodial sentence to find out that at some point in the not too distant future, they'll just release, they'll just open the door, let them out again. You've got to go through the whole process of finding them again, catching them again. So exceptionally frustrating, but they will approach it professionally. They'll try and recapture him, find out where he is, put him back in custody. They'll do that professionally and diligently, but it is frustrating that you've got to go through a similar process again and take up very important hours of your working day to try and find someone you've already convicted in prison once before.
And as you say, one of the key things they'll be doing is looking at this man's history and his recent history, probably while inside, what members of the public he's spoken to, if he's been allowed to have phone calls, that sort of thing, to see if that could give any clue as to where he may have ended up.
Yeah, that's a big part of it as well. You're looking back through the intelligence. But again, that takes time. You need to dedicate people to look at that, to go through call logs, record logs, etc. Look at your own intelligence databases about, if he's been, and it suggests that there's been previous offences. So, how long he's been in the country, what other offences he's committed, where those offences were committed, what addresses he had at the time he committed those offences, if he was with any associates at the time he committed previous offences or was arrested previously, where are they now? Can we locate them? Has he gone to a friend's address? So a huge amount of work. And again, because you're playing catch up now, 7 days later, and the Met were not informed until I think lunchtime yesterday on the 4th, that makes it really challenging to start picking this thread up and try and locate this individual and where he is now. I can't understand why it's taken the authorities nearly 7 days to tell the Met this person was inadvertently released nearly a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, that is another question, isn't it? And of course, something that will be pored over is why they left it so long. Were they going through their records and only then discovered it? Or did somebody have a light bulb moment and think, actually, maybe I got something wrong and reported it days afterwards? We shall see maybe in the next few hours, the next few days. Graham, for the moment, thank you. Well, earlier I spoke to Vanessa Frake-Harris, a former prison governor and former head of security and operations at Wormwood Scrubs.
What's the most concerning for me is that this wasn't picked up until a week later, and that will make it much more difficult to catch him. I honestly don't understand how this could have happened and not been realised at the time.
And we know the prison service is stretched. We know they're under incredible strain day to day. But given the high-profile nature of the last case, you really would think that they would be on their mettle when it comes to this, especially, as David Lammy said in the Commons today, you know, more new stringent checks had only just been put in.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say his 5-page checks were going to stop this immediately? Yeah, indeed. Well, look, I think David Lammy's got, quite frankly, egg on his face, and the MOJ, you know, they are not instilling confidence with the public by not keeping these people in custody. I think it's a poor, sorry state of affairs. And I think actually David Lammy needs to stand up and take a bit of responsibility for once and stop blaming previous governments when he's been in the role now.
Oh, well, of course, we're keeping across that breaking news throughout the afternoon. For now, though, let's turn to other matters. Donald Trump has suggested the US government shutdown was a big factor in the New York mayoral elections after Zoran Mamdani won the race earlier today. Donald Trump said the elections weren't good for Republicans, but we had an interesting evening. And we learned a lot. The US president largely ignored last night's gains by the Democrats as he spoke to Republican senators. Well, Mamdani, a 34-year-old left-leaning Democrat, had previously described himself as Donald Trump's worst nightmare. He'll be the first Muslim, first South Asian, and the youngest person in a century to hold the position. Upon winning, the new mayor-elect has told Donald Trump it's time to turn up the volume and listen to the mood of voters.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Within the last hour, the number of people known to have died in a UPS cargo plane crash has risen to 9. Images from the scene near an airport in Kentucky show a huge fireball exploding from the aircraft as it attempted to take off in a tragedy described by the state's governor as catastrophic. Our US correspondent David Blevins reports.
A disaster in motion, flames emerging from an aircraft moments before takeoff.
I think it's gonna crash, bro.
Eyewitnesses looking on in horror as it exploded.
Holy
The smoke billowing into the sky, signaling disaster in Kentucky.
At approximately 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, UPS Flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii, an MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash here in Louisville, adjacent to our airport.
The debris was scattered over a mile. There had been no harmful cargo on board, but fumes filled the air. The plane laden with fuel for the 4,500-mile journey.
This was a UPS plane that was taking off, getting ready to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we're talking about over 250,000 gallons of jet fuel that was on that plane. So we're talking about a very, very dangerous situation.
Authorities said they expected the number of dead, injured and missing to rise. At least 2 buildings were impacted, one of them a petrol recycling plant.
We're still going door to door in the area to make sure that every business, every facility, and there's a couple private residences, everybody's accounted for.
The shelter-in-place order initially extended to 5 miles north of the crash site. At Muhammad Ali International Airport, they grounded all flights, staff struggling to comprehend the tragedy.
My heart is with the families, all the community members who work for UPS, the folks who work at the airport and are there every day and are already under so much strain because of the government shutdown.
With no federal budget agreed, air traffic controllers are among those not being paid. That's led to a shortage of them in places and added to concerns about aviation safety. Air accident investigators have the grim task of ascertaining what went wrong on this flight. But these images will rekindle fears that America's skies aren't as safe as they should be. David Blevins, Sky News in Washington.
Do stay with us on Sky News today. Coming up in a couple of minutes, police have launched a manhunt after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. We'll have the latest on our developing story.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin. The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks. If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
Fly emirates, fly better. Fly emirates, fly better.
Let's get more then on our breaking story this afternoon. The news that another foreign prisoner is on the run after being mistakenly released. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October, just 5 days after the mistaken release of convicted paedophile Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford. And when this news broke earlier this afternoon, we got the immediate reaction from MPs from Labour, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. Let's have a listen.
It is absolutely shocking that when we saw the high-profile mistaken release last week, I was sat at home watching it, and I thought to myself, God, that's unbelievable that this high-profile man has been released. And then I thought, oh no, what if it's something that actually happens more than we know about? And as your colleague has just said, you know, I think since 2021, it was 17 a month were being released by mistake. It is just, it is shocking, and we've got to get a grip of it.
This is very worrying because, you know, the British public will be rightly concerned that these people are at loose. And Rob was saying that there's been 262 released. So I think that's over 100% increase since David Lammy became Justice Secretary. And I noted that he was sort of flailing around and trying again to blame the previous government. But actually, these are decisions that he's taken to shorten some of these prison sentences, to let more people out earlier.
Well, I mean, what a mess and how embarrassing, again, for the government. And I have to say, my constituents watch PMQs. This is the thing that they watch most out of all Parliament. And the fact that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, refused to answer the questions when he must have known. Of course, he knew what was going on. But I would take issue with that this is all the government's fault. Let's not forget the mess that the Conservative Party put our prisons in. Prison overcrowding, which has led to prisoners being let out early.
Immediate reaction there following the news. Let's bring in Dal Babu, who's a former Chief Superintendent with the Metropolitan Police. Good to have you on the programme this afternoon and get your thoughts on this. Just a nightmare for the police.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jonathan. So this is not a hot manhunt. This is information that was given to the police 6 days after the mistaken release. So ordinarily, if you've got information on somebody you're looking for very quickly, you can do checks on their phones, their associates. You can have CCTV checks, and you'd have a good idea of where that individual might be and track them. But if it's happened 6 days ago, then it makes it much more challenging. So I think it will be more challenging to find out where this person is and arrest him.
Yeah, I mean, there was that big delay, wasn't there, between him being released and the police finding out. And you wonder how that happened. I mean, have you any thoughts on it?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, like most of us, I'll be speculating in terms of, you know, did they realise that? At what point did they realise? And when did they decide to let the police know? The expectation would be that as soon as you know that somebody has been released mistakenly, that you're in a position to dealing with it straight away.
I would have thought by now that the police would have released an image and a name so they can perhaps get the help of the public, but it's not always a good move, is it?
No, and I think, I've got some sympathy with David Lammy sort of being asked for that information, because he's not the one who's going to find this missing prisoner. So this is a case of the police taking the lead. And what you don't want to do is release information that then may impede the individual's arrest. So I should imagine that there will be a sophisticated plan in place by the police. They'll know how important it is to find this individual. They'd also want to make sure that any information that is released to the public comes from them and not from a politician.
Yeah, and you've given us a little bit of detail, but dive in a bit further if you can, and just tell me what the police, what are their priorities right now, because it happened such a long time ago. Sort of CCTV trawling is going to be very difficult. I guess they'll be using information gathered from those associates of this man, whether it's members of the public or other inmates.
Yeah, so each prisoner has a prison offender manager, a POM, and that person deals with the prisoner on a regular basis. They will have details of who he makes phone calls to, family associates. They'll have details of any sort of wider contacts that the individual will have. So that would help the police in terms of identifying key people to speak to. I think, given that this is 6 days old, I think the net would be much wider than it would have been if it had just happened. But they'll still do the basics, which they'll have an intelligence cell. They'll do the forensics on telephones. They'll on any numbers that are associated with him or his friends and associates. They'll look at CCTV and they'll ask. I'm sure at some stage they'll make a release of an image and then give information and details that they have in it for the individual. Now, they may well have decided not to share that information for very good reasons, i.e. there could be an ongoing operation. They may have some ideas of where this person is, and they don't want that impacted by giving publicity when, in fact, that may impede this person's arrest.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And you talk about the net being very wide. This is going to take a lot of cooperation, isn't it, between different forces? What sort of number of officers are we talking about, the number of detectives who'd be involved in this?
Well, I think, given the high priority, I think this will be an absolute priority for the different police forces. So it would depend on where his last known location is, where his home address is, where his associates are. So this would be, we have 43 forces. I should imagine wherever those contact details are or information is, that there'll be resources allocated to help and assist. But the key point to this will be an intelligence cell. That's where all the information will be driven into, and then from the intelligence cell, the senior investigating officer will allocate resources and actions for individual officers, or if there are issues around distance, he'll direct officers from a particular force to go and visit an address or carry out a raid. So it will be coordinated. It will be the nerve centre, the intelligence cell, just gathering information and then ensuring that actions are carried out.
OK, always good to get your analysis and thoughts with these breaking stories. Dal Babu, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Take care. Bye.
We're just going to head towards 3 o'clock with a check on the weather. Bonfire night, of course, this evening. It's going to stay unsettled into next week with brisk winds, bringing blustery showers or more prolonged rain. Northern Scotland looks wet into the second half of the afternoon, while central and southern Scotland and areas around the Irish Sea may see the odd showery outbreak. Southern Britain and the west of Ireland look mainly dry with sunny spells. It's going to be very mild, but southern Britain will be windy. Scotland will see persistent rain clearing the mainland later, with some light showery outbreaks moving in behind. Elsewhere, most places look fine. Patchy rain in the west tending to fade, but southern and eastern Irish coasts will be quite murky. And for fireworks displays, looking mainly dry tonight, but northern and western parts can expect patchy rain and a little hill fog. Do stay with us. If you're watching Sky News, coming up we'll have more detail as police launch a manhunt after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. The 24-year-old Algerian freed accidentally from HMP Wandsworth. You're watching Sky News today. It's 3 o'clock. The headlines. The Justice Secretary says he's absolutely outraged and appalled after another foreign prisoner is released by mistake just 2 days after new, tighter regulations came into effect. It comes after David Lammy had been repeatedly asked in the Commons whether any other foreign offenders had been freed in error since the release of Hadush Kebatu.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly.
Also this hour, the father of Axel Rudakabana tells the inquest into the murders of 3 girls in Southport that he's desperately sorry and accepts some responsibility for the killings. 2 people are in intensive care after a car is driven into pedestrians on a French holiday island near Bordeaux. And as the president's worst nightmare is elected as mayor of New York, Donald Trump tries to find a reason for the Republican losses.
You say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Hello, a very good afternoon. Another foreign prisoner is at large after being mistakenly released from prison. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October, just 5 days after the high-profile mistaken release of convicted paedophile Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford, and 2 days after release rules were tightened. The news broke just after PMQs when the deputies stood in and the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary David Lammy was repeatedly asked if he knew of any other releases in error. Well, this afternoon, the Lib Dems have demanded that Mr Lammy returns to Parliament. He has since issued a statement saying he's outraged and appalled by what's happened. We'll hear those exchanges from Prime Minister's questions in a moment, but first, here's the latest from our national correspondent, Tom Parmenter.
This Algerian 24-year-old inmate was being held at HMP Wandsworth in South London and was released in error on Wednesday, the 29th of October. Now, that's just a few days after the farcical release of Hadush Kebatu at Chelmsford Prison. But in the relation to the one at Wandsworth on Wednesday, the 29th of October, the police have told us that they weren't actually informed about this offender being at large until yesterday, on the 4th of November. So there's almost a week there between the guy being let out of prison and the police being told that he is at large, perhaps in London, perhaps he is far further afield by this point, 6 days later. It really is quite staggering that it can happen, and that it can happen at the time when there is such intense scrutiny on the prison service, on these releases that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, promised would be tightened up in the wake of that episode around Hadush Kebatu, the Ethiopian sex offender who has now been deported from the country. But you'll remember that in that case, he actually was released from Chelmsford Prison, went back into the office 5 or 6 times, said, look, I don't know where I should be going. What have you done? Why have I been released? And even then, a prison member of staff directed him to a train station to get a train to London, thus provoking a manhunt around the capital. So to have another second high-profile case in such short succession to that Hadush Kebatu story is just mind-boggling, really, as to what on earth is going on within the prison service. I understand that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, did know about this release before he stood up in the Commons and was pressed on the issue by the Conservatives. The answers that he gave were very unspecific. They were more around the state of the prison service that the Labour government inherited, and he didn't answer the question from the Conservatives. But this second release of a foreign offender is just something that will lead to exasperation, I think, across the country, that this is still happening, even though they have that knowledge of just how much this can kind of affect them politically and the damage that it does to their reputation. And still it happens, and it speaks really to the level of difficulty and inexperience among many staff in the prison service, the level of investment that means that these mistakes keep happening and obviously needs to be urgently addressed. But also, you now have a search for an offender, a 24-year-old Algerian. Perhaps the Metropolitan Police will release more details when they decide the timing is right as to the name of this guy and any possible sightings. Sky News understands that he was in prison for an offence of trespass with an intent to steal, but does also have previous convictions for sexual offending. So another really serious incident within the prison estate. You may remember that HMP Wandsworth was where they had that embarrassing escape 2 years ago. Daniel Khalif, in 2023, he escaped while clinging on beneath a lorry that had been in the prison. Well, this is completely different. This was an error, a mistake made at the gates of this prison for whatever reason. No doubt there'll be an investigation. But another prisoner released somewhere, presumably still in the country, and the Metropolitan Police now urgently trying to find him.
Tom Parminter there. Well, this afternoon, the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, released this statement saying, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better and the public deserve answers. That is why I have already brought in the strongest checks ever to clamp down on such failures and ordered an independent investigation led by Dame Lynn Owens to uncover what went wrong. This latest incident exposes deeper flaws across the failing criminal justice system we inherited. Dame Lynn Owens' investigation will leave no stone unturned to identify these issues so we can fix them, improve safeguards and ensure the public is properly protected." Well, the issue over whether any other offending asylum seekers had been mistakenly released from prison dominated Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime as the deputies stood in.
These are extremely serious crimes that we are talking about. I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
Deputy Prime Minister.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, he's the Justice Secretary. He's responsible for the justice system. He needs to take responsibility, and I'm asking him a straight question. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a clear question. Can he give an answer?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary. That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. I'm not going to pray in aid. Dame Anne Owens is a former Deputy Commissioner in London, head of the NCA. It is for her to get to the bottom of that work. Of course, we know that there have been spikes since 2021 under his watch. When did he come to this House and apologise?
Well, since that exchange in the Commons, the Tory party leader, Kemi Badenoch, has given her reaction. She posted the following. James Cartledge asked the Deputy PM 5 times to tell us if another migrant sex offender had been accidentally released from prison. Instead of answering, Lammy lost his temper. Now we read it has happened again and he's been on the run for a week. This is a shambles of a government. And Reform's leader Nigel Farage responding to the breaking news, saying another dangerous criminal is on the loose thanks to Labour. What a total fast. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. It's very interesting, isn't it, watching that exchange once again in the Commons earlier, that question being asked 5 times, and yet we now know David Lammy knew the answer, and yet instead of giving a straight answer, just got really angry.
Yeah, it's fascinating watching it back, isn't it? Knowing what we know now. But also fascinating, but also a bit perplexing, given the Conservatives clearly knew, and David Lammy must have known that when James Cartledge asked that over and over again, that they were getting at something. He knew about it as well, but instead of, I guess, coming clean, but even if he weren't going to come clean, he went completely to the opposite end of the spectrum and was going hell for leather at the Conservatives bench and essentially saying, look, this was happening when you were in government as well. When did you ever come to the Commons and apologise for it? I think the tone that he used, now that we have all the facts, looks pretty unwise, quite frankly. I think just the decision not to come clean sooner looks pretty unwise as well. We understand David Lammy was told last night about this. The reason being advanced by some government sources as to why he didn't go into the detail of it in the Commons was that he didn't think it would be appropriate. He thought it would be irresponsible to start putting out details about that while the kind of quite complicated investigation into this released prisoner was still going on. And that doesn't really answer the question of why they felt it was appropriate, I guess, to confirm all of this stuff, half an hour, 45 minutes after Prime Minister's questions. I think that's the politics, if you like, and you can be left in no doubt that they've been completely outmanoeuvred by the Conservatives, and that I imagine there will be serious questions coming from Number 10 about why, when David Lammy is standing in for the Prime Minister on this most high-profile of Commons spots, there wasn't more thought put into handling this potentially very, very damaging story. And then I guess that sits over and above that as well is the police investigation to try and find this guy, but also looking at the reasons why this is happening quite so frequently anyway. Remember, the stats for this year are 262 people mistakenly released early. Now, a large part of that is because of mistakes made with the early release of prisoners on purpose because of prison overcrowding. But even numbers before then were pretty high, 87 in 23-24, 71 in 22-23. So you're talking about, what, one person every 5 days? You talk to analysts about this and they say one bit of it is various bits of the state not talking to each other, the Home Office responsible for police not talking properly to the prison system, which the Ministry of Justice oversees. Another part of it is lack of resource going into the prison system, a high turnover of staff, a lack of experience there as well. Those are all of the big practical policy questions that the government will have to grapple with. But then there is the politics as well, and I think big questions about quite why the government allowed themselves to walk into this giant trap laid by the Conservatives.
Yeah, OK. Rob, thank you for the moment. Well, we can delve into that a little bit more now because we're going to bring in Ian Aitchison, who is a former prison governor. Good to see you, Ian. What went through your mind a bit earlier today when you first heard about this?
Oh, well, good afternoon. Thanks for having me on. First of all, when I heard it happened at Wandsworth, and I used to be the head of security there in the mid-90s, my first thought was, well, if it was going to happen again anywhere, it would have happened there. And what we need to realise is that Wandsworth has been a prison in special measures forever. It was the place where Daniel Khalife escaped from. We never knew the outcome of that investigation because the details were kept back from the public. But what we do know is it's a place that's under incredible stress and strain, where staff morale is, in the skip, frankly. And where a host of physical and human security failures had to have happened in order for this release in error to take place. And I'm not surprised those problems haven't been fixed. And rather than just try to find some convenient low-level people to throw under the bus, what the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, must surely be asking now is what sort of leadership at the top of this organisation exists that only days after he promised that there would be more checks put in place to make sure the release in error of Kebatu wasn't, repeated. The same thing has happened again. A foreign national has been released in error from, the most spectacularly failing prison in the prison system, which is a 20-minute cab ride from prison service headquarters, where 5,500 people approximately work in the HQ area, God knows what they are doing. But surely some of those people ought to have been put in place to say, at the places that were most vulnerable to this mistake happening again, in terms of public confidence, we are sure, Justice Secretary, that these checks, these additional checks you've put in place, are definitely happening. And of course, it seems that they weren't.
Do you know what the additional checks consisted of? What were they on top of what already is quite a big checklist?
Well, I don't, to be frank with you. I don't know what additional checks are required. And I think I said at the time that I didn't think that was the answer. As you're quite right in saying, there are a series of very elaborate checks that should be taken in order to make sure this sort of mistake doesn't happen. And those predate Kebatu. There are lots of different ID checks. There are paper checks on the warrant and any associated information that it relates to, for example, in the case of Kebatu, deportation.
There was a huge gap between this man being released and the police being informed. What on earth could you put that down to? Was it simply that the staff inside the prison thought they'd released the right person and it only dawned on them that they'd made a mistake days later?
Well, you know, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you, Ian, yeah.
Oh, sorry, the line went dead for a second there. Well, I find this inconceivable, or it should be inconceivable, that, you know, given all the publicity and all the sensitivity around this sort of thing, that the prison service itself hadn't probably instigated something like a gold command, a tripartite executive management system to make sure those checks that were promised by the Justice Secretary were in place, and to give him an assurance that this, these embarrassing releases and potentially dangerous releases aren't taking place. And all of that seems to have either not been put in place or fallen apart. And I'm really very concerned about the level and the quality of information that Lamy is getting from his officials. I think there's a very serious problem with accountability at the top of the prison service. I'm afraid what's happened is just more, ammunition to make that charge. There needs to be fundamental change at the top of the prison service. There's no point blaming resources. There's no point always blaming, the people on the front line who are, exposed to atrocious levels of violence, who are poorly trained, who are poorly paid, and are put in place to operate a system that is simply not fit for purpose. And this was known about by officials for years, particularly in relation to Wandsworth, which is, as I've said before, had a forest of red flags about its performance. Inspectors effectively walked out of there a few years ago because there was such chaos inside the prison. Surely you would want to assure yourself in places like Wandsworth that are releasing foreign nationals, and presumably who should be releasing them into the custody of the Home Office for deportation, for example, that this is a never event. But I'm afraid to say these atrocious security failures across the board, not just in terms of release and error, but in terms of sexual misconduct by prison staff, drones hovering over places like Wandsworth. And you did a Sky News report recently on drones hovering like wasps, I think was the word, over high security prisons, delivering drugs and who knows what else. This is a multi-systemic failure that the Justice Secretary has got to stop blaming the past on, with some justification, I suppose, but actually now start to get a grip on it because he's the man in charge.
OK, we really appreciate your thoughts this afternoon. Ian Acheson, former prison governor, thank you. I will keep you across developments, of course, as police continue that manhunt following the mistaken release of another foreign prisoner, a 24-year-old Algerian man from HMP Wandsworth. Just moving to other events, the father of the Southport attacker has said he is desperately sorry and accepts a share of responsibility. The inquiry heard about incidents of aggression involving Axel Rudakabana, who is serving a life sentence for killing 3 young girls at a dance class last year. But his father did not refer all of them to his son's mental health team and was worried his son would be taken away from him. Our correspondent, Katie Barnfield, has been following the inquiry and has more.
Axel Ruda-Cabana's dad, Alphonse, described a long period of violent outbursts at home and abuse from Axel towards his family. He said his behaviour started to deteriorate around year 8 when he moved schools. He said he became withdrawn and would spend all of his time playing video games. He said he was challenging. He was always pushing the envelope, the boundaries that I had set. He said it was around this time he requested a special needs assessment for his son because he felt that something wasn't right. He said his son's behaviour deteriorated very quickly, particularly in 2019 when he was expelled from the range school for bringing knives into school. And it was then 2 months later he returned to that school to attack another pupil with a hockey stick. And the inquiry lawyer, Mr. Moss, asked him how often after this deterioration he would have violent outbursts. And Alphonse said it was random, but it could be as often as twice a day, saying Axel would sometimes have an angry outburst if someone was disagreeing with him. He said by 2021 his relationship with his son had become very poor and he believed Axel hated him by this point. He talked through several incidents of violent outbursts at home, including Axel kicking him when he tried to stop him destroying a laptop, and another incident where Axel was throwing things around the family home and his mum became so concerned that she called the police. Mr. Moss questioned why he hadn't reported all of these incidents. Alphonse said he thought his son was vulnerable and he feared he would be taken away. He pointed to his written statement where Alphonse said, I became conditioned to his behaviour, allowed him to abuse and assault me because this was the only way of getting through the day. He said, I'm ashamed this was my response and I felt demeaned, but I didn't know what else to do. Axel Ruda-Cabana is, of course, serving a life sentence in prison for the murder of 3 young girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport last July and the attempted murder of several others. And the inquiry will continue to examine the circumstances around that attack and how it was able to happen.
Stay with us on Sky News today. Coming up after the break, 2 people are in intensive care after a car is driven into pedestrians on a French holiday island near Bordeaux. Welcome back. 2 people are in intensive care after a car rammed into pedestrians and cyclists on the French island of Île-de-Laurent on the west coast of the country. The mayor of Dolu-Doloron has told a French broadcaster the 35-year-old suspect who lived on the island shouted Allah Akbar when he was detained by police. The prosecutor's office said the driver resisted arrest and a taser was used to subdue him. Our Europe correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, has more.
This happened on the island of Oloron on the west coast of France, just below the better-known Ile de Ré. It happened this morning. A driver drove along a 4-mile stretch, roughly a 4-mile stretch, deliberately, it looks like, targeting pedestrians and cyclists, hitting and injuring 10 of them. 2 of those are in intensive care, 4 in a critical condition. No fatalities so far. He then tried to set fire to the car, they think because gas canisters were inside the car, so looking as though he was trying to create some sort of explosion. He failed to do that. Police tasered him, and he is now in police custody. It is not being treated as terrorism at the moment. The local prosecutor's office in the nearby La Rochelle city said that he shouted Allahu Akbar when he was cornered by police. He is known to police, we think, for some sort of minor indiscretions in the past. He's a long-time resident of the island. He is described as being Caucasian origin and a French national. But other than that, we don't know his motive behind this. The French President Emmanuel Macron, who's on his way to Brazil at the moment for the conference there, has been kept up to date with what is going on. But, you know, very serious incident on this French island, one that, as I say, no fatalities at the moment, and the motive is still yet unclear.
Prince William is continuing his 5-day visit to Brazil. It's all part of his annual Earthshot Prize. The Prince of Wales followed in his mother's footsteps and posed for a photo in the shadow of Rio de Janeiro's Christ the Redeemer statue. His prize will be awarded later this evening, with Kylie Minogue and Shawn Mendes set to perform at the event. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, also in the country for the annual COP summit, will also attend. And the sun came out as well. Let's have a look at the weather here. It's going to stay unsettled into next week, with brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more persistent rain. Many places look fine to end the afternoon, but expect prolonged rain in the far north and patchy outbreaks over the rest of Scotland and around the Irish Sea. Britain will stay mainly dry tonight, if you've got any fireworks, but northern and western parts will see some patchy rain, while southeastern England can expect a few showers. Ireland, Northern Ireland as well, look largely overcast with extensive hill fog and more general rain spreading from the south. That'll become confined to the north and far west later. It's going to be very mild once again, and the wind will ease. Most places dry and sunny tomorrow morning, but the northern and western parts will be cloudier with a few showery outbreaks. The southeast can expect the odd shower too. It will be very mild and less windy than recently. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, police have launched a manhunt after another foreign prisoner was mistakenly released from jail. Welcome back. Donald Trump has suggested the US government shutdown was a big factor in the New York mayoral elections after Zoran Mamdani won the race earlier on today. He said the elections weren't good for Republicans, but we had an interesting evening and we learned a lot. The US president largely ignored last night's gains by the Democrats, but he did make this comment as he addressed Republican senators.
I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Well, after he won, the new mayor-elect told Donald Trump it's time to turn up the volume and listen to the mood of voters.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Republican House Leader Mike Johnson has been offering his response in the last few moments.
Zoran Mamdani is without a doubt the biggest win for socialism in the history of the country, and it is the biggest loss for the American people. He is truly a committed Marxist. And the results of that race tell you everything you need to know about where the Democrats and their party are headed. From the backbench to their leadership, Democrats have fallen in line behind the socialist candidates.
Well, joining me now is the former senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi, Michael Yaki. Great to have you on the programme. A committed Marxist or not, he fought an extraordinary campaign, didn't he? How did he manage to get record numbers to go to the polls?
Thank you, Jonathan. I think there are a couple things. One, his youth, the fact that he brought in a record number of people in New York voting in New York City had fallen off for the past few elections, but his youth, his energy, really energized young people, and I think that meant a lot. And I think all of it, as well as to say, he was going to be he made himself to be a spokesperson against Donald Trump. And whether, despite what Mike Johnson said, when you look at where the Democrats won across the board in purple states and slightly red states, in very red areas of purple states, they did very well everywhere in the country. And it wasn't a socialist win. It was very much, when Donald Trump said he wasn't on the ballot, he most certainly was. And he was the straw man against which a candidate like Mamdani or Spanberger or Sherrill or Prop 50 in California, that was all against Donald Trump. And I think it's an amazing victory. And for a Muslim American in a city with the largest Jewish population in America, I think the way that he straddled the line and talked about anti-Semitism, but also about Gaza, he assured people that he was going to be someone who was going to speak to all New Yorkers, and that energy and the desire, I think, of a lot of people in this country, not just Democrats, to fight against what is seen as sort of the authoritarian activities of this current administration. You saw the results last night.
Yeah, although it's early days, isn't it? And this is only a small sample before you start saying that this is the sign of bigger things to come across the whole of America.
Right. No, of course. And it is early. It's a full year before the midterm elections, a year and 2 years before the 2020 presidential election. But momentum is everything in politics. And right now, the Democrats have the momentum. Now, you see what the Republicans, or at least what the administration and Mike Johnson are spinning, is that this is a victory for socialism. But again, you have very moderate candidates in Virginia and in New Jersey. You had two members of an obscure utility board in Georgia. And what do utility boards do? They deal with electrical power rates and inflation and the price of the grocery store prices that took down Joe Biden haven't abated under Donald Trump. And you had seats that hadn't been filled by Republicans in nearly 20 years going to Democrats. So there is certainly a marker, a little bit of a trend. The Democrats will have to capitalize on it. The Republicans will try and fight back over the next 12 months. But, you always say you'd rather be going on the offense than being on the defense. And that's where the Democrats are. And that's not where they've been since 2024.
Yeah, it's interesting, Michael, isn't it, that the established Democratic Party didn't endorse him. People like Chuck Schumer are very nervous about many of his policies. How much of an issue will that be going forward?
Well, I think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, people talk about her running for president. I actually think she's going to be running for Chuck Schumer's seat. And certainly everything that has occurred to date, the reluctance of Schumer to get involved, or even Hakeem Jeffries, or the House Democratic leader, is going to point toward an even bigger push among younger Democrats, among the more progressive, to try and get new voices and fresh faces into the party. We'll see how that goes, but certainly if you're going to look at a trend, that's one of the trends that people are going to be watching between now and a year from now.
It now sets him up, doesn't it, in opposition to Donald Trump. What will that battle mean, do you think?
Well, I think that the person who actually in this election benefited the most in terms of the battle against Donald Trump and or the 2028 election was probably Gavin Newsom in California. Proposition 50, which basically would, for lack of a better word, create 5 new Democratic seats to offset the 5 seats that the Texas legislature did earlier in the year, shows Democrats that there is someone at the gubernatorial level with executive level experience who's willing to take the fight against Donald Trump. And I think he certainly, by the boldness of that action, taking that action and winning very handily in California, right now emerges a little bit from the pack of people who are going to be contending for the presidential nomination in 2028.
Could he be the new Barack Obama? Some people are saying that. Maybe not when it comes to his politics, but in terms of being able to excite the electorate, excite the Democrat cohort.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I served with the governor when he and I were both on the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco. I've known him for a long time. He's someone who can certainly feel the pulse. He's a good advisory team. And so he's got a good sense of the pulse of what's going on out there. I mean, he sometimes it seems a little too obvious, like when he was on his podcast and inviting people like Steve Bannon, and his first guest was ironically Charlie Kirk. Was that too much of an overture? Was that too much of a we can't be Democrats as normal? But and how will that play with say the Mamdani supporters going on right now? So you can't tell which way it's going to go, but he certainly has the character. He has the momentum. There are others who are going to be out there. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. But again, when you think about who has a first step out there, who's showing a Democratic Party that is really craving someone to come out and take a swing on behalf of the party, Newsom comes first in mind. There may be others. There's still the midterms in 2026 for others that decide to take similar action. But this will give him momentum going forward.
But he's got some fairly extreme policies, or certainly very big promises he's made, hasn't he? He's presented himself as someone who's not an ordinary politician. He's there for the working people, that sort of thing. But what happens if he can't deliver on some of those huge promises? What happens then?
Well, what's interesting, first of all, he only has a year left in office. So when he runs between 26 and 28, if and when he runs, he won't have that sort of record there with him at the time. Intervening events can wash away a lot. But I think that when you look at what he's done in terms of gay marriage, in terms of providing childcare for everyone in California, affordable childcare, these kinds of actions, these kinds of activities certainly cement him in the progressive part of the Democratic Party, which he needs for the nomination. So I think there's some things like homelessness that he's taken a big swing at, and quite frankly hasn't really done much with. But I think people see that as one of those intractable problems going on all the time anyway, the fentanyl crisis, things like that. But people, I think, are willing to look past that. They want people who are going to do something. That's why there's all this dissatisfaction with Schumer and with Hakeem Jeffries, and why you hear people ready to challenge them if the Democrats were to get the majority in the House or the Senate next year, even if they don't, that there's going to be a challenge to their leadership. They want people who are going to step up and be counted. And he is certainly doing that right now, and he's doing it very well.
OK, Michael Yaki, former senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi. Really good to get your thoughts on that news coming out of New York overnight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan.
And we are expecting the newly elected mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, to speak at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll bring you that live in the next 20 minutes or so. Back to our top story, breaking news. Another foreign prisoner at large after being mistakenly released from prison. Our political correspondent, Rob Powell, is here with an update. And we understand now we know who it is.
Yeah, the name of the person who was wrongly released is Brahim Kador Sharif. We understand there'll be an official statement going up soon from the police, an appeal going up soon, but that is the name that we understand is correct. Obviously, now you're in this position where after, given what we know from the government of David Lammy apparently feeling uneasy about confirming this or putting this information out there, when there was still an investigation going on, you're now kind of going to the other end of the spectrum in that I guess the police will want to put as much information out there as possible, including you would presume pictures of this individual in a bid to try and track him down. We saw what happened after the Hadush Kebatu release. There was moving picture stills put up, his movements put up as well. The difficulty, I guess, with this case is that there appears to be quite a large lag of time, 6 days, I think, between this mistaken release and the Metropolitan Police actually being informed that this release had happened in error. And given those first 2 or 3 days, as you've been hearing from some of your policing commentators today, are the most important in trying to figure out where the person is, you wonder whether they will be able to have the same level of detail of public transport that he had got, areas of the city that he had travelled to, photos, things like that, because I guess it's that information that will really help pin him down. But with 6 days between the Met finding out that this person has gone, they've got a job on their hands, to put it frankly.
Yeah, 24-year-old Algerian man, Brahim Kador Sharif. Let's talk a bit about the politics of all of this, because it's been a fascinating afternoon here in Westminster. When Prime Minister's questions happened earlier, David Lammy, standing in for Sir Keir Starmer, refusing 5 times to answer that question put by the Conservative bench about whether a prisoner had been released in the same way, to his knowledge, by mistake, and he refused to answer that question. We now know, don't we, that he did know the answer to that question. Why do you think he made that decision not to just be upfront about it?
So the reason being advanced by government sources is that basically there was a complicated investigation going on, a manhunt going on by the Metropolitan Police, and David Lammy didn't feel it was responsible for a politician to make that news, essentially to put that news out there. Maybe he felt that it was for the Metropolitan Police to make that announcement that a manhunt was going on rather than him saying it. I guess another part of this might be, and I don't know whether, we discussed this earlier, but I don't know whether this was a calculation on the part of the Conservatives or not. They didn't actually say that something had happened. They didn't reveal this news. They clearly knew that someone had been freed mistakenly, but they didn't stand up and say, this is what we've learned, what's your reaction to it? If they had said that, maybe the reaction from David Lammy would have been different. They simply were sort of poking him, trying to almost goad him into the trap that eventually I think he pretty much walked into by saying, you know, can you rule out, can you give us an assurance that this hasn't happened before? So maybe that factored into David Lammy's head as well when he was there, that he didn't feel enough information had been put out there already for him to go the whole hog and put the info out there. I think there is a bit of a judgment question, though, about that, but also about what he did do, because when you watch back those exchanges, he was pretty punchy. You know, at one point he was going, get a grip, man, to James Cartledge across the dispatch box, talking about the Conservatives' record and people mistakenly released during the Conservative tenure, it feels weird, given that in the back of his head, he knew that this had gone on, his officials had been working all night, the Metropolitan Police were trying to find this guy, that he would be quite that bullish towards his opposite number, given he knew that something inevitably later in the day was about to break, which would look very, very deeply awkward for him.
And the Lib Dems putting out a statement calling for David Lammy to return to the Commons to answer further questions about all of this. I mean, that's simply not going to happen, is it?
Doesn't look like it. James Cartledge was back in the Commons a little earlier this afternoon and raised a point of order. It's basically a way that MPs can stand up outside of the normal kind of diaried bits in the Commons and ask a question to the Speaker about the order of the day, about how the day is shaping up, essentially, or whether someone is out of order. It's supposed to be a technical thing, but it tends to be used by MPs to make points, as James Cartledge has when he stood up the middle of the afternoon and said, has the government said that they'll come back and make a statement? And the Speaker said no. So it's in the government's gift to do that. It would be up to the government whether they wanted to come back. It's too late to put in an urgent question, which is the way that the opposition tends to drag ministers to the dispatch box. And of course, if we don't get that today, and because it's a Wednesday, I think they'll sit until usually 6, 7 o'clock, they then rise for a bit of a mini recess, a bit of a mini break, until Tuesday, I think they come back. So the earliest now, we presume anyway, unless they decide to come and do a statement at the last minute, the earliest that David Lammy will be back in the Commons answering questions from MPs on this is now Tuesday.
And he may be caught by then, of course. We don't know.
Well, I think the government would certainly hope so.
OK, Rob, thank you very much for the moment. So the breaking news this hour, the prisoner who has been released by mistake has been named 24-year-old Algerian Brahim Kaddour Sharif. Brahim Kaddour Sharif remains on the run. We'll be getting the thoughts of the Lib Dems in a couple of minutes.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
You want to talk business? Meet me in the On-Board Lounge. better. Thank you.
Welcome back. Let's get more on our breaking story this afternoon. The news that another foreign prisoner is on the run after being mistakenly released. In the last few minutes, he has been named as Brahim Kador Sharif. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October, just 5 days after the mistaken release of Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford. Well, joining me now is Max Wilkinson, Home Affairs spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats. Good to see you this afternoon. I mean, what went through your mind, presumably in the Commons, when you heard these questions coming one after the other? You must have thought something was up.
Well, it seemed like a weirdly low-key PMQs, and the same question being asked 5 times did seem to be something of an indication that maybe the opposition spokesperson, James Cartledge, knew a little bit more than was being let on. And then afterwards, of course, almost immediately after PMQs, we learned that there was something amiss. And obviously, if it wasn't such a serious set of circumstances, then it would be laughable so soon after the Hadush Kebatu incident that there was another prisoner being wrongly released, another foreign national being wrongly released. And I'm not one of those politicians who blames foreigners for everything, right? But you'd have thought that given the heightened sense of alert among the public and the debate that had been going on for the preceding days, that there might be a little bit more care applied. And of course, in the case of prisoners, they're in prison for a reason, right, to protect the public. And you would expect that the justice system would work a little better. And obviously, 6 days after he was released, finally the Met was apparently told. That is a really long period of time. So there are questions for Wandsworth to answer here. And, my understanding is that there was another mistaken release from Wandsworth prison yesterday. We've been told by the police, the Liberal Democrats have been told by the police, that a prisoner was released in error yesterday. So what was that, sort of 5-6 days after the prisoner that we're talking about today, released in error. My colleague in Woking, Will Forster, the MP there, was just briefed by the police about this. So clearly there is something fundamental that is going wrong within the justice system. Yeah. We knew the justice system wasn't working very well, and the prison system in particular was under acute pressure. But clearly the government needs to get a grip on this now.
Yeah, we'll certainly look into that, and we know that mistaken releases do happen fairly regularly, and certainly Wandsworth has had a whole set of issues, hasn't it, of late. But it's not just this government, it's not just the last government. This has been successive governments struggling with the justice system, with our prison service as well. Why is it that we can't get a handle on it?
Well, the courts are not able to deal with the volume of cases that are going through, right? So at the start, you end up with loads of prisoners who might be dangerous prisoners who are on remand, and they're gumming up the system. And one of the things we know that happened last summer, of course, is that maybe the Conservatives were forced to call an election earlier than they wanted to because there was a date that was set in future at which they thought the prisons would be full and they would have to release dangerous prisoners and there would be no capacity left at all. And of course, there is a fundamental issue here that we do not have enough prison places to accommodate the number of people who are currently in prison and being jailed. There was some legislation going through Parliament last week about how to deal with that. But the fundamental question that we've got to answer today is why is it that even though we knew that Hadush Kebatu had been released and there was a seriously high-profile case, a high-profile manhunt here in London that impacted Chelmsford as well, so soon afterwards, Wandsworth Prison released someone in error. And then yesterday, again, someone was released in error. What are the processes that are going so badly wrong that prisons keep doing this?
And what are the extra stringent checks we're told that were put in place that clearly aren't working?
Yeah, indeed. There is apparently a mathematical formula that is used to work out what a prisoner's release date needs to be. Well, is it someone just sitting there with a calculator, punching in some numbers and getting it wrong? What is it that happens when they actually release somebody? Is it a mistaken identity case? You'd have hoped not, given how closely prisoners are supposed to be monitored when they're inside. There are so many questions to be asked here, but fundamentally, the government needs to be asking itself some really difficult questions about what's happened. And also, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, today, he needs to be coming back to the Commons before we rise for recess today to answer some pretty difficult questions, because there are questions about what he knew and why he wasn't able to give clear answers in Prime Minister's questions earlier on. And also, what are the outcomes that are going to come from any review that the government is making of this kind of process? Because it does seem to be one shambles after another. We knew the justice system was in a mess when the current government took over. We know that the Conservatives left a huge backlog of court cases and that there were not enough prison places to accommodate the number of prisoners that we have. But that doesn't mean that this government gets a free pass, and particularly what we saw today in the Commons. It looked weird, it felt weird, and then what we know subsequently, it reveals that it was a bit weird, and it would be laughable if it wasn't such a serious set of circumstances.
OK, we are out of time. Max Wilkinson, Home Affairs spokesperson for the Lib Dems. Thank you very much indeed. The breaking news this hour: the Algerian man mistakenly released from HMP Wandsworth has been named as Brahim Kador Sharif. Plenty more. You're watching Sky News Today. It's 4 o'clock. The headlines. The Justice Secretary says he's absolutely outraged and appalled after another foreign prisoner is released by mistake just 2 days after new, tighter regulations came into effect. It comes after David Lammy had been repeatedly asked in the Commons whether any other foreign offenders had been freed in error since the release of Hadush Kebatu.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly.
Also this hour, the father of Axel Rudakabana tells the inquiry into the murders of 3 girls in Southport that he's desperately sorry and expects some responsibility for the killings. 2 people are in intensive care after a car is driven into pedestrians on a French holiday island near Bordeaux. And Donald Trump's worst nightmare is elected mayor of New York. We are due to hear from Zoran Mamdani live this hour. Hello, a very good afternoon. Another foreign prisoner is at large after being mistakenly released from prison. The error at HMP Wandsworth in South London happened on the 29th of October. Sky News understands the prisoner is an Algerian national called Brahim Kador Sharif. He was freed just 5 days after the high-profile mistaken release of convicted paedophile Hadush Kebatu from HMP Chelmsford, and 2 days after release rules were tightened. Well, the news broke just after Prime Minister's questions when the deputies were standing in, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary David Lammy was repeatedly asked if he knew of any other releases in error. The Lib Dems have demanded Mr Lammy returns to Parliament today. He has since issued a statement saying he's outraged and appalled by what's happened. Well, we'll hear those exchanges from Prime Minister's questions in a moment, but first, here's the latest from our national correspondent, Tom Parminter.
This Algerian 24-year-old inmate was being held at HMP Wandsworth in South London and was released in error on Wednesday, the 29th of October. Now, that's just a few days after the farcical release of Hadush Kebatu at Chelmsford Prison, but in the relation to the one at Wandsworth on Wednesday, the 29th of October, the police have told us that they weren't actually informed about this offender being at large until yesterday, on the 4th of November. So there's almost a week there between the guy being let out of prison and the police being told that he is at large, perhaps in London, perhaps he is far further afield by this point, 6 days later. It really is quite staggering that it can happen, and that it can happen at the time when there is such intense scrutiny on the prison service, on these releases that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, promised would be tightened up in the wake of that episode around Hadush Kebatu, the Ethiopian sex offender who has now been deported from the country. But you'll remember that in that case, he actually was released from Chelmsford Prison, went back into the office 5 or 6 times, said, look, I don't know where I should be going. What have you done? Why have I been released? And even then, a prison member of staff directed him to a train station to get a train to London, thus provoking a manhunt around the capital. So to have another second high-profile case in such short succession to that Hadush Kebatu story is just mind-boggling, really, as to what on earth is going on within the prison service. I understand that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, did know about this release before he stood up in the Commons and was pressed on the issue by the Conservatives. The answers that he gave were very unspecific. They were more around the state of the prison service that the Labour government inherited, and he didn't answer the question from the Conservatives. But this second release of a foreign offender is just something that will lead to exasperation, I think, across the country, that this is still happening, even though they have that knowledge of just how much this can kind of affect them politically and the damage that it does to their reputation. And still it happens, and it speaks really to the level of difficulty and inexperience among many staff in the prison service, the level of investment that means that these mistakes keep happening and obviously needs to be urgently addressed. But also, you now have a search for an offender, a 24-year-old Algerian. Perhaps the Metropolitan Police will release more details when they decide the timing is right as to the name of this guy and any possible sightings. Sky News understands that he was in prison.
Well, the new mayor of New York is about to address the public and the press, Zoran Mamdani, saying that he will begin preparing to implement his affordability agenda, while also seeking to persuade sceptical New Yorkers that no matter what your politics, we are all facing the same issues. Let's listen in.
Good morning, New York. Last night, we made history. And I'm so proud to be standing here today as the mayor-elect of the greatest city in the world. Over 2 million New Yorkers cast their ballots. Whether they were the more than million who supported this campaign or the others who supported someone else, or whether they felt too disappointed by the political process to participate at all, I will work every day to honor the trust that I now hold. The poetry of campaigning may have come to a close last night at 9, but the beautiful prose of governing has only just begun. The hard work of improving New Yorkers' lives starts now. That process begins with transition. In the coming months, I and my team will build a city hall capable of delivering on the promises of this campaign. We will form an administration that is in equal parts capable and compassionate, driven by integrity, and willing to work just as hard as the millions of New Yorkers who call this city home. And central to that effort is a transition team that is defined by the excellence New Yorkers will soon come to expect from government. Our team will be directed by Ilana Leopold, whose roots in this city extend back to her grandmother running the trams on Roosevelt Island. She has extensive experience in city government and has been a key part of our campaign to become the next mayor of this city. And it will be led by our formidable co-chairs, former Federal Trade Commissioner Chair Lena Khan, former First Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, United Way President and CEO Grace Bonilla, and former Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services Melanie Hartzog. Over the coming days, we'll start announcing the leaders who will implement our agenda. People like deputy mayors, who oversee entire areas of government, and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. Some of these people will have familiar names, others will not. What will unite them will be a commitment to solving old problems with new solutions. We will cast a wide net. We will speak to the organizers on the front lines of the fight to improve our city, government veterans with proven track records, policy experts from around the country and the world, and working people who know better than anyone what their neighborhoods need. Throughout this campaign, I have worked hard to be accessible and transparent with New Yorkers. That same spirit will animate this transition and the city hall we build, because New Yorkers deserve a government that they can trust. And on January 1st, when our city celebrates the inauguration of a new administration, let us also celebrate a new era for our city, one that we all feel invested in and whose success we all work to achieve. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Ilana Leopold to deliver a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ilana Leopold, and I'm very honored to serve as the Executive Director of Mayor-elect Mamdani's leadership team. I want to thank Zoran for his faith in me, both on the campaign trail and in this next exciting chapter of this movement. As a third-generation New Yorker raised in Mitchell-Lama housing and educated at CUNY, I bring to this work a deep appreciation for the city's promise and a commitment to expanding it for others. I love this city deeply, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to help shape its future. I'm also expecting a child soon, and so I want the future that she inherits to be one of possibility and opportunity. And I want my new family, like so many others, to be able to rely on the universal child care that Zoran campaigned on. I know from firsthand experience that no one will fight harder for New Yorkers than Zoran. He has the vision and ambition necessary to drive down the cost of living so that families like mine can afford to live in the city we've built. I cannot wait to help our next mayor build a government for and by all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grace Bonilla, and I am excited to be with all of you today. I want to congratulate Mayor-elect Mamdani on his historic victory in a campaign that captured the imagination of so many and centered the needs of working New Yorkers as a North Star. I'm honored to be part of a transition team and eager to work with you to build an administration that will work tirelessly to ensure working New Yorkers can finally afford to live and raise their families in the city that they love. As a native of Queens and a daughter of Ecuadorian immigrants who has dedicated my career to fighting for vulnerable New Yorkers, this appointment means a lot to me, particularly at a time when our immigrant communities and the people I serve are under attack. As we stand here today, 1.8 million New York City residents are without benefits to feed themselves and their families because of the inactions from the federal government. I am confident that Mayor-elect will always stand by New Yorkers and fight against any federal encroachment and that target the programs our neighbors need to survive. I look forward to helping him to build working to build an effective government that keeps every New Yorker safe, healthy, housed, and built on the promise of our city and the brilliance of our people. Ahora en español. Ante todo, quiero felicitar al alcalde electo Mamdani por su victoria histórica y por una campaña que cautivó a tantos y que le dio prioridad a las necesidades de los neoyorquinos luchando por sobrevivir en esta ciudad. Estoy muy orgullosa de formar parte de su equipo de transición y estoy lista para trabajar con usted para construir una administración que se esfuerza incansablemente para garantizar que todos los neoyorquinos puedan finalmente vivir y criar a sus familias en esta ciudad que tanto amamos. En este preciso momento, 1.8 millones...
Well, Zoran Mamdani has been introducing his new executive team who are speaking currently in Spanish. The Mayor-elect of New York said the hard work of improving New Yorkers' lives starts now. He said he wants an administration that is capable and compassionate. I've worked hard, he said, to be accessible and transparent. We owe it to this city to be ready on January the 1st to start delivering, he said. He also went on to say we have 57 days, and those are 57 days to start to do the work of preparing for January the 1st to hit the ground running. I'm looking forward to delivering a city where New Yorkers can expect more from their leaders. Let's hear from other members of his team.
And I'm so excited to be with you all today. I first want to start off by congratulating our Mayor-elect Mamdani on an impressive and amazing campaign and victory last night. In my day job, I lead the New York Foundling, one of the city's largest and oldest social service organizations. I previously served across 2 administrations as the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Deputy Commissioner for the Administration for Children's Services, among other roles. There's one thing I've been reminded of in this work, time and time again. It all comes down to economics. Paying your rent, putting food on the table, taking care of your kids. That's what New Yorkers care deep down about, and that's what the Mayor-elect has so successfully tapped into. It's my honor to join the Mayor-elect and this incredible group of women who epitomize public service to make sure that we bring the very best, brightest, and most principled people to deliver for our fellow New Yorkers on this moment of promise. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all. I want to start off by just congratulating our Mayor-elect Mamdani on an incredible victory and a just remarkable campaign this last year. I think what we saw last night was New Yorkers not just electing a new mayor, but clearly rejecting a politics where outsized corporate power and money too often end up dictating our politics, and a clear mandate for change where New Yorkers can get ahead and where all workers and small businesses can thrive, not just get by. I think what we saw through the campaign was an operation that showed extraordinary discipline, rigor, talent, and I know that Zoran has the vision and courage to make sure that we can actually deliver. It's such an honor to get to be part of his transition team, and I'm so excited to work with the co-chairs to make sure that we're building an administration that can hit the ground running on day one and deliver for all New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Torres Springer, and first and foremost, I want to congratulate the Mayor-elect on his extraordinary victory last night, and on building a campaign for and by the people. I'm so thrilled to join his transition team of extraordinary women, by the way, and help ensure that his administration is ready to govern boldly and effectively on day one. As the daughter of immigrants who believed in the promise of this country, and as a proud New Yorker who loves and believes deeply in this city, I have so admired the way the mayor-elect ran a campaign that reminded us that home is both our greatest challenge and the greatest hope for our future. I remain deeply proud of the work that I did across 3 mayoral administrations to make our city more affordable and more just. This has been my life's work. And I'm eager to bring that experience, all of the lessons learned, what worked, what didn't, to help the mayor-elect achieve early, tangible wins for New Yorkers. Despite the headwinds we face as a city and as a country, the mayor-elect has truly rekindled something very powerful: our shared faith in New York's capacity to do big things and to dream boldly. Importantly, he and I share an undimmed belief in government's capacity to deliver for working people, an undimmed belief in public servants' capacity to not just meet, not even just exceed, but defy expectations. So thank you, Mayor-elect, for this opportunity. I look forward to helping you build an administration that gets to work joyfully and urgently.
Well, we'll return to that press conference once the new mayor begins to speak one more time. Rob Powell joining me for a very good reason. More breaking news this afternoon. You'll know that a manhunt is currently underway for an Algerian convicted sex offender wrongly released from Wandsworth prison last week. Well, we have had it confirmed that Wandsworth released by mistake another prisoner, this time on Monday. The Surrey police have released the following appeal. We need help in finding 35-year-old William Smith, who goes by the name Billy, after he was released in error from HMP Wandsworth on Monday. We're trying to locate him, carrying out a number of inquiries. Smith was sentenced to 45 months for multiple fraud offences at Croydon Crown Court on Monday, during which he appeared via live video link from Wandsworth. He's described as white, bald and clean-shaven, last seen wearing a navy long-sleeve jumper with a Nike brand tick across the front in white, a navy blue tracksuit bottoms with a Nike tick in white on the left pocket and black trainers. He has links to Woking but could be anywhere in Surrey. Rob, it's almost unbelievable, isn't it? Yet another prisoner released in error, this time on Monday, despite the government saying that they were bringing in stringent new checks. David Lammy taking it upon himself to make sure that this didn't happen again. And yet, this breaking news in the last couple of minutes?
I guess if we look at the figures across the year, it's, I guess, to be expected, because the figures are high. 262 people released by mistake in 2024-25. And then even in the years before, they're lower, but you're still looking at 87, 71 figures. That's still, what, 1 every 4 or 5 days. So in that context, you know, this is probably been happening. Well, we know it has been happening because of those figures for a very long time, but I guess we're looking at it now. We're covering it. We're the attention, the focus, the spotlight is on it, which is why we're sort of making it more obvious, I guess. But I think that is crucial. That all of this happened after the escape, or not even the escape, the release, the mistaken release in Chelmsford, at a time when the government had said that extra checks, extra stringency was being brought in to prevent it happening again. But look, both of these, this release and the release that was brought up previously and talked about in Prime Minister's questions, both happened at HMP Wandsworth in South London. You had Ian Aitchison on a little bit earlier, who used to work in a security role at HMP Wandsworth, and said that when he first heard about this escape, he thought, well, if it's going to happen again, it's going to happen at Wandsworth. I remember covering the escape, and it wasn't an escape this time, of Daniel Khalif, the guy that basically clung to the underside of a truck and got out of Wandsworth. And at the time, there were stats that showed that a very high percentage of prison officers that were due on shift that day simply didn't turn up. So there are clearly acute staffing problems there, and that could be part of the reason why we now have these 2 cases of mistaken release that have gone on there. And that really does point at the wider structural problems around resourcing, around experience of staff in these prisons. And I think it's that for all of the politics around this, which is important as well, it's that which the government really needs to get a grip on too.
We heard from the former head of security at Wandsworth a bit earlier saying exactly that. Morale is rock bottom, huge issues with staffing and funding. So another prisoner on the run this afternoon, 35-year-old William Smith, who was released by mistake from HMP Wandsworth. Rob, thank you very much. We're going to return to that news conference in New York. The new mayor of New York announced last night. Our US correspondent, James Matthews, has just put a question to him.
Zoran, what does your victory say to the Democratic Party and to Donald Trump?
Obviously, the members of your transition team expand different roles.
Excuse me, Dora.
I look forward to being the mayor for every person that calls this city home. That includes the Jewish New Yorkers that voted for our campaign and those that didn't. My responsibility is to all 8.5 million New Yorkers, and we chose this location as a reflection of the borough that I serve and the fact that we are proud to be known as the world's borough. And for far too long, that embrace of so much of what makes New York City special, so much of what makes it the place that we are proud to call it our home, it has been missing in our leaders in this city. And I am excited to be the first immigrant to lead this city in generations, and excited more, frankly, to deliver on an agenda of affordability alongside these incredible co-chairs for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
Right here, sorry, we're going to go to Josie right here.
And to Donald Trump.
Just 2 quick questions. Mayor Eric Adams just announced.
We're rejoining that news conference live with Zoran Mamdani saying he is willing to implement his affordability agenda while also seeking to persuade those sceptical New Yorkers that no matter what your politics, we're all facing the same issues.
The mayor is seemingly unsatisfied with a record of raising rents by more than 12% on more than 2 million New Yorkers, and has gone so far as to consider appointing someone to the Rent Guidelines Board who is known for being a star, I think, on a show called Selling New York. And in many ways, that's the description of what he wants to do over these next few months. I continue to believe in the importance of delivering relief for the 8.5 million people who love this city, who live in this city, but cannot afford to continue to be here. And last night I spoke of Wesley, an 1199 organizer that I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital less than a week ago. And as I asked him how long it took him to get to work, he told me 2 hours. I asked him, where were you coming from? He told me Pennsylvania. That, for many New Yorkers, is now the reality, where they have to live elsewhere because they can't afford to live in the place that they love. And that has to be our compass in guiding the work that we do to ensure that we can make this a city that is livable and make this a city that finally turns the page on an era of big money and small ideas.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll go to Holly right here. The Democratic Socialists of America have been a huge supporter for you, a huge part of your campaign. Will they have a role in your transition?
I am looking forward to having every member of my coalition being a part of our transition. The transition will be guided by the work that we need to do, and the coalition that brought me to this point has done an immense amount of work and has also been leading in the fight for dignity for working class New Yorkers.
James Matthews from Sky News with Tell me,
I
what do you think the lesson is, your victory for the Democratic Party and for Donald Trump?
Well, first, I just have to say I've spent many days in my youth watching the transfer window close, final hours on Sky News, so it's a pleasure to have you here.
What's your team?
Yeah, I'm an Arsenal fan. I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory last night for the Democratic Party, which has been slow to approach immigration, and what's the lesson for Donald Trump?
I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. This is a president who ran a campaign on the promise of cheaper groceries, and now, as was said by one of our co-chairs, has gone so far as to cut SNAP benefits for close to 2 million New Yorkers. Someone who is literally making it harder to afford those same groceries whose price he was decrying not that long ago. And what scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness. And I try to keep my focus similar to that cover on the New Yorker where the world ends at New Jersey, and thinking about what this means for our city instead of for our nation. And I will tell you that for our city, what left me with such great hope last night were the stories from so many New Yorkers who had never voted before, who had lost hope in politics years ago. And to stand here before you, having received over 1 million votes, in an election that saw turnout the likes of which we haven't seen since 1969. It shows that politics, once again, is offering more than just a settling for the crumbs that are not able to meet the needs of so many families across the city. We are finally offering a vision that can meet the scale of the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I also have 2 questions for you.
Please.
The first is about business here in New York City. Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan Chase, one of the largest employers here in the city. I know you've spoken with him. Do you have a message for him today? Will you meet with him again? And what might that meeting look like? My second question is about PADL and its leadership. Jonathan Greenblatt said this morning that he did not feel you had done enough during this campaign to make sure that Jewish New Yorkers feel safe. The ADL today has launched what they're calling Mamdani Tracker to track your administration and I guess its performance on that front. So, same question. Have you spoken to him? Will you meet with him? And what do you make of this initiative that the ADL is launching?
I look forward, I'll first answer your first question, then I'll go to your second. I look forward to meeting with Jamie Dimon and meeting with anyone who is concerned about the future of our city and is invested in the vitality of that same city. And these are not very different from the conversations I had over the course of this campaign with many business leaders who, while we may have disagreements on fiscal policy, we also found many areas of agreement as to what the city actually needed. And I think it is critically important that we start to embody a style of leadership that does not demand agreement across every single issue in order to even have a conversation. We need to be able to deliver for New Yorkers, and that means to meet New Yorkers, even those with whom we have any disagreements. So I look forward to having those kinds of meetings, be it with Jamie Dimon or be it with other business leaders, and continuing to show that our affordability agenda is an agenda that would also benefit businesses across the city. Because what I've heard from many of those same business leaders is that the inability for city government and state government to provide universal childcare has led to businesses sometimes having to provide stipends to their own employees given the expense of that childcare. Makes sense because childcare in this city costs an average of $22,500 a year, which is a burden that many families cannot bear. And I also look forward to streamlining the regulations within city government. I'm someone who believes deeply in the public sector, believes deeply in public regulation, and I also believe if I cannot give you an answer as to why regulation exists, then it likely doesn't have a good reason to exist any longer. And that extends to when a restaurant owner told me of the $25 a year he has to pay the city for the right to sell a frozen dessert. And it also extends to the way in which we fine and fee small businesses across the city, which is why we've committed to cutting that in half. And I have not spoken to Jonathan Greenblatt. I take the issue of anti-Semitism incredibly seriously. And last night in my speech, I spoke about how my city hall will stand steadfast with Jewish New Yorkers in fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism across this city and making that clear in the actions that we deliver on from January 1st. And I look forward to working with Jewish leaders across this city, whether they be elected officials, whether they be rabbis, whether they be community leaders, to deliver on the promise of not just protecting Jewish New Yorkers, but celebrating and cherishing them in this same city. I think that anyone is free to catalog the actions of our administration. I have some doubts in Jonathan's ability to do so honestly, given that he previously said I had not visited any synagogues, only to have to correct himself.
Hi, Mayor-elect. Obviously, I have two questions as well.
Yes, yes. Yes. It's a 2-for-1 day.
Oh, yeah, a little more interesting. So, on President Trump and on delivering real, tangible results, as you alluded to last night with your new era, as Maria Torres-Springer just said, how do you balance, or have you given thought to balancing combating President Trump and not getting lost in that fight where you are not delivering the campaign promises? And second, I'm just curious, kind of in the quiet hours of last night, you got off stage, you went home, maybe you were sitting by yourself, maybe it was just you and your wife. I'm wondering what those sort of thoughts in your head were in those quiet moments after this sort of enormous accomplishment and the weight of what's about to come your way.
It's very funny. Everyone is asking two very different questions. I'm trying to strike the right tone between all of them. New Yorkers are facing twin crises in this moment: an authoritarian administration and an affordability crisis. And it'll be my job to deliver on both. It'll be my job to stand up for the city and also to ensure that we do not look at Washington, D.C. as if it is the reason for all of the problems right here in New York City. Many of the issues we are speaking about, they predate President Trump. They are issues that for too long we have turned a blind eye to, or we have sought to rationalize or normalize. And what I'm so excited by in looking at these incredible women who will be leading our transition is a track record of being able to handle multiple crises at the same time. Crises which so often for others might be the only focus. For so many of the people on this stage, they were one of many. And these are the crises of cost, these are the crises of conviction, these are the crises that have come to describe much of our politics. And I find immense confidence in the fact that we are already building a team that has shown its ability to deliver and that will continue to show that over the next 57 days and beyond. I cannot tell you that I had many quiet moments between last night and this morning, but some things that I have been left with, whether it was in sitting with my wife or with close members of my team without whom none of this would have been possible, is the sense of hope that New Yorkers have. When I left the venue yesterday evening, there were hundreds of New Yorkers waiting outside. And so many of them were young New Yorkers. So many of them, it may have been their first vote they were ever eligible to cast. And in their eyes and in their shouts and in their screams, I heard the potential for what our politics could be. And it's a potential for New Yorkers to not only be able to see themselves in those that lead them, but more importantly, to see their struggles. And just before this, I heard from an immigrant rights advocate who said that the moment that made her whole in the speech that I shared was when I spoke about the city as being one that was built by immigrants, that was powered by immigrants, and now that will be led by an immigrant. I think for too long, many New Yorkers have been told that there are only places in the shadows. And it is incredibly exciting to stand here alongside these leaders to embrace the light that the future will hold for all of us in this city. Yes. Thank you very much. Gracias.
One of the things that we're seeing is that many Hispanics went to you in the last few weeks after leaving Governor Cuomo with the hope that you would actually advocate for them with President Trump. Do you see that happening anytime soon? Will you actually be holding the fact that you actually do dialogue with him as the White House reaches out to you at all to congratulate you? And if not, are you even considering calling President Trump when it's
The White House hasn't reached out to congratulate me. I continue to be interested in having a conversation with President Trump on the ways in which we could work together to serve New Yorkers, whether that be delivering on his campaign promises around cost of living or the many issues that New Yorkers have been sharing with me about the drastic impacts that the legislation that President Trump has ushered through Washington will mean for them and their lives. And too often we understand these impacts solely at an individual level, but if we just speak a little bit more about SNAP benefits, these are not just affecting the close to 2 million New Yorkers who are on SNAP, these also affect the grocery stores across our city. There were a number of mom and pop owned grocery stores that spoke to me about the fact that in the Bronx, SNAP revenues make up more than a quarter of all of their revenue. And this has the impact of decimating their ability to keep their doors open. And so I look forward to having those conversations and to making clear that if there is ever anything to be spoken about that could benefit the people of the city, I am ready and willing to speak to anyone about it. But if it is a conversation to come at the expense of those people, then I will fight that idea tooth and nail, because my job is to serve this city. When I speak about Trump-proofing this city, I speak about protecting those with the least from the consequences of a man with the most power in this country. It is in part a reference to the need to ensure that any fight for additional revenue is one that also looks to try and protect those same New Yorkers from these kinds of cuts to the greatest extent that we can. And it's also a commitment to ensure that so many of the storied parts of city government return back to the moments where they were on the front lines of fighting for dignity and civil rights, and I think specifically of our city's law department. This is a law department that, when you think of the seminal civil rights cases of this country, they were there. And yet today it has 200 fewer lawyers than it did before COVID. This is an example of a lack of interest from an administration in ensuring that we are investing in the tools that have been proven to protect those same New Yorkers. And I will not mince my words when it comes to President Trump. I will continue to describe his actions as they are, and I will also always do so while leaving a door open to have that conversation, because it cannot be understood as if it is an argument between two individuals. I am looking to lead this entire city, and everything that I do must be to the benefit of this city, and I look forward to delivering for that same city.
Yeah, I'll be right here.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, how's it going on?
So after your win last night, a lot of critics went to our comment section in the social media newsroom we run, saying, talk to the Mamdani supporters in 6 months, see how they feel. Talk to them in a year, see how bad it's going to get. Do you have any comments on how those folks are reacting and how you're going to improve?
Well, first I'd say we've come a long way since that conversation in Astoria Park, and it's lovely to see you here. You know, I think there were many who said similar things when we launched our campaign on October 23rd. Talk to the campaign in 6 months, talk to the campaign in a year, see where they are. And what we've shown is that the hunger, the dedication, the commitment to excellence and delivering in the ways in which we have been told are impossible, this is what will typify our efforts. It has thus far. This is what will describe them moving forward. And the passion, as Maria had said, of an undimmed potential for government to meet the needs of working people across this city, that is something that we fully intend to deliver on. These were not words that were shared as a means by which to inspire people for the purpose of an election. These were commitments that were made that we intend to deliver on to ensure that New Yorkers can live in the city they call home. I'm sorry, could you come a little closer or speak a little louder?
How do you respond to reports that hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers could leave the city now and secondly, I'm just curious, when you got the news and they called the race for you last night, how did you celebrate? What did you do? What was the first thing you ate? How did you celebrate at home?
I think the first thing I did was drink some water, and it took a moment for it to settle in. And when it did, oftentimes this job is described with the language of burden, responsibility, pressure. And those things are true. But what is lost is opportunity. And that is really what I felt in that moment when this race was called, the opportunity we have to deliver for people who have come to expect so little from the politics of their city. And that is an opportunity that is at the heart of what motivates me each and every day. And I look forward to fulfilling the trust that was put in me by the more than 1 million New Yorkers who voted for our campaign, and also by New Yorkers who've had concerns or skepticism. I don't begrudge them, because they were subject to tens of millions of dollars in attack ads that told them the thing that should keep them up at night was me, when in fact what I've heard from New Yorkers that the thing that keeps them up at night is the cost of rent, of groceries, of childcare. And so I look forward to earning their trust as well, because my vision of success is not that those who are skeptical leave this city, it's that those who are skeptical stay here in this city, and that we build a city that has room for even more to join us. Because this is a city that has to grow, this is a city that has to thrive, and the way that we will do so is by bringing an excellence back into City Hall, where it becomes the expectation, not the exception. Oh, incredible. My first day in City Hall will look like my last day. It will be focused on the cost of living crisis. It will be focused on delivering for the New Yorkers who have been priced out of this city. 1 in 4 New Yorkers currently living in poverty across the 5 boroughs. And what excites me so much about being on the stage alongside these incredible leaders is that this is not a job that can be done alone. This is not a job that can be done by one person with one vision. It is a job that must be done by a team that is united in purpose in fulfilling the agenda that we ran on, an agenda of affordability. And for too long, we have heard from politicians who have told us what they can't do, and in reality, what they mean to say is what they won't do. And I'm excited to prove that making people's lives better is not simply an ideal, it is something that we can fulfill in the day-to-day work of our administration.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Governor Hochul has had sort of a good working relationship with Trump, even though she's been very rhetorically hot against him sometimes. Do you think there's anything you can learn from her style of dealing with him, and have you talked to her about that already?
I think the governor has set a very good example for what it can look like to both keep a door open to speak with anyone about anything that could serve the interests of the people of this state, while also refusing to sacrifice those same people for the purpose of maintaining a relationship. And that is exactly the approach that I will take, is when President Trump wants to do something that will benefit this city, I will be there to say as much. But if he is looking to persecute or prosecute or punish the people of this city by virtue of who they are or where they live or where they came from, then I will fight him on that. I think too often we have had a style of leadership that seeks to put oneself before the people that you're looking to serve, and my City Hall will do the opposite.
Yeah, Mayor, congratulations. Also, just one question.
Thank you.
So, knowing that there is such a microscope on how you are going to live up to all these promises, on who you're surrounding yourself with, the fact that this is your first day after the election, that this is what you want to do, this is the group that you wanted to announce, whether it's the fact that they're all women, whether it's different backgrounds, but a lot of them coming from a social services or a charity background or something like that. Was there a certain message specifically that you wanted to send with this group as team now?
You know, this is a group that exemplifies the excellence I've long spoken about. It is an excellence that New Yorkers have seen across multiple mayoral administrations. It is an excellence that they have seen at the federal level. And it's an excellence that has been displayed amidst a conviction of what government can and should and must do for New Yorkers. And I'm excited by the prospect of them leading this transition to deliver for those same New Yorkers. And I also am clear with the more than 100,000 volunteers who brought me to this point, with the more than 1 million New Yorkers who voted for our campaign, that the work does not end with an election. In fact, it continues until we deliver this agenda. And that delivery will be something that we do over weeks and months and years. And it will be something that we will take immensely seriously, because it is a delivery that will fulfill the hope that so many have put in us. Could we do the first one? I'll answer, then we go to the second one? Perfect.
So I know on the website you're fundraising for
Yes.
Mark
thank you for the question. It's transition2025.com. And, you know, there were a few months ago where I told supporters across the city to stop donating. And today I am asking them to start once again. And I am asking them to do so because of the fact that a transition that can meet the moment of preparing for January 1st is one that will require staff, it will require research, it will require infrastructure. And those are things that we will have to provide. And I'm excited for the fact that it will be funded by the very people who brought us to this point, the working people who have been left behind by the politics of the city.
Second question, really quick. I know you were a little big on reporting on year one. Will you move out of Queens where you are right now and move into the Upper East Side or Riverside, Mansion, Graceland, and if so, when and if not, why not?
I did get a text from my super late this night. Look, I have been told time and time again, and I've embraced it, to not measure the drapes. And here I am the day after being asked to use a ruler. And I will tell you that my focus right now is on the transition team. I will speak with my wife. I will think about this further, but when I have something to share, it will be done so publicly. Andrew Cuomo did it.
Okay. Two questions again. The first one, has the mayor or anyone invited you to City Hall? Do you have plans to go to City Hall to meet with him in the coming days?
The mayor has not invited me as yet to go to City Hall, but I look forward to having those conversations about the transition.
And for the last 4 years, we've heard a lot about Brooklyn. They've got the leaders in the House and Senate, the mayor, all sorts of power. Is Queens having its moment? I mean, we spoke about this a little bit standing here. Like, is this borough on top now?
You know, I don't see it as a question of which borough is on top. I am looking to serve every single one of the 5 boroughs. And in each of these boroughs, I find so much of the inspiration of the work that we have to do in City Hall. And I'm also proud to represent Queens in the state legislature. I'm proud to be a resident and an assembly member for Astoria and for Long Island City. And I'm proud that we are standing here today in the world's borough to embrace what gives so much meaning as to what it means to be a New Yorker here in this moment today. This guy's trying to get me to go against other boroughs. Unbelievable. Where's the suit? To see you. I appreciated Bill Ackman's tweet and the sentiment of it, and I will continue to have conversations with anyone who is committed to the welfare of this city, the vitality of this city, and those are the conversations I will have over the next 57 days and beyond.
So we'll leave the New York City Mayor-elect there, Zoran Mamdani, to bring you an update on our breaking news this afternoon. The Met Police have just issued another statement regarding that prisoner who was released by mistake last week. They've released an image of him, which we'll bring you momentarily. The police say an urgent police investigation is underway to locate a prisoner released in error from HMP Wandsworth last week. The Met was informed of the release shortly after 1 o'clock yesterday and immediately deployed officers to begin a search. We can confirm that the released prisoner is 24-year-old Brahim Kador Sharif, who is an Algerian national. He is also known to use other variations of his name, including Ibrahim. He is believed to have links to Tower Hamlets and is also known to frequent the Westminster area. We are aware of reporting that Sharif is a registered sex offender and can confirm that is accurate. He was convicted in November 2024 of indecent exposure relating to an incident in March that year. He was sentenced to an 18-month community order and placed on the sex offenders register for 5 years. Now, Commander Paul Trevors is overseeing the investigation. He has said it's just over 24 hours since we were informed of Sharif's release. We launched an immediate manhunt and urgent inquiries have been ongoing since. Sharif has had a 6-day head start, but we are working urgently to close the gap and establish his whereabouts. We will continue to use all the means at our disposal, but we are also appealing for the public's help to find him. We have seen in the very recent past how important alert members of the public reporting sightings can be. To assist with that effort, we've released an image, as you can see on your screen now, of Sharif and body-worn video footage from an arrest in September this year. Anyone who sees Sharif is asked not to approach him, but to call 999 immediately. And that is the first image we have had of the man released by mistake from Wandsworth Prison. Our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, is at the prison for us this evening. Tom, as expected, really, not only a name being released, but quite a lot of detail about this man's past and his conviction, and, of course, that photograph of him.
Yes, clearly a very embarrassing situation for the government, for the prison authorities here at Wandsworth, where he was released in error. And this manhunt is now a police priority. But they say in that statement that they have a 6-day gap, but where they weren't notified of the fact that he was missing, and we've not still had a coherent answer as to why there was that gap between him leaving the prison on the 29th of October and the Met Police being informed about that on the 4th of November. So 6 days that this man has had. As you heard in that statement, he is a registered sex offender, and there is a great deal of concern as to where he is, known to have links to Tower Hamlets in East London and also known to frequent the Westminster area. But in 6 days, an offender obviously can be almost anywhere. And so the police dealing with that particular manhunt, we also know and can share with you tonight that there was another release from Wandsworth Prison by mistake on Monday of this week. And this is now a case that Surrey police are examining, the case of William Smith, also known as Billy Smith, who again was released in error from Wandsworth Prison. And whatever ministers say about the tightening of checks around the prison estate in the country, it just keeps happening, that they keep releasing people incorrectly. And then, for whatever reason, with the Algerian convict, there has been this gap where the police just didn't know that this man had been released from this prison in southwest London. And now they are urging the public and issuing this quite urgent appeal to try and find this Algerian. And it really is something that is leading to a lot of questions as to what on earth is going on. The promises that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, made around those checks at prisons really aren't filtering through to the gates of the prison estate, where these mistakes just keep happening.
And Tom, reading between the lines with this statement from the Met Police, Commander Paul Trevors, who's overseeing it, says it's just over 24 hours since we were informed of Sharif's release. He has had a 6-day head start. Clearly for the police, hugely frustrating.
Yeah, I think that is a sense of huge annoyance, and that they've been put in this position. And there could be different explanations as to why there is that 6-day gap of alerting the police. It might be that the prison system didn't realise that he was missing. And it is probably an indicator of just how bad the problems are within some of our prisons. Wandsworth is a prison that does have well-documented issues around the running and effective governance of the prison. There have been other high-profile escapes. You think of Daniel Khalif, who escaped from this prison in 2023, 2 years ago, underneath a lorry. But this one was just someone, or both of these instances that we're now reporting on Sky News tonight, both of them just released in error. And we know that the figures are persistently high and have grown in recent months around these mistakes that are being made just by releasing prisoners. 262 of those incidents between March 24 and March 25. The number has grown under the Labour government, and this yet another episode in this very, very difficult issue for the government to try and reconcile to get this system working right.
OK, Tom, live for us this evening outside Wandsworth Prison. Thank you very much for the moment. So the breaking news this hour, the Met Police confirming that the man released by mistake from that prison is 24-year-old Brahim Kador Sharif. He is an Algerian national. He is also known to use other variations of his name, including Ibrahim. He's believed to have links to Tower Hamlets in London, also known to frequent the Westminster area. The police say they are aware of reporting that Sharif is a registered sex offender and say they confirm that is accurate. Convicted in November 2024 of indecent exposure relating to an incident in March that year, sentenced to 18 months community service. Police appealing to the public to report if he is seen. Mark Austin has the News Hour next.
I'm Stephen Murphy and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin. The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks. If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. We begin right now with the top stories this hour. Humiliation for the government as yet another foreign offender is accidentally released just days after tighter prison checks were supposedly brought in. Brahim Kador Sharif is a 24-year-old Algerian who is a registered sex offender. The Deputy Prime Minister says he's outraged and appalled, but avoids questions in the House of Commons.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly.
And tonight, news of yet another failure from Wandsworth Prison, with a convicted fraudster also accidentally released. Also this evening, the young left-wing politician called Trump's worst nightmare is elected mayor of New York. The father of the Southport killer, Axel Ruda-Cabana, says he is desperately sorry and accepts some responsibility for what happened. Also, the cargo plane crash in America. 10 people are now feared to have died in this fireball. And Prince William following in his mother's footsteps in Brazil ahead of the 5th annual Earthshot Prize. Good evening. It almost beggars belief. Just days after the shambles of the mistaken prison release of Hadush Kebatu, it's happened again. And it's happened despite the uproar surrounding the Kebatu case and despite new tougher checks announced by the Justice Secretary David Lammy. What's more, in the latest case, it was 6 days before the Metropolitan Police were told by Wandsworth Prison that the Algerian Brahim Kadour Sherif, a registered sex offender, had actually been released in error. It's come as another huge embarrassment to the Justice Secretary, who faced repeated questions he refused to answer about whether there had been any more foreign prisoners mistakenly released. More on that in just a moment. But first, let's go straight to Wandsworth Prison and our national correspondent, Tom Parmenter. And Tom, I'm tempted to say where to start. Let's begin with the first of these, the Algerian who has been mistakenly released. What do we know? Bring us up to date with that.
Well, there is an urgent manhunt underway for that offender, an Algerian who's 24 years old. And the Metropolitan Police in the last hour have confirmed that they were informed yesterday about his disappearance from this prison, that he was released in error, as we've seen in other high-profile cases. And it just keeps happening, this. And the government, for whatever they say and whatever they promise the public is being done, it's just not working. This Algerian was released on the 29th of October, just 2 days after the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, had promised that those checks on releases would be tightened up after the extremely high-profile case of Hadush Kebatu, who was released in error from Chelmsford prison. This one at Wandsworth in southwest London is a sex offender who was inside for different offences at the time, but is a registered sex offender as well, an Algerian man, Brahim Kadour Sherif, who is also known to use the name Ibrahim. He has links to Tower Hamlets in East London and Westminster as well. And he was convicted in November of 2024 of indecent exposure relating to an incident in March of that year. That's the sex offence that he has been previously convicted of, and he was placed on the sex offenders register for 5 years. He tonight is at large, and the Metropolitan Police were only notified of the fact that he had been released in error here yesterday. A 6-day gap that this individual has had time to perhaps travel out of the capital, perhaps travel even further. It is a very frustrating position for the Metropolitan Police, no doubt, to have been put in, and a damning indictment on what is going on inside British prisons.
Yeah, and now this second prisoner we know of, detail about him. What do we know?
As if one missing prisoner who is a sex offender wasn't bad enough, another prisoner released from here just this Monday. This is a manhunt being launched by Surrey Police because he has links to the Woking area, an offender who was inside for fraud offences by the name of William Smith. And he They are carrying out a number of inquiries, again, at pace to try and locate him. He was sentenced to 45 months for multiple fraud offences at Croydon Crown Court this Monday, during which he appeared via a live video link from inside Wandsworth Prison. For whatever reason, on the day that he was convicted, sentenced, I should say, on the day that he was sentenced via video link, he was also let out of this jail. And so Surrey police have a manhunt on for him, known as Billy Smith, with links to the Woking area. The public obviously being asked for help via both the appeals from both of those police forces that they have issued now in relation to these manhunts. A deeply embarrassing week yet again for the prison authorities to have continuing this pattern to allow prisoners just to walk out in error will just beg a belief across the country from communities who rightly are very concerned as to what those offenders might then do when they are outside of the prison walls, but also really stinging criticism of the government and their handling of this crisis for all the promises that David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, has made on this issue. They're just not filtering through to the prison gates, where, again, we have prisoners being let out, and tonight they have no idea where those two individuals are.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. So let's talk about the politics of all this. And it is, of course, a serious issue for the government and one that is not going away for the Justice Secretary. Before the news of this latest incident had been released, David Lammy faced repeated questions he refused to answer about whether there had been any more foreign prisoners released in error.
These are extremely serious crimes that we are talking about. I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
Deputy Prime Minister.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, he's the Justice Secretary. He's responsible for the justice system. He needs to take responsibility, and I'm asking him a straight question. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a clear question. Can he give an answer?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary. That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. I'm not going to pray in aid. Dame Anne Owens is a former Deputy Commissioner in London, head of the NCA. It is for her to get to the bottom of that work. Of course, we know that there have been spikes since 2021 under his watch. When did he come to this House and apologise?
So let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell. Good evening, Rob. So clearly difficult this for David Lammy. Are we any closer to knowing exactly who knew what when?
Yes, we know David Lammy did know about this when he went into Prime Minister's Questions, or Deputy Prime Minister's Questions, as it was today, as Keir Starmer is off to Brazil for the COP Climate Summit. David Lammy was told about this wrongful release, the release of Brahim Kadosh Sharif, the Algerian individual. He was told about him last night. So watching that back, that PMQ's exchange back, is interesting, knowing that in the back of David Lammy's head, he likely knew exactly what James Cartledge was getting at there, but refused to answer the question. And I think what is perplexing in a sort of political context is why, given he knew this had happened, David Lammy came out quite so punctually against the Tory front bench. He was pretty bullish, he was pretty aggressive, accusing the Tories of presiding over a similar situation when they were in office. The fact that he knew that this rather embarrassing news would likely break later in the day means I think it was ill-advised for him to be quite so punchy in the way he was at Prime Minister's questions. You do wonder whether there would have been an opportunity to put this news out ahead of that appearance, or at least for him to have answered that question with the knowledge that he knew at the time. Now, we are told by government sources that he didn't feel it was appropriate, essentially when there was a developing police situation and facts were still emerging, for him to make a statement like that. So it seems to be that he wanted to leave it to the Met to make that initial announcement and didn't feel it was his place to do it. We had other parties trying to pull David Lammy back to the Commons, or calling for him to come back to the Commons to make a statement about this afternoon. He hasn't done so. Now Parliament goes into recess, so Tuesday next week will be the first opportunity MPs have to cross-examine David Lammy about all of this. We have got some more background about the individual, the Algerian individual, Brahim Kadosh-Sharif, that was mistakenly released by HMP Wandsworth. We understand he wasn't an asylum seeker, as was suggested in that exchange in the Commons there, that actually he entered the UK legally on a visit visa in 2019, but had overstayed that visa and was in the initial stages of the deportation process. So essentially the authorities were moving to deport him from the country when he was wrongly released from Wandsworth. I think part of this is going to be about looking at the resourcing and the policy towards the prison estate over a lot longer than just the time that Labour have been in office, because we've heard from people that have worked in the prison system that have said a chronic lack of staffing and a high turnover of staff, a lack of experience, can be blamed as part of the reason for some of these accidental releases. We know recent reports into HMP Wandsworth have found that they have an acute staffing problem. A recent report showed that a prison holding close to 1,500 men was often being run by fewer than 85 officers. So there are big structural issues here as well. That doesn't detract from how politically difficult this is for the government too, though, because both of these mistaken releases came after Hadush Kebatu had been released, and when there was a allegedly beefed up, tightened up protocol for releasing prisoners, including more senior members of the prison being released, being included in any release of a foreign national offender, a new checklist being introduced. It appears in these two cases that hasn't worked. And whilst, yes, it is embarrassing for the prison service, ultimately it's incredibly embarrassing for the Justice Secretary and the government more widely as well, because they are the ones that are promising to get a grip of this sort of stuff and to essentially whip the state into shape so that it starts working again. And I think we have now in total 3 very high-profile examples of the state just not working as it should.
OK, Tom, thanks very much indeed. Rob, rather, apologies. Thank you very much indeed. Well, this is what the Deputy Prime Minister and the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, had to say. He said, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better and the public deserve answers. That is why I have already brought in the strongest checks ever to clamp down on such failures and ordered an independent investigation led by Dame Lynn Owens to uncover what went wrong. This latest incident exposes deeper flaws across the failing criminal justice system we inherited. Dame Lynn Owens' investigation will leave no stone unturned to identify these issues so we can fix them, improve safeguards and ensure the public is properly protected." Well, I'm joined now by the former Justice Secretary and Boris Johnson, Sir Robert Buckland. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. And whatever he says, and that was a long statement, David Lammy clearly has some explaining to do tonight.
Yes, I'm afraid he does. I think that it would be far better for him to say there was a developing situation that he couldn't fully comment about. That would have then, I think, dealt with his concerns about saying things that hadn't been cleared by the Metropolitan Police, but would have left everybody in no doubt that unfortunately there'd been another release in error.
Why does this keep happening? I mean, particularly after the Justice Secretary ordered new checks. Is it your view that they were not implemented in this case, or that they were and they simply weren't good enough? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you look at the trend of releases in error, they've increased dramatically in the last year or so. They were about 50 a year errors that were made consistently from about 2007 right through my time up to about last year. And it's no coincidence, because this government has decided to release a lot of prisoners in a very short order. Now, that puts huge pressure on prison staff. The churn, as they call it, of prisoners is big in a place like Wandsworth. It's taking prisoners in at the same time as releasing. And all of this has put pressure on the system, and it's no wonder that we're seeing more and more errors being made. And that's why I think the review by Dame Lynn is very important. Clearly, more senior staff have to be involved. And frankly, ministers themselves have to take responsibility as well and start to really get a grip on the release system to make themselves sure that mistakes are being minimised.
Can you help me with this? Why would a prisoner mistakenly be released? Why should the Metropolitan Police be only told 6 days after that mistaken release that it had happened?
Well, I find that extraordinary. I would have thought that as a priority that should have been made available to the Met immediately, that the mistake was identified. That needs to be examined closely. Human errors are made, and my heart does go out to individual prison officers who are under a lot of pressure. But it does open up a wider question about how it is that a simple error, a human error, perhaps a mistake in a birth date or a name or part of a name, or just a failure to cross-reference an individual with their immigration status, can lead to disasters like this. This is why in cases like this, there needs to be verification and checks made so that the public are protected to the maximum degree.
Well, here's the point. Why weren't these checks introduced, tougher checks that you've just been talking about, introduced after high-profile sex offenders were released mistakenly on your watch and then went on to offend again? Joseph McCann, December 2019, serial rapist released in error only to attack again. March 2021, another sex offender released in error to attack again. Why didn't you introduce the checks you've just been talking about then?
Well, in those particular cases, the individual wrongdoing was identified and recognised, and steps were then taken in individual cases to try and make sure there wasn't a repeat of human error. Errors will be made. What is important is that ministers, and me included, take responsibility.
Just to interrupt, sorry, errors will be made.
Let me say, Mark, I had a release system going in the COVID crisis. We released hundreds of prisoners during the COVID crisis because of vulnerability to illness. And we personally I checked each case to make sure that there wasn't a risk to the public. So I took responsibility during the COVID crisis to make sure that there wasn't a risk of reoffending. So I don't need any lectures from you or anybody about the degree of care I took to try and make sure that we minimised errors in my time in office. And I think that David Lammy's ferocity today and his approach today was not appropriate. It would have been better to be humble and acknowledge failure, as I did when these things happened, and took steps personally to try and make sure that they didn't happen again.
OK, but hang on a minute. Drones delivering drugs into prisons, people released by mistake, early releases because the prisons are so full, precious little rehabilitation. The government is right, isn't it, to blame successive Tory governments for the system they've inherited?
Well, look, I think that the system has been under pressure for many, many years. There's been, I think, understandably an increase in sentencing for serious violent and sexual offenders to keep them off the streets. What I think governments of all colours have found is that there hasn't been a sufficient emphasis upon the need to build more prisons and to get the spaces that we need in order to detain prisoners. God knows I fought a hard fight to increase funding. I achieved that and started the current prison building programme. But like a lot of programmes, it has been beset by planning issues and delays that have meant that the system is being run to a very high capacity indeed. What I think is far better than finger pointing and shouting in a party political way is for a Justice Secretary to be humble and accept that he's inherited a system that has more than its fair share of problems, and keep on making the case to the Treasury that it is more investment that we need in our prison and justice system, not less, and that the historic underfunding has to stop.
Sir Robert Buckland, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll cross to New York, where a young left-wing politician called Donald Trump's worst nightmare has been elected mayor.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Donald Trump has been reacting to a bad night for Republicans in the first major elections of his second term. He's blamed the US government shutdown and the lack of his own name on the ticket. The most stunning breakthrough by the Democrats was the victory of the left-winger Zoran Mamdani, who at just 34 will become the city's first Muslim mayor and the youngest to hold the job in more than a century. His win in New York was one of a number of victories at the ballot box for the Democrats overnight. The US president had this to say.
I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Well, our US correspondent, James Matthews, is in New York and joins me now. And I gather Mamdani has been speaking in the last hour or so.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, held a news conference here just in the shadow of the unifying sculpture, which you can see behind me, symbolises the earth. Appropriate, I suppose, for the man who would feel he has the world at his feet today in New York. He reached across society with this left-wing democratic socialist political offering, reeled in Republicans in doing so, and also, Mark, crucially, increased his vote in key communities in terms of US politics and winning elections. The black community, the Latino community, perhaps in response to what they've seen from Donald Trump, a hardening of immigration policy, ICE raids, and so on. But Mamdani, he seems to have found the formula that has been missing from the Democratic Party's offering. I spoke to him, had a question, which was interesting on a number of levels, actually. Mark, he spoke football, he spoke Sky Sports News, transfer deadline. He is a fan of a London football club, not your beloved Chelsea, I have to tell you, Mark, but have a listen to him. James Matthews from Sky News, Mr. Mamdani. Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory for the Democratic Party and for Donald Trump?
Well, first, I just have to say I've spent many days in my youth watching the transfer window close, final hours on Sky News, so it's a pleasure to have you
What's
here.
your team? What's your team?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal fan, okay.
I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory last night for the Democratic Party, your party, which has been slow to endorse you and to embrace you? And what's the lesson for Donald Trump?
I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. This is a president who ran a campaign on the promise of cheaper groceries, and now, as was said by one of our co-chairs, has gone so far as to cut SNAP benefits for close to 2 million New Yorkers. Someone who is literally making it harder to afford those same groceries whose price he was decrying not that long ago. And what scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness. And I try to keep my focus similar to that cover on the New Yorker where the world ends at New Jersey, and thinking about what this means for our city instead of for our nation. And I will tell you that for our city, what left me with such great hope last night were the stories from so many New Yorkers who had never voted before, who had lost hope in politics years ago. And to stand here before you, having received over 1 million votes in an election that saw turnout the likes of which we haven't seen since 1969, it shows that politics, once again, is offering more than just a settling for the crumbs that are not able to meet the needs of so many families across the city. We are finally offering a vision that can meet the scale of the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives.
Zoran Mamdani celebrating his victory there, Mark. As I said in my question, the Democrats, the Democratic establishment, more moderate than he is, has been slow to back him. They don't see him as a politician whose politics can win nationwide, can win in Middle America, which is where the election will be won and lost in 2028. So now I suppose they have to reach some kind of accommodation with the man, you know, who has found the winning formula. They will have to accommodate him, harness his support and success, which I have to say has electrified New York. You just have to look at the turnout figures and the breadth of support across New York society. So a conversation clearly for the Democratic Party to have with itself, a party which has been stuck in neutral for so long. Supporters of Mamdani reckon that he is the man who has found gear at last.
Yeah, well, he was a smooth talker for an Arsenal fan. James, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Miami now and Mark Stone, because Donald Trump is due to be speaking at an event there in the next hour or so. Mark, I mean, how concerned do you think President Trump will be by these results?
Well, I thought he was contrite in the clip you played of him this morning at a breakfast meeting at the White House. He seemed to recognise a few things, a few of the warning signs that are clearly there from these results, not just in New York City, but also the governor races in New Jersey and in Virginia. New Jersey stuck with the Democrats, a new Democratic governor there. Virginia flipped from the Republicans to the Democrats, now a Democratic governor there as well. And the warning signs are there in a number of areas. First of all, Hispanic voters, really very, very interesting. Remember, these are a group of people who shifted largely towards President Trump in the election last year, away from the Democrats. Well, the data that is coming out now, especially from New Jersey, where there are a large proportion of Hispanic voters, they have shifted back to the Democrats. Now, that is telling. Was it that they were just very unhappy with Kamala Harris as a candidate, or is it, in fact, as much or maybe more to do with the way Donald Trump is dealing with immigration, the ICE raids against Hispanic communities, and all the rest of it? So there's a warning sign there for Donald Trump. There is a warning sign, too, with the economy, with the shutdown. The government, remember, the federal government is still shut down. Trump seemed to acknowledge that voters are blaming the Republicans for that. So that is interesting. But I think it's also important to take a step back. Look, the Republicans were never going to win in New York City. It was always going to go Democratic. As it happens, it's gone to a Democratic socialist, far to the left of centre, to Zohran Mamdani. The same is true to a lesser extent in those other two states. More centrist Democrats have won. I do think, in a way, Donald Trump may well see Mamdani as a bit of a neat foil for him, because what it does is two things. First of all, it means that the Democrats are now going to have an almighty squabble about what form of liberalism is right for them going into the midterms, into 2028. Is it the sort of the very left-leaning form that Mamdani represents, or is it more centrist of the form that won in both New Jersey and in Virginia? They're going to squabble about that, and of course the Republicans will make hay with that. The other thing that's true is that they can point to Mamdani and say, look, if this is where the Democrats now are, they are socialists, they are communists, is what Trump is saying. So in a sense, his victory in New York provides Trump with a somewhat of an opportunity to paint the Democrats as far, far to the left of centre. He will be here in Miami in the next hour or so. It is intriguing and telling, perhaps, that he's chosen on this anniversary of the election, of the presidential election a year ago, not to be among the grassroots, the people that propelled him to the White House in places like Pennsylvania, but to be here in Miami among rich, wealthy business leaders. He is, some would argue, not reflecting the reality across America, which is that many, many Americans are still struggling. It is the kitchen table issues that are really, really hurting people still. He doesn't appear to be realizing that challenge that was there under Biden and is there now under, in a greater extent, with Trump as president.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. And as and when Donald Trump speaks, we will be there. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, a new report reveals the number of sick people out of work is putting the UK at risk of an economic inactivity crisis. I'll speak to the paper's author, former John Lewis boss, Sir Charlie Mayfield.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a warning that the number of sick and disabled people out of work is putting the UK at risk of an economic inactivity crisis. A new report has found that poor workplace health costs UK employers around £85 billion a year, and that more than 1 in 5 working-age people is now out of work and not looking for work. The review's author, former John Lewis boss, Sir Charlie Mayfield, joins me now. Good evening. Thank you, nice to see you for being with us. So we know the scale of the problem. Did this review start from the premise that there are too many people off work who do not need to be off work?
I think the review began because the government, Liz Kendall, who was the Secretary of State at the time, recognised that the government had a problem with obviously the number of people who were receiving welfare benefits. But what she also recognised is that those people come from somewhere, and they come largely out of employment at some point in their career, and therefore, on the one hand, it was important that the government looks at where the problem exists today, but also they needed also to look at where the problem is coming from and see what more employers could be doing, encouraged by government, supported by government, to tackle these issues of ill health and disability in the workplace.
Yeah, and I want to talk about employers in just a sec. I mean, the mantra, though, is sick note Britain, and you think there really is a problem with sick notes or fit notes?
I think it's what a lot of people are latching onto, and it is true that there are issues with the fit note system. That is, that it does cause problems. But I think it's better to sort of step back from that and say, look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture says that there's a rising incidence of ill health in the UK, and there are a few big drivers of that. There's mental health issues amongst young people are definitely on the up, and they have been, by the way, since 2014, and that's just continuing to rise. And we're also seeing, as we have an ageing population, more older people with the kind of health issues that come with an ageing population. And those two factors are driving a bigger increase in the number of people who are ill and in work. I mean, actually, a comment that's not been covered that much today is there are actually more people with serious health issues in work today than there ever have been. So while it is true that we've got a problem in terms of the people who are leaving work because of ill health, it is also the case that we've got a lot of people with ill health conditions in work. So to call it a sort of sick note problem, it sort of implies that this is people taking sickies and things. That's not really, and that may be happening to some extent, but that's not really the issue that we're getting at.
Right, and there's obviously employers, there's obviously the government all playing a role in this. And on employers, are employers too timid on this issue, do you think, when it comes to dealing with employees?
I think there is a nervousness amongst a lot of employers, which is fairly well founded, because I think quite reasonably employers are concerned about ending up in employment tribunals and with grievances. Those cost employers a lot of money and a lot of time, and if people are going there without good cause, that is something which gives employers a real concern. So some are, I think, nervous of that, but equally there are others that are very determined. And we've met a lot of employers around the country who are doing a really good job of thinking about, right, how do we get the right balance between being really clear about what the give is from the employment perspective and what is the get, and getting that sort of contracting done properly and reflected in contracts with their employees, and making sure it's really understood. And there's a culture which essentially can be summarised as saying, look, if you work hard and you perform well, we're going to really support you. And if you get ill, of course we will do, but that it doesn't. You don't get something for nothing. You need to put in to get out, and we will support you when you're ill. Of course we will. But if you're not taking appropriate and reasonable steps to get better, then we're not just going to allow that support to carry on indefinitely.
Right. I mean, you called it, I think, rehumanising the system, and that's interesting because do you think there is a fear among employers, for whatever reason, about engaging with employees in the way that you've just outlined?
Well, fear is a big issue across this whole landscape. So the fear, let's first of all start with employees. People who have ill health conditions, I mean, when you're talking about this, you inevitably generalise, so if you forgive me for doing so. But employees with health conditions are often afraid of telling their employer about the health condition. And particularly, I mean, if you break your leg, you clearly can tell your employer you've broken your leg. But if you have an emerging mental health issue, you're probably very unlikely to tell your employer. And therefore, while that issue is affecting you, the employer won't necessarily know why that. They might see some of the outcome. They might see that your performance is changing. They might see that your attendance is shifting. But they won't know why that is, because fear is discouraging you from saying anything to people. But you're quite right that employers are fearful too. And a lot of line managers are nervous about stepping into health issues because, I mean, at a very human level, they don't want to cause offence. Health is a very personal thing. But also, they don't want to cause a complaint. And the problem with this fear is it creates distance. So people, when they're afraid, they don't talk to each other. And just at the point when you need to be, they're not.
Right. Look, this whole thing is laden with politics, of course. You form UK promising to cut benefits for all those signed off work for non-serious anxiety. Are they onto something? Is there something in that, do you think?
I think you have to be so careful of people who turn up and say, we've got a simple solution, apparently, to a really complicated problem. Because in my experience, that very rarely is the case. The truth is there's complexity in this, and you've got to embrace it, and you've got to actually get into this area. You can absolutely solve these things, but little point fixes here and here and here won't do it. For example, sometimes people say, well, there's a problem with the FitNote. Scrap the FitNote system. You can't just scrap the FitNote system. Get rid of benefits in this form. Again, you can't just get rid of benefits. You find that that's a very difficult thing to do. So be very careful about people who suggest they've got very simple solutions to quite complex problems. Having said that, we have to solve these things, and a big part of the review is basically saying, right, we're going to really lean in, and we're going to get employers on the pitch, we're going to make some clear requirements of employees, and the government's got a key role to play. And if we do those, and we do those things well, we can actually drive a major change in the UK employment landscape.
So, Charlie, thanks for coming on the programme. Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you, Mark.
Just some breaking news regarding the second of the two prisoners released due to error that we found out about today. Sky News understands that William Smith was released, and was released due to a clerical error after he was sentenced. He had appeared via video link for sentencing and given a custodial sentence. However, the message sent from the court to prison was that it was a suspended sentence, and so release procedures began. A correction was sent from the court to the prison, but it went to the wrong person and was not received in time to stop him leaving. So, look, there are different reasons for why these prisoners are being released in error, but you can see there a very interesting sort of catalogue of what happened, which ended in this error. So that is what has happened. Sky News understands that's what happened in the case of William Smith. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll cross to Rio, where Prince William is preparing to award the Earthshot prizes later tonight.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. No freedom! Sky News, the full story first. There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. Free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
I'll tell you on another day on the podcast what that was all about.
Welcome to the world.
Come along for the journey. It'll be fun.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? This is the war game.
There were a number of armed security.
We want to discover, to find out what's really going on.
Everything you need to know about British politics in about 20 minutes. I actually don't like political drama.
So, where next?
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin. The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks. If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
Time now for the sport with Vicky.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Sky Mobile sponsors the transfer window on Sky Sports News.
Right.
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank was all smiles with his teammates today, but his future still seems somewhat uncertain.
Honest, I'm just sick and tired of this.
The number that was put before me was 50% more than our highest paid player at the time.
Jimmy had the feeling, do they really want me here?
My determination was not to sell Jimmy to that particular club.
It made me look bad in front of the fans. It was not necessary.
The biggest single challenge is how we managed his exit publicly, which probably Jimmy didn't like very much.
He's settling into his new surrounds. The player renamed Judas Floyd Money in the Bank when he was drummed out of Ellen Road.
Don't believe the figures at all. Don't believe the figures at all.
Reading the text last night, that was nothing about money from his agent. Well, Jesus, lads, honestly.
I just think he's greedy.
The perception that people have of me, the difficult person, blah, 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 never there. Sometimes things happen for a reason.
Another day, another summer signing. The delightfully named Gerald Floyd Hasselbank from Boa Vista. Jimmy to his pals.
Have you heard about people like Billy Bremner and Norman Hunter and things like that?
No.
You never heard of them?
No.
You'll find out about them.
Yeah, I will find out, but I never heard of them, no.
They tell me you put Jimmy. They call you Jimmy and that's it, is that right?
Yes, they call me Jimmy in Portugal and that's it. I think in the beginning of the season I'm gonna learn about English football. But I want to make the best of it and score so much goals as possible.
Well, he finished second top goal scorer in Portugal, so he looks as if he's a finisher, which we were lacking goals last season. We'd been out to look at Bruno Ribeiro. We signed Bruno Ribeiro and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. It was £2 million and he was an unknown. And you think to yourself, is that money well spent? Nobody had heard of him.
George Graham said to me, we've got to go down to Lisbon on the Sunday because we were going to watch this player. The player was Jimmy Hasselbank. I remember seeing him in a very run-down.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Thank you very much indeed. Prince William will award 5 winners £1 million each to develop their ideas to repair the planet when the Earthshot ceremony gets underway in Rio de Janeiro this evening. Let's speak to our rural correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, who's in Rio for us. And of course, Rhiannon, this all tying in with the COP summit that's happening.
Yeah, it's a huge week when it comes to discussions around the climate crisis. And I think you and I have spoken about this before. For Prince William, he, in the past, has been fed up around all the pessimism, the negativity around the environmental debate. And that's why he invented the Earthshot Prize, because he wanted to try and inject some kind of optimism and really celebrate those who are trying to do something about the problems. We started the day kind of in the most incredible way, really, to kind of shine a spotlight on the Earthshot Prize. They had closed down Christ the Redeemer statue. No visitors were allowed up there, apart from Prince William, us, and the Earthshot finalists. So he took a bit of time talking to them about what it's been like so far to be part of this movement that they describe it now, in terms of the support that they're getting, but also what potentially it could mean to them to win those £1 million prizes. As he said, 5 of them being given out later on today. Prince William also took a bit of time after posing for a photo with the finalists. He also took a bit of, well, it felt like a moment of kind of quiet reflection, really. He walked to an area up there where Princess Diana had previously visited back in 1991. All the newspaper journalists were so excited that he was sort of recreating this moment. But it did feel like he was sort of stopping and taking a sort of a pause, really, after what has been an incredibly busy few days, but also a really difficult few weeks for the royal family. I think they will be delighted that so far they've got to this point and there hasn't been any mention, really, of Andrew, his uncle. There hasn't been any big kind of revelations around him that have sprung up. The only thing today, though, is that people are starting to also talk about Prince Harry, because he's doing a trip to Canada at the moment to celebrate remembrance. He also released an essay today, quite a personal one as well, talking about his time serving in the armed forces, how it's easy for us to forget veterans. And so I think for Harry and William, both of them, well, they get frustrated, really, that we pit them against each other. But it does feel a bit like a bit of an own goal, the fact Harry's doing something at the same time as William. However, this evening, when the likes of Kylie Minogue, the singer Shawn Mendes hit the green carpet with Prince William, he hopes that he can sort of drag our attention back here and get us to focus on what he hopes is a positive message ahead of him heading to Belém and that COP climate conference tomorrow, where, of course, there is so much pessimism about whether or not anything meaningful can really come from it.
OK, Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Right, just a very quick look at the weather. And it will stay unsettled into next week, with brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more persistent rain. England and Wales look mostly mild and dry this evening. Not bad for fireworks, but Scotland can expect patchy rain. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see drizzly outbreaks in the north and heavier showery rain in the south. There will be some hill fog there too. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up at 6, police have launched a manhunt after Wandsworth Prison releases 2 inmates by mistake. We'll have much more on all that.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. We begin right now with the top stories this hour. Humiliation for the government as yet another foreign offender is accidentally released just days after tighter prison checks were supposedly brought in. Brahim Hadush Sharif is a 24-year-old Algerian who is on the sex offenders register. The Deputy Prime Minister says he's outraged and appalled but avoids questions in the House of Commons.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison?
What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly.
And tonight, news of yet another failure from Wandsworth Prison with a convicted fraudster also accidentally released. Also tonight, the young left-wing politician called Trump's worst nightmare is elected mayor of New York. The father of the Southport killer, Axel Rudakabana, says he's desperately sorry and accepts some responsibility for what happened. And Prince William following in his mother's footsteps in Brazil ahead of the 5th annual Earthshot Prize. Good evening. It almost beggars belief. Just days after the shambles of the mistaken prison release of Hadush Kebatu, it's happened again. And it's happened despite the uproar surrounding the Kebatu case and despite new, tougher checks announced by the Justice Secretary David Lammy. What's more, in this latest case, it was 6 days before the Metropolitan Police were told by Wandsworth Prison that Algerian Brahim Kadour Sherif, a registered sex offender, had actually been released in error. It's come as another huge embarrassment to the Justice Secretary, who faced repeated questions when he refused to answer about whether there had been any more foreign prisoners mistakenly released. More on all that in just a moment, but first our national correspondent Tom Parmenter brings us up to date.
There is an urgent manhunt underway for that offender, an Algerian who's 24 years old. And the Metropolitan Police in the last hour have confirmed that they were informed yesterday about his disappearance from this prison, that he was released in error, as we've seen in other high-profile cases. And it just keeps happening, this. And the government, for whatever they say and whatever they promise the public is being done, it's just not working. This Algerian was released on the 29th of October, just 2 days after the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, had promised that those checks on releases would be tightened up after the extremely high-profile case of Hadush Kebatu, who was released in error from Chelmsford prison. This one at Wandsworth in southwest London is a sex offender who was inside for different offences at the time, but is a registered sex offender as well. An Algerian man, Brahim Kadour Sherif, who is also known to use the name Ibrahim. He has links to Tower Hamlets in East London and Westminster as well. And he was convicted in November of 2024 of indecent exposure relating to an incident in March of that year. That's the sex offence that he has been previously convicted of, and he was placed on the sex offenders register for 5 years. He tonight is at large, and the Metropolitan Police were only notified of the fact that he had been released in error here yesterday. A 6-day gap that this individual has had time to perhaps travel out of the capital, perhaps travel even further. It is a very frustrating position for the Metropolitan Police, no doubt, to have been put in, and a damning indictment on what is going on inside British prisons. As if one missing prisoner who is a sex offender wasn't bad enough, another prisoner released from here just this Monday. This is a manhunt being launched by Surrey Police because he has links to the Woking area, an offender who was inside for fraud offences by the name of William Smith, and they are carrying out a number of inquiries, again at pace, to try and locate him. He was sentenced to 45 months for multiple fraud offences at Croydon Crown Court this Monday, during which he appeared via a live video link from inside Wandsworth Prison. For whatever reason, on the day that he was convicted, sentenced, I should say, on the day that he was sentenced via video link, he was also let out of this jail. And so Surrey Police have a manhunt on for him, known as Billy Smith, with links to the Woking area. The public obviously being asked for help via both the appeals from both of those police forces that they have issued now in relation to these manhunts. A deeply embarrassing week yet again for the prison authorities to have continuing this pattern to allow prisoners just to walk out in error will just beg a belief across the country from communities who rightly are very concerned as to what those offenders might then do when they are outside of the prison walls, but also really stinging criticism of the government and their handling of this crisis for all the promises that David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, has made on this issue. They're just not filtering through to the prison gates, where, again, we have prisoners being let out, and tonight they have no idea where those two individuals are.
So clearly it's a serious issue for the government, and one that is not going away for the Justice Secretary. Before the news of this latest incident had been released, David Lammy faced repeated questions he refused to answer about whether there had been any more foreign prisoners released in error.
These are extremely serious crimes that we are talking about. I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
Deputy Prime Minister.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
Mr. Speaker, he's the Justice Secretary. He's responsible for the justice system. He needs to take responsibility, and I'm asking him a straight question. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a clear question. Can he give an answer?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary. That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. I'm not going to pray in aid. Dame Anne Owens is a former Deputy Commissioner in London, head of the NCA. It is for her to get to the bottom of that work. Of course, we know that there have been spikes since 2021 under his watch. When did he come to this House and apologise?
Well, I'm joined now by John Podmore, who was formerly the prison governor at both Belmarsh and Brixton prisons. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. And I just wonder, first of all, I mean, the public would be forgiven for thinking what on earth is going on in our prisons.
Well, it's an utter shambles. It's an ongoing shambles. I think these false releases or wrongful releases are up to about 260 a year at the moment. So, but David Lammy has said he's put in place the strongest checks. Well, that hasn't worked, and what he has to do is hold people to account, and he's hiding behind sort of inquiries and throwing under the bus junior staff. But it was a highly embarrassing session in Parliament, and he doesn't even seem to know who the latest inquiry is being done by. He said it was being done by Dame Anne Owens. It's being done by Lynn Owens, and that might reflect the interest that he has in the process. But what he has to do is hold people to account, and he has singly failed to do that since he came into office, and that was the same for Shabana Mahmood before him.
What do you think has been going on in these two latest cases? The Algerian prisoner released in error after new checks should have been introduced. So either they were introduced and they didn't work, or they weren't introduced.
Well, I think they were introduced and they were probably ignored. And that's about staff on the front line who are facing angry prisoners on a daily basis are being inundated with tasks. They're not properly not properly trained. They're poorly led at local level, and they're poorly led at senior level. But, you know, if I gave some context, absolutely no excuses, but to give some context, and David Lammy talked about a complicated system. Yes, it is. The sentence and release of someone is highly complicated, and under this government, it's got even more complicated. So you're arrested, you might have been in police custody. Well, that time counts towards your release. You might be on remand before your sentence. That counts towards your release. And then you will get a sentence which might not be simple and straightforward. It might be overlapping. It might be consecutive. It might be concurrent. But with all these early releases and these panic releases of people only doing 40% of the time, 50% of the time, with some being restricted if they're sex offenders, the system is entirely complicated. And unless things have changed dramatically, it's an analog system in a digital world. But that's about long-term failures to address these processes. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's no excuse. But, you know, it just shows that David Lammy hasn't got a grip by him saying, I've put in these these strongest measures. And, well, they haven't worked, and I suspect he's just been ignored by people who don't really care that much.
So, see, this is very interesting. So the Justice Secretary can stand up in the Commons and say, I've ordered new checks, and these checks mean that a duty governor has to be there when this release takes place, or whatever the checks are. You're saying that, well, they're simply too busy. Those checks could well be being ignored by the staff. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I mean, they could be ignored. The system could be too, I mean, and the system is complicated, but it doesn't mean it doesn't mean to say it can't be managed, but it indicates a wider malaise within the system.
Yeah.
I go back to, it's about senior leadership and management, not about junior staff on a day-to-day basis dealing with chaos of prisoners coming in and out of busy local prisons.
And the second case of Billy Smith seems to be a problem with the courts. This was a mistake in the messaging from the court to the prison. The court saying it was a suspended sentence, not a custodial sentence. So this appears to be a court error. It just suggests that it's all not joined up as it should be.
Well, no, it's not. If you want to talk about IT systems, I mean, the IT systems in the prison service doesn't talk to the probation service, doesn't talk to the police, doesn't talk to the courts. There should be an integrated system, but, I don't know. I suspect they've probably still got faxes operating. But this isn't new. This has been around for a long period of time. And the number of releases in error has increased. It was always there. It was always difficult. We're not talking about, there are people who should have been released and aren't being. There are people being released early erroneously, and there are people being held longer than they should. And those cases, rarely make the headlines. But if you're kept longer than you should, you can sue the prison service. Not for very much. But this is symptomatic of a broken prison system, and it's broken not just in terms of early releases, but in terms of drugs, corruption, serious organised crime. The prison and probation system is broken, and David Lammy is doing nothing to fix it.
John Podmore, it's a very bleak picture you present, but thank you very much indeed for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Donald Trump has been reacting to a bad night for Republicans in the first major elections of his second term. He's blamed the US government shutdown and the lack of his own name on the ticket. The most stunning breakthrough by the Democrats was the victory of the left-winger Zoran Mamdani, who at just 34 will become the city's first Muslim mayor and the youngest to hold the job in more than a century. His win in New York was one of a number of victories at the ballot box for the Democrats overnight. The president had this to say.
I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. And that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor. But I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that.
Well, I spoke to our US correspondent James Matthews in New York in the last hour.
He reached across society with this left-wing democratic socialist political offering, reeled in Republicans in doing so, and also, Mark, crucially, increased his vote in key communities in terms of US politics and winning elections. The black community, the Latino community, perhaps in response to what they've seen from Donald Trump, a hardening of immigration policy, ICE raids, and so on. But Mamdani, he seems to have found the formula that has been missing from the Democratic Party's offering. I spoke to him, had a question, which was interesting on a number of levels, actually, Mark. He spoke football. He spoke Sky Sports News, transfer deadline. He is a fan of a London football club, not your beloved Chelsea, I have to tell you, Mark, but have a listen to him. James Matthews from Sky News, Mr. Mamdani. Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory for the Democratic Party and for Donald Trump?
Well, first, I just have to say I've spent many days in my youth watching the transfer window close, final hours on Sky News, so it's a pleasure to have you
What's
here.
your team? What's your team?
I'm an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal fan, okay.
I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory last night for the Democratic Party, your party, which has been slow to endorse you and to embrace you? And what's the lesson for Donald Trump?
I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. This is a president who ran a campaign on the promise of cheaper groceries, and now, as was said by one of our co-chairs, has gone so far as to cut SNAP benefits for close to 2 million New Yorkers. Someone who is literally making it harder to afford those same groceries whose price he was decrying not that long ago. And what scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness. And I try to keep my focus similar to that cover on the New Yorker where the world ends at New Jersey, and thinking about what this means for our city instead of for our nation. And I will tell you that for our city, what left me with such great hope last night were the stories from so many New Yorkers who had never voted before, who had lost hope in politics years ago. And to stand here before you, having received over 1 million votes in an election that saw turnout the likes of which we haven't seen since 1969, it shows that politics, once again, is offering more than just a settling for the crumbs that are not able to meet the needs of so many families across the city. We are finally offering a vision that can meet the scale of the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives.
And from New York straight to Miami in Florida, Donald Trump is due to speak here any moment now. He'll be speaking at the American Business Forum, and he'll be talking about his economic agenda, and it's all on the first anniversary of his election. Is it only a year? It is. And Donald Trump will be there, and we'll join him as and when he speaks. Right, you're watching the NewsHour. Coming up, the father of the Southport attacker says he is desperately sorry and accepts a share of responsibility. We'll bring you the latest from the inquiry.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach.
This could be not only a record-breaking storm,
but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach. This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
The father of the Southport attacker has said he is desperately sorry and accepts a share of the responsibility. The inquiry heard about incidents of aggression involving Axel Rudakabana, who is serving a life sentence for killing 3 young girls at a dance class last year. But his father did not refer all of them to his son's mental health team and was worried his son would be taken away from him. Our correspondent Katie Barnfield has been following the inquiry and has more.
Axel Rudakabana's dad, Alphonse, described a long period of violent outbursts at home and abuse from Axel towards his family. He said his behaviour started to deteriorate around year 8 when he moved schools. He said he became withdrawn and would spend all of his time playing video games. He said he was challenging. He was always pushing the envelope, the boundaries that I had set. He said it was around this time he requested a special needs assessment for his son because he felt that something wasn't right. He said his son's behaviour deteriorated very quickly, particularly in 2019 when he was expelled from the range school for bringing knives into school. And it was then 2 months later he returned to that school to attack another pupil with a hockey stick. And the inquiry lawyer, Mr. Moss, asked him how often after this deterioration he would have violent outbursts. And Alphonse said it was random, but it could be as often as twice a day, saying Axel would sometimes have an angry outburst if someone was disagreeing with him. He said by 2021 his relationship with his son had become very poor and he believed Axel hated him by this point. He talked through several incidents of violent outbursts at home, including Axel kicking him when he tried to stop him destroying a laptop, and another incident where Axel was throwing things around the family home and his mum became so concerned that she called the police. Mr. Moss questioned why he hadn't reported all of these incidents. Alphonse said he thought his son was vulnerable and he feared he would be taken away. He pointed to his written statement where Alphonse said, "I became conditioned to his behaviour, allowed him to abuse and assault me because this was the only way of getting through the day." He said, "I'm ashamed this was my response and I felt demeaned, but I didn't know what else to do." Axel Rudakabana is, of course, serving a life sentence in prison for the murder of 3 young girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport last July, and the attempted murder of several others. And the inquiry will continue to examine the circumstances around that attack and how it was able to happen.
Right, let's have a look at the weather. It will stay unsettled into next week with brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more persistent rain. England and Wales look mostly mild and dry this evening, not bad for fireworks, but Scotland can expect patchy rain. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see drizzly outbreaks in the north and heavy showery rain in the south. There will be hill fog there too. Britain looks mainly dry overnight, but Scotland and southeastern England can expect a few showery outbreaks. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see rain spreading from the south, becoming confined to the north and far west later. It'll be very mild and the wind will ease. Most places look dry with sunny spells tomorrow morning, but northern and western parts will be cloudier with a few showery outbreaks and fog and drizzle on the hills. The southeast can expect a few showers too. It will be very mild and less windy than recently. The afternoon looks similar, although showers in the southeast should fade. Friday, that will be a bit cooler with showers and more persistent rain. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll have more on the 2 police manhunts underway this evening after Wandsworth Prison released 2 inmates by mistake.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
Let's go back to our top story tonight. 2 prisoners are on the run after being mistakenly released from Wandsworth Prison. Let's speak to Danny Shaw, policing and crime commentator and a former Labour Home Affairs advisor. Good evening, Danny. Let's start on the facts of all this. This second accidental release took place just days after the Justice Minister ordered new tougher checks before releases. Do we know if those tougher checks were in place at Wandsworth or they had yet to be put in place? Do we know anything about that?
We don't know for sure whether those checks were in place, but we know that David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, was adamant that there would be stringent checks in place on Monday of last week, because he made a statement in the House of Commons about that, and those checks would involve prison officers going through a list of questions that they had to answer for each prisoner who was due to be let out, and also with the case of foreign national prisoners, ensuring that a deputy governor oversaw the process. So to then have those checks we were being told, coming into play on the Monday, to then have the mistaken release of a foreign national offender on the Wednesday,
is frankly, you know, hugely embarrassing and a political debacle for the government, I would say.
Yeah, so, and we've just had John Podmore, who is a governor you may well know, formerly Belmarsh, Brixton Prison. He said the Justice Secretary could well have announced new measures, but the prison staff are probably so busy they could well have ignored them. Now, I mean, if this is going on, and let me just make a point about the second case, which was about a messaging between the courts and in the case of Billy Smith, the messaging between the courts and the prison service, and a mistake, a mix-up about whether it was a suspended sentence or a custodial sentence. And on that, John Podmore said, I'm not surprised. There's probably even now no joined-up IT system with police, courts and prison service. It's probably all being done by fax.
He may well be right. I don't know if it's still being done by fax, but certainly a message didn't get through to the right person that William Smith had been given a custodial sentence and not a suspended sentence, and so shouldn't have been released. Those mistakes do happen. The courts do make mistakes, and you can't necessarily blame prison staff for that. And it is a function of the fact that the systems don't talk to each other, and staff are very overworked. I mean, at Wandsworth, they have a chronic shortage of staff. Every day, about a third of the officers are absent from work on any given day. They, in some occasions, according to a report by independent visitors, they had 85 members of staff catering for 1,400 prisoners. I mean, I just don't know how you operate a prison like that. It's not surprising mistakes get made. Every month, there are about 500 prisoners leaving Wandsworth and 500 coming in. So it's a huge amount of work to process those prisoners. And if you're doing it with such chronic shortages, it's not surprising that mistakes are made. But ministers knew about those problems. They've been warned time and again about Wandsworth. They were given an urgent notification on that prison last year because it was in such a poor state. So that, you know, they can't make a mistake that they didn't know or make an excuse that they didn't know.
People are saying that it's inconceivable that these mistaken releases could have happened so soon after the last incident, because so much fuss was made of it. But given what you're saying and what John Podmore's saying, what others are saying, maybe it isn't inconceivable. Maybe there are real problems that are not being gripped at all.
Yeah, I mean, that report by the visitors at Wandsworth, which actually came out last month, said that they had gone in, the visitors had gone in and they asked prison officers how many prisoners are there in the jail today. And they said they couldn't give us an accurate number. Now, that is truly shocking. And that tells you that that's a prison that's completely dysfunctional. I mean, the most basic thing is to know who's in your prison and who's meant to be released that day, who's coming in that day, how many cells we got. You know, there are some basic things. And if you can't do that, then it's not surprising you get prisoners released in error. I mean, there was an escape from Wandsworth. You remember that, Mark, 2 years ago, Daniel Khalif clinging to the underside of that food delivery van, making his mistake. After that, a report was produced and it was said, I think there were 80 points of failure, security failure at that prison. But we still get a problem like this. I mean, obviously there needs to be an investigation to understand exactly what happened, because I think that this prisoner, Brahim Kadur Sharif, who was mistakenly released, the Algerian 24-year-old, his sort of offending history is quite complex. He was held for some time, I think, in an immigration removal centre. There were several offences for which he's been convicted and others for which he was due to stand trial. So it's quite a complex history, and that may have been partly the reason why he was released in error.
And just finally, Danny, I mean, it's quite clearly now become a political blame game. The Tories embarrass Labour. Labour say, well, it's all your fault because you didn't do anything for 10, 14 years or whatever. I mean, is the truth that actually things have got so bad now that it's too big a problem to really grasp without huge resources?
I think it's got to be a focus. I don't think it's necessarily about resources. You remember in the 1990s, there were a series of escapes from prisons, including high security prisons. Perhaps you covered them at the time, Mark. And after that, a concerted effort was made to improve prison security. And by and large, notwithstanding Daniel Khalif's escapes from prisons are pretty rare. Don't happen that often because there are new regimes put in place and there's a complete single-minded focus on that. There needs to be that focus on prisoner releases to ensure that only prisoners who are due to be released are let out. I mean, in terms of this one, I think that, questions are going to be asked of the prison minister, Lord Timpson. It's his responsibility. He is responsible for prisons. I know he's a very popular choice. He has a lot of support across the political divide. But prison ministers have departed and been sacked for less than this. I'm not calling for his resignation or his departure, but at some point, the buck has to stop with someone.
Yeah, OK. Danny, thank you very much indeed for coming on once again. I appreciate it. Right, time now for a look at some of the day's other top stories. And police have confirmed that the dog which attacked and killed a 9-month-old baby in Monmouthshire was an XL bully. Officers and paramedics were called to a property near Caldicot on Sunday evening where the baby boy was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said the dog was registered and had been issued a certificate of exemption in 2024. 2 people are in intensive care after a car rammed into pedestrians and cyclists on the French island of Île-d'Oléron on the west coast of the country. The French Interior Minister says police have made an arrest and an investigation has been opened. At least 10 people are now believed to have died after a UPS cargo plane crashed near an airport in Kentucky. Images from the scene show a huge fireball exploding from the aircraft as it attempted to take off, in a tragedy described by the state's governor as catastrophic. A police officer who was knocked unconscious by a suspect spotted wielding a knife has told Sky News she has been branded a racist murderer following the man's death after being restrained. Sheku Bayo, a father of 2 from Fife in Scotland, stopped breathing after being pinned down by police in 2015. Mr. Bayo was not in possession of a knife when he died, but a weapon was found nearby. A public inquiry is examining whether race played a factor in the incident. One of the first officers on the scene, who has since retired, has spoken for the first time to our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis.
I thought he was going to kill me. He came boxer skipping towards me. He said, "Effing come on then." But he kept coming at me with his fists up like a boxer. I was running away before I realised it wasn't even like a conscious decision to run. It was happening. And then I could feel him behind me, and then the punch, and I felt myself falling. And that's when I thought, I'm done here, that's it. He was on a mission.
Despite the reports of a man brandishing a knife, you didn't find a knife, is that right?
He didn't have it on him at the time, not that we could see anyway, but that's not to say it wasn't concealed.
Did you believe he had a knife on him?
Yeah.
What did you believe he would be capable of doing with that knife?
Stabbing somebody, murdering somebody.
Including you?
Yeah.
Sheku Bayo's family believe that race played a factor in this. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that you have been painted out to be a racist?
Yeah, yeah. And it's been horrible. It's been horrible for myself, my family.
Are you racist?
No, no way, no way.
Would you have acted differently in that moment if it was a white man?
No, he was a man with a knife, a dangerous weapon, and members of the public had phoned us because they were scared, because they were terrified, actually.
He's dead and he died in police custody. So can you see why there may be concerns from that family that if there was even a hint of racism being involved here, that should be explored? It's
tragic. He lost his life. Nobody goes to work as a police officer or anybody. Nobody wants anyone to die in their care or anything like that. But I believe that 2 things can be true at the same time. It's a tragedy that he died, and we all feel that every day. But his actions on that day, well, it's left me with a lifelong mental health condition. race was mentioned early on, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that on top of everything else, that then we were accused of being racist, murdering police officers. I couldn't quite get my head around that, and we were all white police officers. We were sent to a call. The man who we were sent to was black. That's as far as it goes. We are not racist, murdering police officers.
Right, let's get some sport now with Jessica.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Sky Mobile sponsors the transfer window on Sky Sports News.
Right.
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank was all smiles with his teammates today, but his future still seems somewhat uncertain.
Honest, I'm just sick and tired of this.
The number that was put before me was 50% more than our highest paid player at the time.
Jimmy had the feeling, do they really want me here?
My determination was not to sell Jimmy to that particular club.
It made me look bad in front of the fans. It was not necessary.
The biggest single challenge is how we managed his exit publicly, which probably Jimmy didn't like very much.
He's settling into his new surrounds. The player renamed Judas Floyd Money in the Bank when he was drummed out of Ellen Road.
Don't believe the figures at all. Don't believe the figures at all.
Reading the text last night, that was nothing about money from his agent. Well, Jesus, lads, honestly.
I just think he's greedy.
The perception that people have of me, the difficult person, blah, 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 never there. Sometimes things happen for a reason.
Another day, another summer signing. The delightfully named Gerald Floyd Hasselbank from Boa Vista. Jimmy to his pals.
Have you heard about people like Billy Bremner and Norman Hunter and things like that?
No.
You never heard of them?
No.
You'll find out about that.
Yeah, I will find out, but I never heard of them, no.
Now, they tell me you put Jimmy. They call you Jimmy and that's it, is that right?
Yes, they call me Jimmy in Portugal and that's it. I think in the beginning of the season I'm gonna learn about the English football. But I want to make the best of it and score so much goals as possible.
We finished second top goal scorer in Portugal, so he looks as if he's a finisher, which we were lacking goals last season. We'd been out to look at Bruno Ribeiro. We signed Bruno Ribeiro and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. It was £2 million and he was an unknown. And you think to yourself, is that money well spent? Nobody had heard of him.
George Graham said to me, we've got to go down to Lisbon on the Sunday because we were going to watch this player. The player was Jimmy Hasselbank. I remember seeing him in a very run-down, low-key stadium. You knew straight away, there's something there.
And I remember looking at the back of a bus. I was looking again.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Thank you very much. Straight to Miami in Florida. Donald Trump is speaking at the American Business Forum on the anniversary of his election win. Let's have a listen.
McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked, and we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us, biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president, and I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy, you'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years,
there we are, President Trump ticking off his victories and his achievements 1 year on, but it is a Democrat victory in New York that's being talked about in the news today, the victory of Zohran Mamdani. I'm joined now by Democratic strategist Hillary Rosen and Hakeem Jeffries. Hillary, minority leader of the House, said the Democrats are back. I mean, it really is not as simple as that, is it?
Well, it's not, but it's good. And, you know, Democrats did something that I've been telling you, Mark, Democrats needed to do for the last 6 months, which was actually just kind of stop being so Donald Trump focused and focus more on who their voters are and what people were going through. And that's what we saw Zohran Mamdani do in New York, and that's what we saw Abigail Spanberger in Virginia do in her governor's race, and Mikey Sherrill in her governor's race. And it essentially created what was almost an 8-point shift from Republicans to Democrats this past election this week. So I think really thinking about how those successes will carry Democrats forward and what they need to do, and stop being so Donald Trump obsessed in a way, because voters, you know, they like Donald Trump, but what they really like is being able to pay their rent. And if they can't pay their rent and they're reminded that, you know, that politics has an impact on them paying their rent, and that's going to have more value to them.
But if Mamdani becomes this kind of poster child for the Democrats, is there a danger that it's just an easy hit for Trump and the Republicans to say, look, who represents the Democrats? It's a socialist.
Yeah, sure. But if people in New York feel heard, and, you know, New York, he didn't win many more Democratic votes than anybody else, any other mayor had won in the years past. So I think if New Yorkers feel good about it, Donald Trump is really not going to have much of a argument. And I think they can make him a poster child for the left all they want. But if people keep talking about making, you know, groceries more affordable, making rent more affordable, worrying about jobs that are going to be lost to AI, not who's getting rich from AI, those sorts of things are going to matter more.
So this whole idea of running on what is called in America affordability, you know, the cost of living and the economy. Is that the way forward? So ditch the kind of culture issues, the identity issues, and just run on the economy.
You know, the culture issues really did have a big impact in the last election, and it wasn't just sort of the obvious ones, but it was really about whose side are you on? And Donald Trump was really successful in getting people to believe that he was on their side and that the Democrats had lost touch. Now, you know, he's got to answer. That's what happens with incumbency, as we say. He's the president. This is no longer about Joe Biden. This is about Donald Trump and the economy he's bringing to the American people, the changes he's bringing to the American people, some of which are good. You know, he's been a disruptor and people like that, but they want to see their lives get a little better for it.
And what is the significance of New York, the result there, and to be fair, the other results in the governor races as well? What is the significance, do you think, for the midterm elections?
Well, I think the most important lesson we've learned in New York is not just that it's about cost of living and affordability. We really had a young, charismatic leader who essentially came, you know, from being an unknown to toppling a Cuomo, who was, you know, a legacy person in New York politics. So this is really as much about generational change, getting younger voters excited, people believing that politics can be about change again if you are a Democrat. It was, you know, clear in the last couple of years that all of the change was happening on the Republican side. And so this generational change, this listening to young people, is getting more energy, people comparing it to the feeling around Barack Obama. That's what's most important about the New York election. Not that New York is actually that important to the rest of the country.
I mean, isn't the problem, I suppose, that yes, Mamdani's had a good, you know, 48 hours. He's high profile suddenly. But Trump will then still be dominating. Trump will dominate the headlines. Trump will do things in his way that means he dominates everything. And that will start happening again.
Well, Donald Trump has been very specific these last 2 days around this election. He said, look, Republicans are losing because I'm not on the ballot. So he understands that a lot of this is actually about his popularity and about his charisma and about the things that he's done. He can't consistently be on the ballot in the midterm elections. He can work harder for the candidates that are on the ballot. He didn't work exceptionally hard for these ones. They weren't particularly great Republican candidates, but he's not on the ballot. And so they have to pick better candidates, and Democrats have to look at who won here and pick candidates who can perform the same way.
Yeah, and he won't be on the ballot in the next presidential. I mean, do you think the Democrats are starting to sniff that there may be a chance against a Vance or a Rubio?
I've long been of the view that Donald Trump is a unique politician, you know, similar to Barack Obama or a Bill Clinton, a unique politician in terms of the support he gets. He doesn't carry a lot of votes with him. Right. And I think that it will be hard to transfer his popularity to the next Republican nominee, but that's a ways away.
Okay, it is. Hillary, thanks very much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Mark, take care.
Right, let's have one last look at the weather. It will stay unsettled into next week with brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more persistent rain. England and Wales look mostly mild and dry this evening. Not bad for fireworks, but Scotland can expect patchy rain. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see drizzly outbreaks in the north and heavier showery rain in the south. There'll be hill fog there too. Britain looks mainly dry overnight, but Scotland and southeastern England can expect a few showery outbreaks. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see rain spreading from the south, becoming confined to the north and far west later. It will be very mild and the wind will ease. There we are. That was the News Hour. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up on the Politics Hub with Darren McCaffrey, more on those accidental prisoner releases, on what looks to be another huge embarrassment for the Justice Secretary, David Lammy. The Politics Hub is next.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach.
This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
Tonight, the Deputy Prime Minister says he is outraged and appalled after the mistaken release of a foreign prisoner from Wandsworth prison, but questions now about what he knew and when. Police are mounting an urgent manhunt for the sex offender Brahim Kaddour Sharif as David Lammy is forced to defend why he didn't reveal the incident to MPs earlier. Later in the day, news of a second mistakenly released prisoner from the same prison broke. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, calls the government a shambles. I'll be speaking to the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp. We'll be live at Wandsworth Prison with all the latest on the most recent series of blunders in our criminal justice system. Also tonight, the biggest shake-up to the school's curriculum for a decade is on the way, with AI and fake news spotting set to make the grade. I'll be speaking to the Education Minister about what counts as a conspiracy theory. And after Zoran Madani, the Democratic Socialist candidate, wins a stunning victory in the race to become New York mayor, we'll look at what lessons the man who describes as Donald Trump's worst nightmare has for politics here. All that and more with our dream duo for this evening. That's Max Wilson and Baroness Nikki Morgan, who'll be with us for the next hour. It's Wednesday. I'm Darren McCaffrey, live from Westminster, and this is the Politics Hub. A very good evening. 2 weeks ago, I branded the state of prisons in this country as a national embarrassment. What do you even say tonight? After not one but two more prisoners have been released in the past week by Wandsworth Prison, a prison that's been repeatedly in special measures. It is a national embarrassment still, a complete mess. Voters tonight must be tearing their hair out. But who is to blame? For the Tories, it is very much the Justice Secretary's fault, seemingly unable or unwilling to answer questions about all of this at Deputy PMQs a little earlier today.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? I'm going to ask him the question again. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer. And I'm going to repeat it once more for the avoidance of doubt, because he didn't answer it twice. He's here to answer questions. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? So I'm going to ask him again. He's the Justice Secretary. Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? Can he answer the question?
Now, just to be clear, this person was not an asylum seeker, so Mr. Lammy did not technically mislead the House, but this situation is getting worse under Labour, with the number of prisoners wrongly released doubling in the past year. And clearly those extra security checks brought in the immediate release of Kebatu have simply not worked. But let's also be honest here, this problem is not new. Years of cuts at the Ministry of Justice during the coalition years meant fewer prison places and fewer staff, even as our population increased. Many of the most experienced officers have fled as violence has increased inside a prison. And maybe we share some of the blame too. Voters are much less interested in criminal justice than we probably should be. Lock them up and throw away the key might be an easy reactionary position, but not necessarily one that works. So blame should be spread far and wide. But given that our prisons have become some of the most lawless places in this country, given it's entirely reflective about the ineffectiveness of the British state right now, it is also clear that the government needs to act, it needs to get a grip, and it needs to do it pretty fast. Well, let's get more on this major news story today. Let's go straight to Wandsworth Prison and join our national correspondent, Tom Palmenter. Tom, very good evening to you. Details still emerging tonight about what precisely has gone on in both of these cases.
Yes, within minutes of that exchange in the Commons, we revealed on Sky News at lunchtime that, in fact, there had been another release of a sex offender. He was not and is not an asylum seeker, so the Conservatives, if they'd phrased the question better, may have got a clearer answer from David Lammy. But yes, another excruciating episode for the government, the Ministry of Justice and the Prison Service to have to try and confront not one, but two releases by mistake from this prison in southwest London in the space of the last week. The first one relates to a 24-year-old Algerian sex offender who was actually serving time for a different offence. This is Brahim Kadour Sharif. He was arrested in September. He was in prison, released in error on October the 29th. And then, inexplicably, it took the prison authorities 6 days to inform the Metropolitan Police. It was only yesterday that the Met were told about this, and they started a manhunt to try and find this man. And in that 6 days, of course, he could have got anywhere. So that is embarrassing episode number 1 at Wandsworth Prison. And then during the course of our reporting on this afternoon, another one has emerged that left here on Monday in error. This was a mix-up between the courts and the prison. A prisoner called Billy Smith from Woking in Surrey had been convicted of fraud offences, sentenced to 45 months in prison, but the message between the court and the jail here was mixed up, and they got the message that it should be a suspended sentence when it was actually a jail sentence. So he was released, and now Surrey police have started a manhunt for Billy Smith with links to Woking. Again, he has been missing for 2 days now. This all in the wake of the Hadush Kebatu fiasco at Chelmsford prison, and at the point at which the Justice Secretary ordered this independent investigation, vowed to the public that this would not happen again, said that the checks on the gates of prisons up and down the country would be tighter than they've ever been, and here we are with 2 manhunts that were entirely avoidable.
OK, Tom, live for us there at Wandsworth Prison. Thank you very much indeed. And just bring you up to date with a little bit more breaking news coming in to us here at Sky around the prison system, and that police are investigating the death of a prisoner, Carl Bevan, in HMP Wakefield. Now, Mr Bevan was serving a life sentence for murdering a 2-year-old Lola James. A prison service spokesman has said this evening that HMP Wakefield's prisoner, Carl Bevan's death, was confirmed on the 5th of November, unable to comment further while the police investigate. So a death there, clearly, at another prison in the UK tonight. We'll bring you more details on that story as we get it here on Sky News. But let's return to those prison escapees and join our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who's with me in the studio. And obviously, there's a big political element to this, Rob, unsurprising as well, not least of all about what happened at Deputy Prime Minister's Question Time today with David Lammy, about what he knew, when he knew it, and why he didn't answer any of these questions.
Yeah, he did know. He was told last night. We know the Metropolitan Police only found out yesterday lunchtime. We were told that he and his officials were working, or his officials at least were working overnight to try and get this guy back. We're also told that he thought it wouldn't have been responsible, essentially, when there were so many moving parts in this investigation, when the details were still emerging, for him to comment on it. So it sounds like he was waiting for the Metropolitan Police to make this announcement, and he didn't think that he should make it first. Look, as one former Justice Secretary pointed out earlier, that wouldn't have stopped him from saying, there's a developing situation, I'm aware of this, I can't really comment further. Plenty of people have queried already, though, whether actually that excuse, that reason, if you like, is valid, and about whether actually he could have coughed up, quite frankly, and put his hands up. And there's unsurprisingly a lot of calls tonight for David Lammy to come back to Parliament and answer these questions, though he has issued a statement. Yeah, I think he didn't help himself by basically going on the attack. I think watching back that PMQ's exchange with the knowledge that he knew about this prisoner that was let out wrongly makes it even more perplexing why David Lammy went quite so hell for leather at the Tory bench about their record in office, given he knew that some pretty deeply embarrassing news was about to break, if not during PMQs, then quite soon after Prime Minister's questions. As you say, opposition parties said, OK, we know this now, come back, take some questions. He didn't. Of course, that matters because Parliament is, in about 20 minutes or so, about to rise for a very short recess, and he won't be back until Tuesday. So that'll be the next moment that MPs have to scrutinise the Justice Secretary in the Commons.
And Robbie, you and I have talked about this before. We've talked this many times about, the phrase in politics is the buck stops with the minister or the prime minister or whatever. In this case, I mean, David Lammy hasn't also been Justice Secretary very long. How much is it ever a minister's responsibility when it's possibly human error much further removed from any kind of ministerial office?
Yeah, a lot of political finger-pointing between the parties going around. It should be said that actually accidental releases aren't all that uncommon. In 2024-25, there was 262. Now, a lot of that was down to mistakes being made as part of the on-purpose early release system that Labour brought in to deal with prison pressure, which of course was massively tied up with how the prison system was managed under the Tories. Even before then, it bounced around at about 50 to 100 per year. So when you consider that, it's not actually that surprising that you've got at least 3 people in the space of, 10 days being accidentally
It's pretty standard,
released.
some might say, yeah.
And in terms of, well, who's to blame for that, we've had a lot of ex-prison officers, people that work in that system on today, and said, look, the answer is about staffing. It's about resource, a lack of staff. It's about turnover in the prisons and a lack of experience in the prison. And if we look at the prison associated with these two individuals who were wrongly released from Wandsworth, there was a report into Wandsworth a month or so ago that found for 1,500 people in there was often not more than 80 or so officers looking after them. And when that inspection report went into the prison, the officers there couldn't even give accurate numbers of how many people were actually in the prison.
Wow.
So look, that is why the government at the moment points the finger at the previous administration and says, this is because of how you managed it, and we're cleaning up the mess. Ultimately, though, look, it builds into that message of nothing really working. And when nothing is working, who do voters look at? Well, they look at the government. And who's the government now? Well, it's David Lammy and Labour.
Indeed, Rob, appreciate that. That is quite something when you hear that even prison guards aren't entirely sure how many people are in the actual prison. Appreciate the time. Rob Powell there. Well, a little earlier, I spoke to the Education Minister, Georgia Gould, and we'll hear from her a little later in terms of the school curriculum story that she came in to talk about. But I did also want to get a reaction to the news of that prisoner release. Yet again, it seems that a prisoner has been accidentally released from Wandsworth Prison. How has this happened again?
It is outrageous that this has happened. You know, I know people viewing this today will have that question and will be, deeply angry. And I think all of us in government are angry that this has happened for a second time. David Lammy has already called for an investigation into the previous incident. We've appointed Dame Lynn Owens to oversee that. We are acting quickly to put more checks in place, but it is not good enough, and we need to sort it out.
Who's responsible for this, though?
Well, I think that this has happened in a prison. We don't know exactly what's gone wrong
The
here.
reason I ask that, because, do you know if David Lammy knew of Prime Minister's questions or Deputy Prime Minister's questions?
I think
because he was asked repeatedly this question and essentially didn't answer it.
It's really important that we always follow due process, and it is for the Metropolitan Police to lead on an announcement, and the Metropolitan Police had not publicly set that out, so David Lammy was not in a position to do that until the Metropolitan Police had.
Do you know if he knew?
I don't know what David Lammy knew or didn't know, but what I am absolutely sure of is that the Met Police had not put this into the public domain, and so David Lammy would not have been able to talk about it in Prime Minister's questions ahead of the Met Police setting that out.
You talk about how urgent all of this is. It is urgent because 262 people have been 262 people, I'll say that again, have been accidentally released in the last year, including some in recent weeks. Apparently there's extra checks that were put in place before those most recent prisoner escapes. They are not working, are they? Well, they're clearly not working.
We're doing an investigation into it. We need to understand it. But I think it is really important to put some context into the system that we inherited. And I'll just give you some statistics that I think bring this to life. Under the last Labour government, 28,000 new prison places were built. Under the last Conservative government, it was 500. In the short time we've been in government, we've increased it by 2,600. So we are getting to grips with a broken system. This should not have happened, and there are no excuses for it. But, this is a system that isn't working, and we will act swiftly to prevent this happening further.
Well, just finally on that, you may well be right in all of this, but this has now happened on your watch. It's now repeatedly happening on your watch. The numbers are going up under your watch. What guarantees or indeed... What can you say to the British public tonight, saying, almost pulling their hair out at the fact that this is happening and it's getting worse? What needs to change, not in a review that's going to report back in months' time, what needs to change right now to stop this happening tomorrow, the next day or the day after?
Nobody is angry about this than David Lammy and ministers. We are absolutely committed to getting on top of it. That's why we're putting more checks in place, and if we need to go further now, we will do, and we are absolutely determined that this stops happening. It is a huge priority for this government. It's unacceptable, and we will act.
And David Lammy should now go back to the Commons. I mean, he's the Justice Secretary. He didn't answer the questions of PMQs. He now does know, we all know. Shouldn't he go back and answer these questions?
I'm sure that Parliament will discuss this. I'm sure that this will continue to be a matter of debate over the coming weeks, as it should be, and we are ready to be held to account on our action.
OK. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Well, that was the Education Minister there, and I'll be speaking to Georgia a little later in the programme about her announcement, the government's announcements around the school curriculum changes. But let's return, as we were just talking there about prisons, to our duo for this evening. We've got the former Labour Party advisor, Max Wilson, and the former Conservative Minister, Baroness Nicky Morgan. A very good evening to you both. Nicky, let's start with you if you can. I mean, this is a shambles. I don't think anyone's, even government ministers, on pretending it is not. What's your sense of who is to blame here? Because there is a bit of a blame game and everyone seems to be pointing fingers at everyone else.
Yeah, and the people watching, the public, will be very frustrated by that.
Well, I said tonight, tearing their hair out.
Well, ultimately, they'll say, actually, in a way, it sort of doesn't matter who is responsible, but actually it's happened on this government's watch, and therefore, please could they sort it out? And I thought the fact that the Minister for School Standards didn't offer any kind of it. She said, this is outrageous. We know people will be frustrated watching it. Look, I think we know that justice policy and the running of prisons is something that has been difficult. It's difficult for the last administration, difficult for this one. But the fact is, the current government have now been in power for well over a year. And so I think that doesn't mean there aren't going to be problems, but it's a question of leadership, and it's a question of having a plan to say, we know these things can happen, but this is how we're going to stop it. This is how we're going to make sure that prison governors know who's there. And the other thing is, as we were just saying, this is not the first of these events in the last 2 weeks. And so actually you'd have thought that when something like this has happened, very high profile in the last fortnight, actually, ministers and officials would have said, right, we've got to do everything we can to make sure this does not happen again, at least for the foreseeable future.
Max?
So I think it's clearly terrible and it's unacceptable and things need to change. But I think you talk about the blame game. I mean, first of all, I think it's more important about what action is taken now to stop this happening again. So if this has happened...
Yeah, but the problem is that was said a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely. But so there's a systemic problem at the moment. Who's to blame for that? I don't know. You were talking about earlier about whether it's actually with the prisons themselves, prison boards, who knows. There is a systemic problem here. There is also a structural problem here as well. Because the justice system, the prison system, is literally crumbling at the moment.
Particularly somewhere like Wandsworth Prison, that's a Victorian prison.
Absolutely. There was a report where there's leaking ceilings, where the staff are under threat, being attacked. The justice system, the prison system, has been underfunded for decades. The Tories, the previous government, completely failed to invest in it. They failed to build new prisons. And I think it's that structural side that we're starting to see now. Now, Labour are trying to get a grip on it, structurally, systemically, but also immediately. But it's going to take time because some of these problems they inherited are going to take time to sort out.
And, Nicky, isn't that the crux of why the Conservatives do need to take some blame for this, to be honest, which is, I mean, Georgia said it there. I have to say it, and I've checked it out, and it's true. I mean, in the last 14 years when the Conservatives were in government, 500 prison places were built in this country. Our population increased by 6 million. 500 places. I mean, that's led to, obviously, the pressure on the prisons. It's led to these early releases, legitimate ones most of the time, but early releases of prisoners. And a lack of funding has led to lots of experienced staff leaving, which then means you probably end up with inexperienced staff who make mistakes.
Well, I think that's right. Certainly about staff. It's an extremely challenging job to be a prison officer. I'll take your thing. I haven't checked out the 500 places, but I do seem to remember when I was in government, there was huge debate about new prisons being built. One of the challenges, of course, is the planning system, which again has also been decades long in being criticised, but getting a new prison built. And actually, of course, communities are not so keen on having new prisons near them. But there is also an issue about, are we locking up the right people? Are the sentences the right length? Is any rehabilitation going on inside our prisons at all? And of course, there's a constant pressure on Parliament to keep passing. We are about in the House of Lords debating the crime and policing bill, where there'll be more offences created for very good reason. But you create more offences, you create more people that end up in prison.
What do you think, Max, though, about what David Lammy did today? I mean, it does seem a little odd that he wasn't prepared to allude to the fact, I mean, he knew the news was going to come out, that he was aware of this as Prime Minister's questions, or Deputy Prime Minister's questions.
So the thing about PMQs is it's an extremely stressful environment and situation, and David Lammy is not used to doing it. He's stepping in. So I think there is an element here where actually, do you know what? It's quite hard for him to make those decisions really on the fly.
He's the Justice Secretary. If he was made aware of this yesterday, and given what's happened with Kebatu, I mean, I don't think it's rocket science to work out that he may well be asked about prisons.
Well, I think normally in PMQs, generally they tend to go away from the subject where the minister covering it. But I think that what happened there is that if he were to allude to it, that would have then led to more questions which maybe he wasn't in a position to be able to answer to. And yes, he can say this is an ongoing situation, more information is coming through. But then I can't help but wonder that that would look as though he hasn't got a grip on the situation. So I think he was faced with only poor options, shall we say, and he went with the least bad option, which was to attack the Tories, to attack James Cartledge, who, of course, was a Justice Minister in the previous government, so maybe he's also got some questions to answer.
OK, fascinating, and it's a massive political issue as one is clearly a practical one, but I think as you both alluded to, there might be some very fundamental, really difficult problems in this country, and the prison system is clearly one of them. And it is a story we're going to be returning to a little later, but we've also been keeping across a speech that Donald Trump has been making at the American Business Forum. Of course, it comes after those difficult set of results for the Republicans yesterday, not least of all in New York itself. Let's have a listen in to what President Trump had to say.
The Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense.
And of course, that story and definitely the prison story will feature in tomorrow's papers. I'm going to go as far as to say I think it'll be front page news on many of them. We have got our extended press preview from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us will be The Sun's political editor Jack Elsom and the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman. That's from 10:30 tonight here on Sky News. OK, you're watching the Politics Hub. Up next, more on that prisoner mistaken release. I'll get the view from the Conservative Party, speaking to the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, after the break. Stay tuned.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, more on that mistaken release of 2 prisoners from HMP Wandsworth prison as that manhunt continues tonight. Well, a little earlier, I got the thoughts of the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp. This is an absolute mess. No one's going to disagree with that. Who's to blame, do you reckon?
Well, first of all, I think David Lammy should have given an honest and straightforward answer in the House of Commons today. He was asked 5 times by my colleague James Cartledge about the accidental release of prisoners. 5 times he was asked, and instead of giving a straightforward answer, he blustered, he shouted, he frankly didn't properly answer the question at all. It now turns out that not only were 2 prisoners in the last few days accidentally released early from Wandsworth prison, it turns out that he actually had a folder in his possession at PMQs as he was standing there with the details of those early prisoner releases, certainly one of them, which he found out about last night. And even though he was standing there with the details in a folder, he did not say anything. And he subsequently tried to justify that by saying, oh, the police didn't want it released, or the police have since come out and confirmed they had no objection to information being disclosed. This is basically about transparency and openness.
Well, it is, but it's also a little bit about process. I mean, we're talking about the accidental release of 2 prisoners here, and I'm asking you who is to blame rather than who said what and when. This is much more about who do you think is to blame?
Well, I think it is about honesty, actually, because he was asked questions in front of the whole country at Prime Minister's questions, and he didn't give an honest answer. So it is actually also about honesty, about integrity, about being upfront with the public, instead of trying to hide it, as David Lammy clearly did. I'd just been in Parliament just now, calling for him to come back to the chamber, back to Parliament, to give a full explanation of himself and explain why it was he didn't give a straightforward
The reason I'm asking the question about who is to blame, because there's a lot of people, frankly, to blame for this. Now, one of them might be Wandsworth Prisons itself. It's been in special measures since April 2024. And previous to that, it's not had a great record. That was when you guys were in government. The point here is, the wider point is, the prison service has been in a state for quite a long period of time. I mean, hundreds of prisoners were accidentally released when you guys were in government.
Well, look, the Labour...
I don't remember you rushing to Parliament to make statements.
Well, I mean, you know, when Conservative ministers were asked a straightforward question, they usually gave a pretty straightforward answer, which David Lammy didn't do. Look, the Labour government has now been in office for getting on for a year and a half. So I think it's pretty pathetic for them to try and blame anybody apart from themselves. In relation to foreign offenders, so the first offender released accidentally from Wandsworth last week, an Algerian national, and there was also obviously the notorious case of the Ethiopian man who sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl in Epping, removed recently. In those cases where you have a foreign national, my view is that when a foreign national completes their sentence, they should all be immediately removed from the country.
Yeah, but that didn't happen when you guys were in government. Let's look at this. So Wandsworth Prison was in special measures when you were in government. Second of all, we know this. You talk to ex-prison officers, talk to ex-governors. They say the big problem of the last couple of decades is lots of experienced prison staff have left. And they left because you cut the budget. They just did. The reason is that we have got lots of inexperienced prison officers now because lots of them left while you were in government.
Well, and a lot were recruited as well. More prisons got built as well.
Not experienced
But look, I come back to the point I made. We're a year and a half now into this Labour government. This is on their watch. They didn't start in government last week or last month. They've been in power for a year and a half now. They've had plenty of time to make the changes they may want to make. Now, we've got new leadership. We've got a new leader. We've got a new Shadow Home Secretary, which is me. Neither of us, neither Kemi was Prime Minister, nor was I Home Secretary before. We have a new approach, which in relation to foreign criminals is that we should come out of the ECHR, the European Convention on Human Rights, and that will mean we can immediately deport not just some, but all foreign offenders as soon as they are eligible for release. And that means this question of accidentally releasing people into the community would not arise.
OK, so coming back to essentially why we're in this situation, so I'll go through it again. Wandsworth Prison was in special measures when you were in government. The number of prison officers were cut when you were in government and lots of experienced officers left. And now I get down to the crux of the matter, which is how many prison places, net prison places, were made when you guys were in government for 14 years. Do you know the answer to that?
No, I don't.
You don't know that?
But I do know.
Well, I'll tell you.
I wasn't even an MP for most of that
Okay,
period.
well, I'll tell you. It was 500. The population in this country increased by millions of people over that period, and you increased prison places by 500.
And do you know how much... hang on, let me ask you. Do you know how much crime went down by over that 14-year period? And the answer is about 50%.
Yes, and what did you have to do at the end of your government? You had to release prisoners early because there were not enough spaces. To be fair to the Labour Party tonight, they may well have responsibility for this. David Lammy may have questions to answer.
Certainly does.
But the prison service was an absolute mess when you left it in July 2024. That is a fact. It was a mess. Everyone who worked in the prison service said it was a mess.
Well, OK, I mean, you may assert that, but we did have more people in prison than ever before. We had record numbers of police officers, 149,769 to be precise, and overall crime had fallen by about 50%, according to the Crime Survey of England and Wales. But look, to be honest with you, that is in the past. Labour have been in power for a year and a half, and you repeated your question, so I'll repeat my point. Labour have been in power for a year and a half. They must take responsibility for the failures that they are presiding over. And for David Lammy to be asked a straightforward question 5 times and not to answer it, even though he had the information in a folder in his file, I think is disgraceful. It's hiding things from the public. He has been found out in a pretty bad way. He needs to apologise and get himself back to Parliament this evening to explain himself.
OK. Chris Phil, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's pretty unlikely, isn't it? Given the fact, as Rob suggested earlier, Parliament is about to go into recess until next week. OK, you're watching the Politics Hub here on Sky News. Up next, the biggest school shake-up in England in a decade that could see children learning about everything from AI to spotting fake news. I'll be speaking to the Education Minister after the break. Welcome back. Now, the biggest shake-up of schools in England in a decade has been announced. It's set to see GCSE exam time cut by up to 3 hours and children taught about subjects ranging from AI to mortgages, plus the skills to spot so-called fake news. Well, I've been speaking to the school's Standard Minister, Georgia Golds, and this is my interview. I suppose my first question is, we live in a country in which, let's be honest about this, a lot of things have gone wrong recently. One of the things we've got right in recent years is our education system. When it comes to educational attainment, we're going up the league tables. Why you've decided to change something that clearly is working?
So the last curriculum and assessment review was 10 years ago, and the world has changed massively in the last 10 years. And I think it's really important that we update the curriculum to prepare young people for the modern world. And we will build on some of the things that have worked, but also take on some of the areas that haven't. And, 2/3 of young people from disadvantaged backgrounds at GCSE don't get a good pass in English and maths. That is just not good enough. So we need to be working much earlier to support those strong foundations in English and maths. And we need to respond to the world as we see it. Some of the key skills that teachers, young people, employers have told us that our young people need: media literacy, digital literacy, financial education. They're all really important to help young people deal with the world as it is.
Yeah, and one of those I read is AI, technology.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to cause any offence to teachers here, but, do teachers know anything about AI? As I say this, lots of the people working in AI don't. How are you going to teach AI? It's changing quite a lot.
We absolutely have to, because our young people are using AI, and they will be, as they will go into a world where AI is commonplace. So it's critical that we give young people the skills to be able to kind of understand how AI works and to be able to be part of that themselves. We are doing really well in terms of teacher recruitment, and particularly STEM subjects. So we want people who are experts in those fields to be coming into teaching. And as we develop this new curriculum, we'll be, looking at how we bring more into
I'm just a little bit suspicious about how much the average teacher will know about artificial intelligence, but we shall see.
Well, you underestimate the average teacher.
Maybe I do. Let's talk about the other kind of eye-catching thing, I should say, which is around this idea of conspiracy theories and trying to make people more alert about a conspiracy. What is a conspiracy theory, though?
So young people have said that, I think half of them have said that they know someone who believes a conspiracy theory, and that can be a belief that isn't backed up by evidence or facts or kind of mainstream kind of news or investigation. And we want young people to be able to...
Who gets to decide what it is, though?
Well, I was going to say, we want young people to have the skills to kind of challenge what they read. We're not going to tell young people what to believe, but we want them to have critical thinking. We want them to be able to look for sources. We want them to be able to spot emotive language and to be able to just think critically about the wide range of different information that we consume.
Well, let me put one to you. Do you think that COVID started in a lab in Wuhan?
No, no, I don't think that. I think that, I think on all of these, we have to be guided by the evidence and the science.
So the interesting thing is that was suggested to be a conspiracy theory, but now the overwhelming evidence from the CIA and others is that it probably did. And you just said that you didn't believe it did happen.
Was it I don't know how it started.
This gets to the heart of the serious heart of what is a conspiracy theory and who gets to decide what it is.
And these are exactly the conversations we need to be having in classrooms. This kind of dialogue, this kind of discussion. So about big events and where there is often alternative narratives that are placed online, and looking at the evidence, looking at what backs it up, what has the CIA said on something. These are the kind of things that we want children to be discussing.
Just briefly on foreign languages, because that's another significant change, it seems, or at least the critics seem to think so. Why have you done? We're pretty bad at foreign languages. Many feel that this will make us even worse.
So, the regime we previously had didn't actually see a massive increase in foreign languages.
So
it was a 1% increase since 2010, but we absolutely have not given up. We think this is a really important subject for young people to learn, to be able to kind of access other cultures. It's an important part of our education system. And we're actually adding a new qualification, a new stepped qualification to help young people to really be able to move forward with modern foreign languages. But we're just offering real choice for young people, modern foreign languages, humanities, the arts, what makes a broad education and allowing young people to follow their passions.
Well, let's bring back in our panel tonight Nikki and Max, who are with me. And Nikki, what did you make of that? Because to be fair, I was focusing on a few issues there. I mean, this is a big shake-up with real consequences across a whole broad range of things.
It is. I mean, firstly, I wish we talked about education policy more broadly often in Westminster, because actually it really matters. It matters to the shape of the country, things like the economy, the path that people choose in life, and everything else. So this all feels very familiar, because 10 years ago I was in the Secretary of State's seat and we were making changes. I would say to ministers that today is probably the high point, if they like, of their announcements, because I think many of us who've been there have got the scars from actually in the detailed reform of the curriculum into exam qualifications. So the questions you were asking about things like conspiracy theories, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be taught in that way, but it is a question to ask, which is, well, exactly how do you equip to make sure there are good conversations in classrooms, to encourage critical thinking, awareness that what you encounter on the internet may not always be accurate. You should always ask questions about it. And those are lessons that aren't just relevant to young people, they're relevant for all of us.
I should say. Yeah.
But I think broadly, I welcome a lot of this. The curriculum does need modernising. I think AI is absolutely a part of our lives. I welcome the fact we're going to have, more testing awareness of how students are doing in those first couple of years at secondary school. I'm a little worried about the grammar changes for the primary curriculum, because, we have done very well English schools in international league tables and things like reading, and that's because of the grammar changes we've made. But look, overall, I think it's a good step. Becky Francis, who led the review, is well respected. I think, as ever, how this translates into actual change will be key to watch.
Max?
I think that it's a broad range here, and as Nikki says, this is a process, this is a review. Obviously, it's government-backed, and the government are going to be supporting most of it, but there's going to be consultations with stakeholders, with politicians, so there's going to be a lot of different bits and pieces that are going to change around it before it actually is enacted in a few years' time. I think that I'm not usually in the habit of talking up Tory achievements, but when it comes to...
Here we go.
But I will say, when it comes to reading standards amongst children, that was something that the last Tory government did well. And part of that was because of phonics and the focus there. And I was glad to see in the detail of this that Labour are going to be doing even more training with reception year teachers to try and get the phonics up even higher. With Labour, the government have got this target of 90% of primary school children.
What is it?
It's how children learn to read. So it's spelling out, it's the sounds. It's a very different way from how it used to be taught.
Okay.
So I'm glad that there is a focus on that. I'm also glad that there is a broad focus where it's not just arts or science. There is a focus on getting more children into STEM subjects, but also encouraging music classes as well. Sometimes this debate ends up being binary, whereas actually children need a broad education. And then to your questioning earlier about AI, I mean, I've got no idea how this is going to happen in practice, but it seems to me that a crucial part of thinking about AI is about developing critical thinking amongst children, so they can actually think about what this is at the moment, where it will go next, what are the morals around it. And I think a focus on that critical thinking element has to be a key part of it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, though, because I always find that the generation who grew up with the technology are normally the best generation at using it. It's all those people like us, the older farts, who are slightly worse at it. But just on that point, actually, about change, because, 10 years ago, AI was a thing, but it was a very niche thing. Now it's a very central thing to increasingly all our lives. I mean, where it's going to be in 10 years, none of us know. And isn't that the point? By the time this gets announced, it goes through all the things that you talked about, lots of, particularly the kind of cutting edge bit of the curriculum, could well be slightly out of date.
Well, I think they're talking about implementing in 2028.
Okay.
So we've got, another 3 academic years. And you're right. I suppose that the lesson from this is how do you continue to keep certain parts of the curriculum up to date? So particularly computing. So you're right, 10 years ago, we talked about coding, which people don't seem to talk about anymore. It's always about AI, and then quantum will be the next thing probably. But there are going to be other parts of the curriculum. I'm going to say history, and probably I'm going to get shouted at now by all the history teachers who might be watching. But there'll be certain bits that obviously are slower time in terms of needing to be updated. But I think that's what DfE will be interesting to see how they plan to continue to keep certain bits of the curriculum, as I say, up to date.
Okay, really fascinating, and an issue that we will be returning to, not least of all AI, which is, we seem to talk about it all the time. Okay, we're going to go to the United States now because President Trump, as we talked about a little earlier, has been talking in the last hour or so in a speech referring back to that big win in New York for Zohran Mamdani, who, of course, is now the new mayor of that city. Let's have a listen into what the US president had to say a little earlier.
The Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense.
Let's bring in Mark Stone, our US correspondent, who is clearly at that speech. And Mark, a reflection not just on New York there, but let's be honest about this, not the best of nights for President Trump, a better night for the Democrats.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you can hear me, Darren, over the music, the village people, YMCA, just carrying Donald Trump off the stage after a long, long speech here at the America Business Forum in the heart of Miami. An interesting choice by the president to be here. It is, of course, exactly a year since he was propelled back to the White House for that second term as the American president, and he's chosen to be here, perhaps a safe space among business leaders at a business forum in a safe state as well, in Florida, his home state. And he spent the past hour reminding those business leaders who, I have to say, are absolutely fans of his down here in Florida, wealthy business people, reminding them of just how great he thinks America is 10 months into his second term. There was some words, though, you played a few of them there, about Zohran Mamdani, who has been elected as the Democratic Party mayor of New York City, one of 3 upsets for the Republican Party, the other 2 being the governor races both in Virginia and in New Jersey, both of them to Democrats as well. And, you know, he frames Zohran Mamdani, as you might expect him to, as a communist. He's said it before. Mamdani is a proud socialist, a democratic socialist. He doesn't hide from that. His speech last night was very much about all of that. But from Trump's perspective, he's a communist. And I think, in a way, his election will kind of allow Donald Trump to do what he's done before, to remind those who are listening that the Democrats are now moving far to the left of centre. In a sense, I think that will somewhat help him. But what's also true, and we've been travelling around the country over the past week or so, we've got a real sense that, well, those that are already wealthy, the business leaders, are happy with the economy under Trump, the stock market doing well. Drill down, talk to the people who propelled Trump to the White House, the grassroots, Republicans in places like Pennsylvania. They are still struggling. The cost of living is still high. The figures may be good, but people aren't feeling it. It was a problem for Joe Biden. It remains a problem for President Trump.
Okay, Mark Stone, live for us there in Miami with YMCA in the background. Thank you very much indeed. And I think sometimes we have to kind of remind ourselves that after US presidential elections, we now essentially always get the village people and YMCA. It is rather odd, isn't it? But there we go. Okay, right, you're watching the Politics Hub here on Sky News. Up next, we'll have more on Mamdani's win in New York. He's been self-styled as President Trump's worst nightmare as he stormed to victory in New York. But we'll be asking whether any lessons can be learned here at home. That's next.
Coming up on the UK Tonight at 8, we'll have the latest on the manhunts for not 1, but 2 prisoners released by mistake from Wandsworth Prison. Plus, tonight I'm joined in the studio by Australian campaigners who say that their idea to tackle knife crime could also work here. And as Prince William follows in his mother's footsteps in Brazil, his brother writes a love letter to Britain. All that and much more on the UK Tonight from 8.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay.
Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
Welcome back to Sky News. Now, before the break, we were talking about Zohran Madani's victory in New York. Donald Trump, of course, has made no secret of not being his biggest fan. But back here, the city's mayor-elect has attracted his own supporters, not least of all the Green Party leader, Zach Polanski, who told Sky News that the election felt like a moment where hope has triumphed.
I think what Zohran really did was connect with the lives of ordinary people, mobilise young people, and it wasn't just about social media. I think that sometimes it becomes about the communication style. He's undoubtedly an incredible communicator, but actually I think it was about the policies. It was a relentless focus on inequality, and that's exactly what we're going to do here.
And it also seems that even those on the right side of left-wing politics, i.e. the Health Secretary Wes Streeting, was also keen to congratulate him. This is what he posted on social media today, saying that Madani's campaign had been inspirational and that there were lessons for progressives to be learned the world over. Well, let's bring in Nikki and Max, who are still with us. And I suppose you look at this, are there lessons to be learned? Because I was also wondering, you know, I was saying to you guys during the break, what is an American communist? I mean, Wes Streeting to Donald Trump is probably an American communist.
Well, I think the whole notion of lessons being learned is quite overblown, because we're talking about mayor of a city. We're talking about this election was, frankly, a foregone conclusion because it's a democratic city. What that necessarily, how that then correlates to a parliamentary system in the UK at a general election for a country rather than a city, I'm not sure. So I think the notion of these lessons...
He did a bit like Jeremy Corbyn, though, in 2017, managed to seemingly get some people who might not have voted ever before to come out, which was interesting.
Sure, mobilising, but I think the lesson to be learned, as it were, is that you pick a good candidate who talks about issues that matter to people, like the cost of living. And if you can focus on that, then it's not terribly complicated. And in that sense, that is something that can be learned, I suppose.
Nikki?
I don't know. I think he clearly caught the imagination of lots of people. I was watching an interview somebody did last night, and they'd voted for Trump last year, and they voted for Madani yesterday.
Wow,
now, that is quite a shift.
That is quite a swing.
And I suspect that's partly because they just want to shake the system up. And so I think if there are a number of voters, and I think we do have to watch for that in the UK, who are sort of, in a way, I don't mind who I vote for. I just want to send a signal to the establishment, to Westminster, to Parliament, that I want to shake up, I want things to change. And so the fascinating thing, of course, will be, as we know, it's easy to make the promises on the campaign trail actually, is he now going to be able to deliver, particularly given he's got a president who
will do
very
his damn hardest not to
absolutely.
make it happen. But just very finally on that point, I mean, why is populism? We talk about these terms all the time, but we focus a lot on right-wing populism. Actually, isn't this a demonstration? Interesting, of course, the Green Party leader talking a little earlier, maybe we don't talk about left-wing populism enough. And actually, it could be a real weakness for Labour going forward.
Well, definitely, yeah, for sure. I think a lot of the time you talk about Labour, and with the Labour, a lot of the media focus on the threat from reform, but of course there's a huge threat from the left as well. We saw it at the last 2024 election when several Labour MPs lost seats to pro-Palestinian insurgent MPs. So certainly there is that left populism. But I think going to Nikki's point about shaking up the system, going against the status quo. I think there is this change, this desire for change, which Labour tapped into last year, and maybe there's that sort of theme that's still there where it resonates with people, whether it's left or right. You want to shake up the perceived system and get something different.
And just very finally on this, I mean, do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, and I think also if there were clear campaign messages he used, and so people do like to vote for clarity, and so. But as I say, I think how he now governs is going to be
the real test.
incredibly interesting.
Max and Nikki, it's been an absolute pleasure tonight. Thank you very much indeed. We certainly got around a lot of issues, didn't we, in different parts of the world. And that is it for the Politics Hub for tonight. We're back at 7 tomorrow. Do join me then if you can. Up next, it's the UK Tonight with Sergey and Lee. Have a nice evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's 8 o'clock. This is the UK Tonight. Coming up, 2 more inmates released from a UK prison by mistake. The men, a foreign sex offender and a fraudster from Surrey, were both prisoners at HMP Wandsworth. One was released last week, the other freed on Monday. It comes just days after the government brought in tougher new rules following the accidental release of the Epping asylum seeker who'd been jailed for sex offences. And today's revelations pile the pressure on the government and the prison service. Also tonight, the father of the Southport attacker says he is desperately sorry. Alphonse Rudy Cabana telling the public inquiry into that attack that he had lost control of his son, who repeatedly threatened to kill him. Plus, tonight I speak to Australian campaigners who have been in Westminster today to explain why their idea to tackle knife crime could also work here. And Prince William following in his mother's footsteps in Brazil, while his brother writes a love letter to Britain. All that to come and much more on the UK Tonight. We begin tonight with a search for not one, but two prisoners released by mistake. Authorities currently searching for 24-year-old Brahim Kadur Sharif and 35-year-old Billy Smith, both released in error from HMP Wandsworth in southwest London. Well, this all comes just days after migrant sex offender Hadush Kebatu was set free from HMP Chelmsford by mistake, which led to a tightening of rules around the release of prisoners. Coming up, we'll discuss what's going wrong in our prison service. But first, our national correspondent Tom Parmenter has our first report tonight.
It's happened again. Not one, but two prisoners let out by mistake, this time at Wandsworth Prison in southwest London. Two manhunts are now underway. First, 24-year-old Brahim Kadur Sharif. The Algerian national is a registered sex offender who was serving time for another offence. This was him when he was arrested in September. He was due to be deported due to overstaying his visa. The police are now urgently trying to find him. He was let out on October the 29th. Astonishingly, it took 6 days for the prison authorities to tell the police he was missing. It comes straight after the case of Hadush Kebatu, another convicted sex offender. He was released in error from Chelmsford Prison. He was on the run for 48 hours before being caught and deported. The Justice Secretary, David Lammy, was asked about it in the Commons.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
The Algerian sex offender is not an asylum seeker, but Mr. Lammy didn't answer the question.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
In his latest statement, the Justice Secretary said, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better, and the public deserve answers."
They do, because this happens more than you might think. Every month across the country, around 22 prisoners are released like this. David Lammy may say that he has now the tightest checks ever in place on prison gates, but they're clearly not working.
The second mistake at Wandsworth was the release of this man, Billy Smith, from Woking in Surrey. He'd been sentenced to 45 months for fraud offences, but released on the same day. The courts gave the prison the wrong instructions. It all points to a criminal justice system that's failing victims and communities. Both of these manhunts were entirely avoidable and illustrate the gap between government ambition and the reality of what's happening inside. Tom Parmenter, Sky News, Wandsworth Prison.
Well, Tom is outside Wandsworth Prison for us tonight, our chief political correspondent standing by in Westminster for the political reaction. Tom, I'm going to come to you first. Those manhunts underway. What's the latest this evening?
As we were breaking this story on Sky News at lunchtime, you just thought, how is this happening again? And that is, I think, the question being asked across the country tonight. What on earth is actually going on in the prison service? These manhunts are both ongoing tonight. The Metropolitan Police leading one, Surrey Police leading the other. And it is something of a farce that they are having to do that. And you really did sense the frustration from the Metropolitan Police that it was 6 days between the point of this Algerian offender being allowed out of Wandsworth Prison and the Metropolitan Police being told of that fact. That puts them at a huge disadvantage in this manhunt because he's had 6 days to potentially travel out of London, potentially far further. There will perhaps be people assisting those offenders, and the police will no doubt be trying to trace people that they know and trying to bring them back into custody as quickly as possible. And within what the Justice Secretary had to say today, I mean, he's clearly angry once again that, again, the prison service is something of a joke to many people, that this continues to happen. But it really has to deliver the kind of change that David Lammy talks about. I've just been speaking to an inmate who had just walked out in the last 20 minutes from Wandsworth Prison. He'd just been released properly, and he told me that inside it was chaos in his view. He said that the members of staff that he'd seen processing these releases are young and inexperienced and, in his words, don't particularly seem to know what they're doing. He talked about shouting going on between staff and a picture of chaos, really, behind the prison doors. And yes, there are systemic problems within the prison service that need to be fixed, but this is a more immediate thing that you would think would be fixable. These checks on releases need to be more thorough. The Justice Secretary has demanded that they are more thorough, and these mistakes just don't happen, but they keep happening, and that is a huge problem for the government's credibility.
Yeah, indeed. Tom, thank you. Tom Parmenter outside HMP Wandsworth for us tonight. Let's talk to John, who's standing by in Westminster. Some really tough questions for the government today, John.
Yes, and there are plenty of questions being asked of the Justice Secretary, David Lammy, who was standing in at PMQs because the Prime Minister is on his way or may have arrived now in Brazil for the COP Climate Summit. Here's a letter from Robert Jenrick, the Shadow Justice Secretary. Lots of questions here. For example, when were you first made aware of the mistaken Wandsworth release, and why did you not inform the public immediately? That's question number one. Well, we now know that Mr. Lammy was made aware last night, and yet nothing seemed to happen between last night and midday today, when he was asked 5 times by the Tories stand-in for Kemi Badenoch, that was James Cartledge, the Shadow Defence Secretary, about further releases by mistake. Now, because he he refused to answer the questions, we understand that, in fact, the police didn't have a problem with him giving a frank, candid answer, and he just looked shifty, as if it looked like a cover-up. And throughout the afternoon, the Conservatives have been trying to drag him back to the House of Commons to answer those questions. Now, what happened at the end of PMQs was that Mr. Cartledge stood up and said, it's just been reported that, in fact, this prisoner has been released wrongly. The Speaker gave him a chance to answer, but he absolutely hurried out of the Commons chamber, ignoring the Speaker, who clearly thought he perhaps ought to answer the question. I mean, other questions, for example, why were the Metropolitan Police not informed of the accidental release for 6 days? That is a question that nobody has managed to answer satisfactorily today. And there are more. Now, Mr. Lammy stands accused of bungling this. Should have been more candid with MPs and the public. He seemed to just sit on the information, and he's been heavily criticised, obviously by political opponents, but many on the Labour side think it didn't look good. He lost his temper with Mr. Cartledge. That didn't look good either. There was a little hint that something might be amiss when he said in one of his answers to Mr. Cartledge's 5 questions, he talked about the extra measure he'd already brought in after the Chelmsford mistake, that he said might be more measures needed, which perhaps was a signal or a hint that perhaps all was not well. Either way, Mr. Lammy stands accused of bungling this, accused of a cover-up, not being frank with MPs and with the public. And when he had the opportunity to come back to the House of Commons, as MPs clearly wanted him to, that often happens if a minister's got new information, they come back later in the day. And Mr. Lammy seems to have gone into hiding, and he has emerged from this very badly indeed.
John, thank you. John Craig with the latest from Westminster. Well, let's speak now to Mark Fairhurst, National Chair of the Prison Officers Association. Good to see you tonight, Mark. Thank you for coming on to talk about this breaking news. We understood that the government had brought in more checks and tighter rules around prisoner release following that high-profile mistaken release of Hadush Kebatu a couple of weeks ago. And now this. What was your reaction when you heard the news?
Well, I was as shocked as everybody else, but what I can confirm in this instance is that this was a clerical error. The warrant from the court didn't arrive, which meant we didn't have the legal authority to hold the prisoner in custody. So quite correctly, we had to release them. So somewhere between the court and Wandsworth Prison, we haven't received the warrant.
So a mistake was made in paperwork and this prisoner has now been released. In terms of how this happens, Tom Parmenter, our national correspondent outside HMP Wandsworth tonight, was saying that actually this is more common than the public may be aware of. Of course, these two prisoners being released by mistake, making the headlines because, as I said, it comes hot on the heels of the mistaken release of Hadush Kebatu and the government saying, you know, this won't happen again, we're tightening up the rules. But 22 prisoners are mistakenly released every month. How can that happen?
Well, this is what shocks me more than anything. The leaders of this service have known that for at least the last 18 months, there have been regular occurrences of releases in error. 262 up to March 2025. That's over 100% increase on the year before. So why is it only now, due to these high-profile releases in error, have leaders of this service decided to take action? We need to look at what's gone wrong. We need to put it right, but we need to do that rapidly.
Yeah, and in terms of the government's plan for this early prisoner release scheme, we know the reasons behind that is because the UK prisons are, you know, nearly at capacity. We know that. So they've introduced that, which obviously adds to more prisoners being released from prisons every month. And the government may argue that that plan itself isn't flawed. It's there for the reasons they state, but the support system is flawed. The services within the prison stretch. Tom Parmenter, our correspondent there, talking about a conversation he had with a prisoner who was released, genuinely released this evening, and he spoke of a scene inside the prison of chaos when it came to his release. Inexperienced young staff all shouting at each other. Nobody seemed to know what was going on. The service itself can't seem to cope with the simple demands, but the high number of demands being made of them.
Yes, so the problem is, Sarah, that there's a lot of pressure on the entire criminal justice system. It's not just prisons, it's probation, it's police, it's the court system. And that's why the POA have called for a Royal Commission into the entire criminal justice system so we can find out what's going wrong and put it right. And this is down to decades of underinvestment from successive governments. We have a severe lack of training for staff, and especially in reception areas and for discharging managers. They don't get any training whatsoever. You could be a prison officer today and in a few days' time get promoted, be discharging prisoners from reception. You haven't received any training whatsoever and you're relying on experienced staff to guide you. And of course, the offender management units who process prisoner calculations because of these early releases, they have to use pen and paper. In a digital world, we haven't had modern systems to assist us. So we need investment in the infrastructure as well.
I may be labouring a point here, but I think for people watching at home, we all have processes that we go through at work, you know, for whatever procedure it may be. And the release of a prisoner, as you said, comes with paperwork. It may not all be digital at the moment. It's quite an old-fashioned system, as you said, pen and paper being used. But talk us through the process of how a prisoner who's committed a crime can be released mistakenly. Where are the mistakes being made? You highlighted that mistake that was made at court that meant that a prisoner didn't go to HMP Wandsworth was released, and that was because the wrong information was given. By the time the right information did get given to them, he'd already gone free, and now there's a manhunt. But talk us through the nuts and bolts of how 22 prisoners a month are mistakenly released.
Well, quite often a prisoner will come into prison and because of the early release scheme, their sentence will have to be recalculated to release them at the 40% mark. If that calculation is incorrect, we release them early. If remand time isn't taken into account, they get released early. It's quite often that we haven't got the correct information from the Home Office if they need to be deported. or we haven't got the correct warrant in place or licence conditions. So a lot of things can go wrong, but this is down to the pressure on staff. Are they trained sufficiently to calculate sentences? And of course, it's not a straightforward process because we don't have digital systems that can assist us progress and process these sentences.
So it's more investment and a longer term plan that's needed to address these issues. There's not going to be changes overnight. So when you hear the government say, look, we've brought in more checks and tighter rules, that sort of, that's just words. That's not, in effect, coming in to force in prisons. They can do no more, if you like.
The thing is, so far, those additional checks brought in by David Lammy, which consist of 30 checks prior to someone's release by a duty governor and 12 checks by the discharging manager in reception, they've been successful. They were at fault in this instance. One of them was due to the court giving us the wrong information, and the other was because we didn't have a warrant to hold that person. So the checks have actually worked so far. What I would hope from this independent review, which is being conducted by Dame Owens, is that she realises that we need investment in IT, we need investment in staff training, we need specialist staff in receptions. But what I would like to see is a standardisation across the entire estate for sentence calculation and discharge processes in reception, because we know every reception has its localisms. So although we achieve the same aim and follow the same processes, there are differences in how we do that. And I think we now need to standardise it. And we definitely need a senior manager based in reception full-time to oversee every discharge and every reception process.
Yeah. And those, on average, 22 prisoners mistakenly released every month. As you've quite rightly pointed out, this isn't a new thing. This has been going on for, a year, 2 years. This is a statistic that occurs every month. These are high profile because of, recent events and the release of Hadush Kebatu. But how do you get those prisoners back? Do you get them back? What's then the process that kicks in? We talk about manhunts. Are there manhunts for every 22 prisoners each month?
There's not a manhunt, so to speak, but what really worries me about this one is that somebody in the prison is responsible for informing the police immediately that there has been a release in error. So why has this taken 6 days to inform the Metropolitan Police that we have released someone in error? That should never happen, and that needs to be rectified and looked into. So what should happen is we tell the police and they put a warrant out for their arrest, and if they pick them up, they pick them up. If they don't, then they keep looking for them until they do. But most of the time, Sarah, a lot of people hand themselves in because they realise through news channels, through word of mouth, and sometimes we can contact them because we actually have their phone details, or we can go to the home address and simply pick them up if we inform the police in time. A lot of people hand themselves in and we pick them up at home or in their hostel address, wherever they're in an approved premises. So quite often, a lot of these people realise there's been a mistake, hand themselves in, or are easily picked up. In this instance, obviously, these people know they're wanted, they've gone to ground, and it's going to be more difficult after 6 days of someone being released for the police to act. And that really is a concern for me. This should have been acknowledged straight away, and the police should have been informed.
Mark Fairhurst, really good to talk to you tonight. Thank you so much for coming on to give your reaction to that breaking news today. Mark Fairhurst, there's National Chairman of the Prison Officers Association. Appreciate your time. Thank you. The father of the Southport attacker has told the public inquiry that he is desperately sorry about what happened. Alphonse Rudicabana said that he was frightened of his son, who had threatened to kill him on a number of occasions. Sky's Katie Barnfield reports.
There's a knife up there, it's been disarmed.
Any more kids in there?
When Axel Rudicabana carried out his deadly attack on a children's dance class, his behaviour shocked the country. But his father told the attack inquiry that violence from his son was nothing new, and that he'd seen it so much he became conditioned to expect it. In one incident in early 2024, months before the Southport attack, the inquiry was told Axel Rudicabana poured an entire bottle of oil over his father's head and threatened to kill him.
His eyes were very red, and it seemed like he had some kind of mental anguish, some kind of mental pain. He was poking my chest and saying, "If you get me out of here, this house, it may take a day, a week, or it may be years. I will kill you, and trust me, I will kill you."
inquiry's lawyer, Nicholas Moss-Casey, accused Alphonse of undermining the agencies trying to deal with his son's violence. Mr Moss said his father had called up Childline to complain about them reporting him to the police when he said he wanted to stab someone. When Axel Ruda-Cabana went back to his former school and attacked a pupil with a hockey stick, the inquiry was told that officers threatened to arrest Alphonse himself as he argued with them about bringing his son home in handcuffs. Mr Moss said Axel Ruda-Cabana was accessing degrading, violent and gory material online and ordering weapons, including a machete to the family home in 2023. But, he said, Alphonse failed to put in parental controls to restrict his internet use. In his written statement, Alphonse said he was frightened of his son, which prevented him from doing things a parent would normally do.
This had catastrophic consequences for which I am desperately sorry. I accept that I bear my share of the responsibility and that by not challenging AR's behaviour, he was allowed to acquire dangerous weapons and view inappropriate content online.
Alphonse Ruda-Cabana told the inquiry he now accepts he was very naive, that he had lost control as a father and no longer had any power over a son who would go on to kill. Katie Barnfield, Sky News in Liverpool.
Still to come on the UK tonight, we'll have the latest from Rio, with Prince William set to announce the winners of his Earthshot Prize. Meanwhile, his brother, Prince Harry, expresses his love for all things British despite living in California, while bringing his love letter to the UK. And the chief executive of Maccabi Tel Aviv tells Sky News their match against Aston Villa has been taken over by people who spew hatred. Now the latest from Birmingham.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
The chief executive of Maccabi Tel Aviv has told Sky News that their match against Aston Villa tomorrow night has been taken over by people who want to spew hatred. Away fans have been banned from the game at Villa Park amid public safety concerns, a decision condemned by the Prime Minister. Let's bring in our sports correspondent Rob Harris, who joins us now from Villa Park. So tell us more about what he's had to say, Rob.
Well, it's building up to this highly politically charged, tense match tomorrow night. There are going to be more than 700 police officers deployed here already across Birmingham. I've seen pro-Palestinian protesters calling for Israeli teams to be banned from European football. They're not, but Maccabi Tel Aviv's fans have been banned from this match, a decision that caused a lot of anger in Downing Street and at the club itself in Israel. Police have only said it's based on intelligence and past incidents, and that relates to what happened in Amsterdam a year ago when Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were attacked by locals in Amsterdam, but also the Israeli fans were also seen hurling anti-Arab abuse and tearing down Palestinian flags. But Maccabi Tel Aviv's CEO, after arriving here in Birmingham, told me that and other incidents about their fans are being mischaracterised. Have you been given a clear reason for this ban on your fans? As in, is it to protect your fans, to protect the team, or is it over concerns about what your fans...
No, there isn't. We have not been given a clear reason, but I have seen, again, people coming up with all sorts of stories of our fans, especially in Amsterdam, where there was what the Amsterdam authorities themselves classified as a Jew hunt. You know, being portrayed as organized fighters, soldiers, etc., etc. It's just blatant falsehoods, and the people who say those things know that they're false, and shame on them.
Some of your fans were filmed chanting anti-Arab slogans in Amsterdam. Absolutely. Palestinian flags being ripped down as well. Yes. Your own statement the other week referenced a problem with racist fans as well.
Yes, I think any club that tries to suggest that they don't have any issues, whatever that may be, it's untrue. I mean, there are good clubs that have managed to improve the situation. We know we've got a long road ahead. There are elements in the club that they're not in line with our values, our morals, and we do expend a lot of energy and have been for many, many years in trying to eradicate that. But to malign thousands and thousands of good fans with the actions of a few, it's a dangerous game.
Jack Angelidis there went on to tell me he thinks hatred is being spewed about his club. They rejected any allocation, even if the ban had been overturned, because of concerns about the safety of their fans here. We are waiting to see just how protests will unfold here tomorrow night. There are pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli protests planned. Schools are closing by 2 o'clock in the area. Such is the concern as police try to protect both the local community and safeguard the match and the right to protest. But this has created a lot of friction here and far beyond in Israel too, which has seen the Israeli fans banned from this match.
Rob, thank you. Prince William will award 5 people £1 million this evening as he names this year's winners of his Earthshot Prize in Rio. The Prince of Wales is making a 5-day visit to Brazil, where he will also give a speech at COP30, the UN's annual climate meeting. It comes as senior royals try to put the controversy around Andrew Windsor behind them. Sky's royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills has the latest from Rio.
We started the day kind of in the most incredible way, really, to kind of shine a spotlight on the Earthshot Prize. They had closed down Christ the Redeemer statue. No visitors were allowed up there, apart from Prince William, us, and the Earthshot finalists. So he took a bit of time talking to them about what it's been like so far to be part of this movement that they describe it now, in terms of the support that they're getting, but also what potentially it could mean to them to win those £1 million prizes. As he said, 5 of them being given out later on today. Prince William also took a bit of time after posing for a photo with the finalists. He also took a bit of, well, it felt like a moment of kind of quiet reflection, really. He walked to an area up there where Princess Diana had previously visited back in 1991. All the newspaper journalists were so excited that he was sort of recreating this moment. But it did feel like he was sort of stopping and taking a sort of a pause, really, after what has been an incredibly busy few days, but also a really difficult few weeks for the royal family. I think they will be delighted that so far they've got to this point and there hasn't been any mention, really, of Andrew, his uncle. There hasn't been any big kind of revelations around him that have sprung up. The only thing today, though, is that people are starting to also talk about Prince Harry, because he's doing a trip to Canada at the moment to celebrate remembrance. He also released an essay today, quite a personal one as well, talking about his time serving in the armed forces, how it's easy for us to forget veterans. And so I think for Harry and William, both of them, well, they get frustrated really that we pit them against each other. But it does feel a bit like a bit of an own goal. The fact Harry's doing something at the same time as William. However, this evening, when the likes of Kylie Minogue, the singer Shawn Mendes hit the green carpet with Prince William, he hopes that he can sort of drag our attention back here and get us to focus on what he hopes is a positive message ahead of him heading to Belém and that COP climate conference tomorrow, where of course there is so much pessimism about whether or not anything meaningful can really come from it.
Meanwhile, Prince Harry has expressed his pride at fighting for his country and his love for things that make us British in an essay to mark this year's Remembrance commemorations. Prince Harry wrote this: "Though currently I may live in the United States, Britain is and always will be the country I proudly served and fought for. The banter of the mess, the clubhouse, the pub, the stands, ridiculous as it sounds, these are the things that make us British. I make no apology for it. I love it. That same spirit lives in every member of our armed forces and the families who serve beside them." Prince Harry going on to say, "So as we bow our heads this weekend, let us remember not only the fallen, but the living, those who still carry the weight of war in body and mind, and the families who bear its memory in their hearts. If you live near them, knock on their door. If you see them around, shake their hand. And if you feel so inclined, join them for a cuppa or a pint to hear their story and remind them their service still matters." Still to come on the UK Tonight. I'm going to be joined by the Australian campaigners who have been talking to officials in Westminster today about why their idea to tackle knife crime could also work here in the UK. Now, my next guests tonight are here in the UK to talk to officials about a new law in Australia that gives police expanded powers to conduct scans for weapons without a warrant. It was first introduced in Queensland and is now in place across much of Australia. It's called Jack's Law, and it allows officers to conduct scans for knives with handheld detectors in any public place. Well, it is named after teenager Jack Beasley, who was stabbed and killed on a night out with friends on the Gold Coast back in 2019. His parents have campaigned across Australia to expand the law and have now taken that campaign international. Jack's father, Brett, joins me tonight alongside Queensland Acting Assistant Commissioner Rhys Wildman and Senior Sergeant Brad Ricks from Queensland Police. Gentlemen, welcome to the UK tonight. Thank you so much for coming in to see us.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
At the end of what has been a very busy day, because you've been knocking on doors in Westminster and they've been thrown open wide to talk about this. First of all, Rhys, perhaps you can explain to us, in this country we talk about stop and search. What's happening in Australia as a result of what you've done in Queensland, in Jack's name, is stop and scan. And this is all about tackling knife crime. Talk to me about how this came about.
Yeah, obviously on the back of the tragic death of Jack, there was such a community outrage in Queensland around the circumstances for Jack's passing that it drove a groundswell of change, and luckily our politicians at the time and successive governments since then have had a bilateral support for bringing in these new laws, which is all about not stop and search. This is nothing about searching. This is about scanning, and it's using a device which Brad has here tonight as one of the devices we use, and it's actually looking at not the offenders so much. It's actually looking at the location. So we're thinking of places of mass gathering, train stations, shopping centres, those type of locations. And it's actually a victim-centric approach. Our focus is about reducing victims. It's not about targeting offenders. It's actually changing behaviour.
So it's a handheld wand. Brad, perhaps you can demonstrate.
Yeah, I've got one there.
Yeah, so it's a handheld device that police officers will have across Australia now. Yeah. And Brett, you and your wife got involved, obviously, because of what happened to your son, Jack. And Rhys mentioned there that you wanted to have this to be a victim-centred approach and get the community on board. Talk to me about how you became involved.
Well, we were involved, obviously, after Jack died, and we helped create these powers for these guys in Jack's Law. So, you know, as he said, it's all about community safety. And we don't want any other parent to go through what we've been through and still going through. So this law is absolutely groundbreaking in Australia. It works good, and it will work here in the UK.
Yeah. Brad, show us how it works. You demonstrate on Rhys. So officers will have this.
Very simple. They carry it on their belts. All police officers will carry it on their belts. Simple metal detector. Run across. If it detects the presence of metal, it vibrates, it's silent, red light goes off, and so the police then know that the person has something in their clothing or in their belongings, which is metal. And then the police then get the person to produce that. It doesn't then lead to a search. Yeah. And then if it's a lawful item, they go about their business. If it's an illegal item, then we deal with it then.
It literally is a hands-off approach. And Rhys, I know you don't like the term stop and search. You're very keen to say this isn't a search, it's a scan. You'll be well aware of the controversy in the UK over stop and search, hugely controversial because it was criticised for disproportionately targeting minority groups, mainly young black men here in the UK, concerns over its misuse and its damage to public trust. What's your rebuttal to that? Because I'm sure that came up in your discussions in Westminster today. I know you met Sir Lindsay Hoyle and also representatives from the Metropolitan Police as well. And the Home Office. Yeah,
absolutely. So for us, it was, it actually came through that groundswell of support from the community. So it was a community-centred approach to this to begin with. And we had a very structured approach on how we engaged and brought these laws into play. Firstly, it was around engaging with key community leaders across multiple sectors of our community, across racial and also religious backgrounds. So we brought, a level of comfort about the laws and how they'd be operated. And then we structured a very detailed media campaign around it as well to provide that level of support for the community and understanding about what the true intent is, about keeping them safe. And this is what it's about. It's not about not only about keeping our community safe, but them feeling safe. They've got to have both elements so that our community feels safe about using public transport, going to the shops and living their everyday lives. Then we back that up with special training for our police, frontline police. So it was a person-centric approach. They're well aware of the requirement for them to perform professionally. And as a result, we've completed in Queensland since May 2021 through to just a few days ago, over nearly 200,000 wandings. And with that, those 200,000 odd scans or wandings, we've received 2 police complaints. Both of them were unfounded, which is just an incredible effort.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, you know, profiling and, again, coming back to that criticism about stop and search. I'm sure you're asked this question, stop and scan.
Yep.
How would you know who to stop in terms of, would you have to have some kind of suspicion or probable cause, or is this done at random, much as you would do a bag search if you're going into a sports arena, for example?
Totally random, SJ. So that's the whole intent, that anyone that walks through, like if you're walking into a train station, before you even enter the station, so you're walking into the foyer area, then police are waiting. They just randomly pick people out and scan them, so that it's not only about the scanning, but it's about the halo effect of safety that's created around the public. It's actually seeing police interacting in a positive manner with our community. So it's unbridled successes over in Australia.
Brett, what was the response today? As I said, you met.
It was good.
Representatives of the Home Office, who, you know, knife crime is seen as something that's endemic in this country at the moment. Lots of issues going on, whether it's gang-related or just ordinary kids taking knives to school.
It's scary.
What were the kind of questions they were asking you?
Well, it was very positive today. Sir Lindsay was really positive as well, and so was the at Scotland Yard. So, look, the questions, you know, the race thing, it doesn't matter what colour your skin is. It doesn't matter what agenda you are. If you're out in the community walking around armed with a knife, then these weapons will find it. So, look, as I said before, it works good in Australia and it will work here in the UK as well.
Yeah, April 2023 to June of this year, 116,000 scans, 1,100 weapons seized. So, Brad, this is taking knives off the street in Australia. But in terms of tackling the root causes of night crime and being effective in that way, do you feel that's working? Have you got evidence to back that up, as it were?
100%. And statistics show that knife crime in the relevant areas has dropped. And as the Assistant Commissioner said, it goes beyond just the enforcement. There's the education as well. And so with the Jack Beazley Foundation, we're in schools and we're educating the kids on the consequences of carrying knives, and that goes beyond just them becoming involved in the justice system and how it affects the families and the snowball effect that it has.
Yeah. Brett, we were talking before we came on air about, you know, how this practical measure has worked in Australia, and I know that you're big on education as well. The two have to work hand in hand. There isn't a single solution to this. In the UK, you feel that we understand a bit about the education. We're just a little bit to using a device and practical measures to take these knives off the street.
And you've got to get used to that. Like, these aren't search powers, and we keep saying that it's not a stop and search, and that's what we had to get through to Scotland Yard today. They're scanning. It's the same as walking through the airport and the bloke behind you calls you over and randomly scans somebody. So education is the key. We need to get to these kids at a young age and teach them the snowball effect and the repercussions of walking around armed with a knife. We don't want another. We've had plenty of incidents in Australia, in shopping centres and on major transport, as the horrific train incident here only a few days ago. It's out of control and something needs to be done about it. And I'm sure the UK community will agree.
Well, Brett Beazley, doing this in the name of your son, Jack, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Rhys Wildman there, Queensland Acting Assistant Commissioner, and Brad Ricks, Senior Sergeant at Queensland Police, coming over to the UK, talking to our government and authorities about this and its possible introduction to the UK at some stage. As you said, positive noises have been made. We'll follow this with some degree of interest. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks so much.
Still to come on the programme tonight, the Queen has been rolling up her sleeves to serve some jacket potatoes, would you believe it, for Meals on Wheels week. We'll hear how she got on. And we'll have news from tonight's Champions League matches, including a second-half comeback from Chelsea in their game with Karabakh in Azerbaijan. Stay with us.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay. Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
Hello, welcome back. Coming up, we're going to speak to Spudman about his lunch service with Queen Camilla. You'll want to stay tuned for that one. But first, Jess is here with the sport, and it's all kicking off with just over 2 weeks to go until the Ashes. The sledging has already started, as it always does when it's in Australia. It starts very early, doesn't it?
It does. We've got about, 15 days to go. And I like this stage because the Aussie media really ramp up their attempts to disrupt and cause a bit of disharmony in this England team. And they like to play this game of how many insults they can cram into a newspaper report about the England cricket team. It's absolutely exceptional.
The headlines get really long, don't they?
They do. Let me read one out for you because there was one, not on the back page of the sports pages of the West Australian, but the front page.
Oh, yeah, the Ashes go straight on the front page.
Goodness me. So the England captain, Ben Stokes, has landed in Australia, in Perth, for that first test on the 21st of November. The headline, Cocky Captain Complainer. And
that's the headline you can read out.
There were a few where I thought, I can't say that live on air, so I won't. And it's not just the captain that they've gone after and his teammates, but the style of England play. They play this way that's quite front foot, it's quite attacking. They called it dodgeball, bazball, and it's been labelled as dopey, carefree and careless. The Western kind of Australian media, they've been doing this for a while. You might remember back in 2013, Stuart Broad, he was part of the Ashes series back then, and they refused to print his image in the newspaper.
Oh, they wouldn't even print his name,
They wouldn't even print his name or his picture in the newspaper as a way to create some negativity. And the headline then, Smug Pommy cheats.
Yeah, we get the idea. We'll give it back once we warm up, 15 days to go. But the Australian squad's been announced today, has it?
Yeah, it has as well. There's been a recall for Marnus Labuschagne, who's playing some really good cricket at the moment. But this is an Australia side in a bit of a transitional period. They've got without the captain, Pat Cummins, he's injured, so he won't be involved. This might be the best chance that England have to win this in perhaps over a decade, maybe 15 years, since they last won in Australia, 2010, 2011. So it's all ramping up towards that in Perth, that first test on the 21st of November.
Looking forward to it.
That's the cricket. There's lots of football happening. Let's get you to that right away.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Sky Mobile sponsors the transfer window on Sky Sports News.
Right.
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank was all smiles with his teammates today, but his future still seems somewhat uncertain.
Honest, I'm just sick and tired of this.
The number that was put before me was 50% more than our highest paid player at the time.
Jimmy had the feeling, do they really want me here?
My determination was not to sell Jimmy to that particular club.
It made me look bad in front of the fans. It was not necessary.
The biggest single challenge is how we managed his exit publicly, which probably Jimmy didn't like very much.
He's settling into his new surrounds. The player renamed Judas Floyd Money in the Bank when he was drummed out of Ellen Road.
Don't believe the figures at all. Don't believe the figures at all.
Reading the text last night, that was nothing about money from his agent. Well, Jesus, lads, honestly.
I just think he's greedy.
The perception that people have of me, the difficult person, blah, 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 never there. Sometimes things happen for a reason.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Now, the Queen rolled up her sleeves today, getting into the kitchen to serve jacket potatoes alongside a viral sensation. You may well be aware of the social media star Spudman. He met Spud Mom today and said Camilla was a natural as they served guests at a reception at Clarence House to celebrate Meals on Wheels Week. Well, I'm pleased to say Spudman, also known as Ben Newman, joins me now. Ben, good to see you. What a surreal day you have had.
Very, very. I was so impressed with Her Majesty. She did very well, and she loved potatoes.
Who doesn't love a jacket potato? And of course, you going viral on social media has reignited the nation's passion for the old humble Spud. Talk to me about Meals on Wheels Week, because this was a really good way of publicising it, putting the Queen in your Spud van, you know, serving people.
Absolutely. Well, it's all about giving your time and, you know, donating time for this GoVo and the Royal Society, the Royal Volunteer Society, and showing people that you can donate your time, even in like small little chunks, even if it's just half an hour on your lunch break, and the difference that can make to so many people. It's a really good charity, and it's Camilla's obviously the patron of it. So getting her in a jacket potato trailer was fantastic.
Did she have a lunch break? What filling did she have on her jacket potato?
She went for the tuna spud.
The tuna, what's this, tuna mayo, sweet corn? What's the mix?
Just plain potato, loads of butter and tuna mayo on top. And one of her guards came down and says, "Yeah, the lot." So we were very happy.
I love that. I love that. I'm slightly disappointed the Queen didn't go for cheese on her tuna mayo. That's how I like mine. But in terms of, she knew you, didn't she? Because she said that her son, Tom Parker Bowles, well-renowned food writer, she told you a little story about him.
She'd done her research. She knew I was on dialysis. She knew Tom had been to see me and she'd asked him about it. And she knew I'd got plenty of kids and she asked me about that. So I was so impressed. She must have gone around the room and seen 20 or 30 other people before she got to me. And she, Spudman, Ben, how you doing? And yeah, I was blown away by everything she knew. I really was. I was really impressed with her. She's a lovely lady.
Oh, you're being very humble. Apparently, the Queen said to you that her son had never forgotten the jacket potato that you served him when he visited your food truck last year. I mean, you're no stranger to royalty, are you? Because you've served showbiz royalty as well. Come on, name drop.
Oh, Tom Walker, Teddy Swims, a few others, you know, along the way.
Yeah, all those celebrities who are meant to be foregoing carbs. Nobody can resist a jacket potato. Listen, so good to talk to you, Ben. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you.
Yeah, what an incredible, day you've had, and all for a great cause as well.
Definitely one I'll remember for a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And Ben, thanks so much. That's Ben Newman there, or Spudman, as he's known on social media, serving up jacket potatoes. Rather incredible as well. They'll make your tummy rumble if you look at social media tonight. Marking Meals on Wheels Week, grabbing the headlines for a great cause with members of the National Association of Care Catering. They cater for elderly and vulnerable people. Right, let's take a quick look at the weather. Well, it's going to stay unsettled into next week. Brisk winds bringing blustery showers or more persistent rain. England and Wales looking mostly mild and dry this evening. Not bad for fireworks, but Scotland can expect some patchy rain. Ireland and Northern Ireland will see drizzly outbreaks in the north and heavier showery rain in the south. There'll be some hill fog there as well. Britain looking mainly dry overnight, but Scotland and the southeast of England can expect some showery outbreaks. Ireland and Northern Ireland, meanwhile, will see rain spreading in from the south. Well, that's all from the UK tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night at 8. Yalda's next with The World. Tonight, a self-proclaimed democratic socialist takes the capital of world finance. New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani steps up into what he's calling a new era, though his lofty ambitions are pitted against a hostile president.
What scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda.
He wasn't the only Democrat celebrating victory last night, leaving Donald Trump ducking blame but feeling voter anger.
The shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor.
So, a one-off or a sign of things to come exactly a year after President Trump won re-election. Also ahead, in the shadow of Christ the Redeemer and in his mother's footsteps, Prince William stages his Earthshot prize in Brazil. But do glitzy awards and competitions offer any hope of solving the climate crisis? Star power in a disaster zone, reggae legend Shaggy tells us why he's lending a hand and his voice to Jamaica.
We realize, in having conversation with some of these organizations, charitable organizations, they all say the same thing. The minute it's out of the press, the aid stops.
Plus, the author Yung Chang talks about bringing her best-selling memoir up to date and the threats she still faces from China. All that is coming up in The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Good evening and welcome to the programme. A year after he retook the White House, the electoral pendulum has taken a small but potentially significant swing away from President Donald Trump and Republicans. Democrats won decisive victories in Virginia and New Jersey, but it's New York that's taken most of Trump's attention and anger. His hometown, the centre of global finance, has elected a Democratic socialist as mayor, Zohran Mamdani. They are political and ideological opposites. But Mamdani's win in New York suggests he hit on a formula that worked for Trump in 2024. Here's how the president framed things, speaking to his party faithful tonight in Republican-friendly Florida.
After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense.
Well, that was President Donald Trump earlier. We begin with this report from US correspondent James Matthews in New York.
We took a trip to Queens, New York, home of the new mayor.
Stand clear of the closing doors.
The subway they'd heard.
I think it's time for a new change for the city, and I think he's going to be a young, fresh start.
Now to buy a house here in New York, you gotta have $1 million. Most people don't have that kind of money over here.
See the answer?
I don't know. I guess time will tell. So I don't want to prophesy anything negative. Time will tell. This is my stop, guys.
Zohran Mamdani, as the history maker, handed the keys to City Hall. This was a morning after press conference, news and sport.
James Matthews from Sky News, Mr. Mamdani.
First, I just have to say I've spent many days in my youth watching the transfer window close, final hours on Sky News, so it's a pleasure to have you here.
What's your team?
I'm an Arsenal fan. I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory last night for the Democratic Party, your party, which has been slow to endorse you and to embrace you? And what's the lesson for Donald Trump?
I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. What scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness.
New York was part of a night of Democrat success that saw victories in Virginia, New Jersey and California. Supporters of Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, see it as a change of gear and direction. Opponents from the White House down see a left turn.
If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation.
Zohran Mamdani built a coalition across New York society. His political offering reeled in Republicans. It also landed with key demographics in US politics. Mamdani found the formula in the Big Apple. Making it work bigger picture is the challenge of a Democratic establishment unconvinced that it can. For the Arsenal supporter at the heart of US politics, there is no easy win.
Well, let's bring in James, who, of course, joins us live from New York. And James, big win for Zohran Mamdani. No real surprises there. But tonight we're learning more about not just the man, but how he plans on running this city.
Yeah, and I think we saw evidence of it there, Yalda. A morning news conference, you know, in the heartland, the Queen's heartland, where that's where his support base is, the area he represents. And, you know, we were in this garden with a big symbol of the earth behind him. Clearly the caption they were after was "Man with World at his feet." I think today, you know, you won't get many on the left who backed him who would argue with that particular characterization. He can work a crowd. You know, he is an engaging individual. There's been much talk about authenticity, and it doesn't get any more authentic than that exchange I think you saw there. You know, stopped me dead in my tracks. He said, hang on a minute, I'm a fan of transfer deadline day. Suddenly he morphed into this, you know, from this next mayor of New York, high-profile politician. You almost saw the kid on the couch with the Arsenal top on, lager in hand, texting his mates, beating his chest about Thierry Henry to Barcelona. You know, a normal guy, an everyman, an anti-politician who can engage with people, who has the interpersonal skills to go with the politics. Politicians, as we know, Yalda, they all try that game, but some are better at it than others. So you can see how, you know, he worked a crowd, how all that talk about him electrifying his support, energizing the support. I can see how that happened, you know, with Mamdani. Of course, you know, it will all come down to the politics. It's one thing having, you know, banter with the press. When it gets down and dirty, he's going to have to raise taxes in this city. That's not going to be any easy task, given the opposition that stands in the way of that, needs to get it through the state legislature and so on. So all sorts of obstacles in the way. And a few people I was speaking to on the subway, you know, they say, great, fresh start, we need a change. But many are sceptical, actually, about his ability to raise the money he would need to deliver on his promises. You know, this business of rent freezes, free bus travel, universal childcare and so on.
Yeah, and James, I suppose beyond what Zohran Mamdani is going to do in New York, I guess we should talk, and you and I have spoken about the future of the Democratic Party. They haven't come out, you know, in full support of Zohran Mamdani. And in fact, it's unclear what the messaging of the party itself frankly is. So there are those who are saying, actually, Zohran Mamdani is a gift to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and that was the narrative all along, actually, that Donald Trump saw Mamdani as his candidate of choice because he would then be a lightning rod for Republican attacks. And we see that already. We had Donald Trump saying, look, this guy is a communist. And you can bet those attacks will intensify over time, dredging up his past, and they would say deservedly so, of, you know, controversies. He was arrested, Mamdani, outside the house of Chuck Schumer, the Senate leader for the Democrats, in a protest. That may be why Chuck Schumer has not endorsed him prior to the contest. You know, he's a staunch opponent of Israel, wanted to defund the police. He's called for that in the past. So that will be rolled out big style by Republicans in due course, and they clearly see that as a weakness, which is why they reckon that he was a good bet for them. Of course, those reservations are shared by many in the Democratic Party. I suppose the challenge for them is to look at his success, to look at his support and square the circle, work out how they can bring him on board, harness everything he's brought to the table and move the party forward, you know, as a coalition to bring his strengths to an effort to build a coalition nationwide in the way that he built a coalition in New York. And it's interesting, Yalda, and we saw this in Virginia and New Jersey, actually. There were communities, demographics that deserted the Democrats at the last election, were key in getting Trump over the line, and that was, black communities and particularly Latino communities. Mamdani, he increased support in those particular areas with those demographics, and that is the big challenge for Democrats. So, there are lessons from the Mamdani experiment in New York. Whether or not they are applied in terms of the bigger picture for Democrats, that remains an open question in a party, of course, which, as you say, is suffering something of an identity crisis and is seeking direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And James, no doubt you and I will continue to talk about Zohran Mamdani. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date. Let's speak now with Mitchell Moss, an urban policy professor at New York University. He also worked on the first campaign for former Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Thank you so much, Mr. Moss, for joining us here on the programme. There's been so much talk about Zohran Mamdani, the way he's been able to captivate people, talk about authenticity, the way he's been able to use social media and other platforms to sell his message. He's been described as a phenomenon compared to Barack Obama at times, compared to Donald Trump as well, even though they're on the polar opposite side of things. Just if you could talk us through why he's been such a compelling sort of candidate.
Mamdani has a great personality. He's very telegenic, extremely effective both in person and on television, and he benefited from having a very weak, mediocre set of Democratic opponents this year. He won the primary quite easily. Andrew Cuomo had been tarnished as governor. He had actually decided to run for mayor, not having lived in the city for many years. And Andrew Cuomo represented a burned out politician, meaning he was not aware of New York and how it's changed. New York is not the city that he grew up in. Mamdani is young, and he was able to do three things. He registered new people who came out to vote, both young people and voters of Southeast Asian descent who had become citizens. Now, the New York City mayoral election is usually at least 1/3 less in turnout than a presidential year. This year, we set a record in elections, the highest number since 1969. So he brought new people out and he mobilized young people. I'm a professor at New York University. Almost all the young people under 30 supported Mamdani, and they came out and they volunteered and they worked. That's a big change. He expanded the electorate, and that made it easy for him to win a commanding victory in the election yesterday. The second part is that he, like Trump, understood how to speak. He used one word, affordability. Trump uses one word, mega, make America great again. Affordability, he said, meant rents would be frozen for certain people. He would have buses free, even though 5 times as many people take the subway as the bus. It was a great symbol that he cared about the cost of living. And then he said, I'm going to get free child care for every child up through, school age. And this is an impossible job to do without revenue, as your previous speaker has noted. And he's going to need the governor of New York's help. But the governor of New York is running for re-election next year. And she'll give him a win, maybe a small win, like a pilot program of maybe 20% of the school-age children will get free care, and hopefully they'll raise taxes in the future. But he has an agenda that connects with people, and she will do it because statewide child care is a big issue. So the answer is he had a great kind of campaign, but better than that, candidate quality makes a difference. And you can't compare him to the other members of the field. They were undistinguished, inept, and tied to old television. Unfortunately, young people don't read newspapers. They get TikTok, they use Instagram. He connected with them, and he didn't buy broadcast television ads because he spent so much in other ways. But his field operation, he had over, and this is amazing, 104,000 people volunteering around New York City. They made face-to-face contact. They got the vote out. He won the votes that Cuomo thought he'd win. He won Latino votes. He won Black votes. And those are the votes that helped deliver him, along with those of the educated white young people and Southeast Asian immigrants.
I guess the question then is, and you've talked about how effective his campaign is, but how effective is he going to be able to be as mayor? You talked a little bit about some of the barriers that he might face, whether it's the governor, whether it's other bureaucratic institutions. Is he actually going to be able to implement the sorts of things that he's promised?
Well, this is a brilliant question. It's the great unknown. Remember, he has never done anything except serve as an assembly member for a very short period of time had a staff of 3 to 5, maybe at tops. And the question is, can he get anything done? And the answer will be yes. And the reason he'll get things done is because he won about 50% of the vote. And the state legislature is now controlled by Democrats who are quite progressive. And they will not want him bringing his followers to the election booths, challenging them in primaries. So his great strength is the volunteer brigade he has. And the question is, what will he get done? Well, the buses are not under his control. Financing childcare will take great skill, getting the state to give a revenue stream, because the city can only raise property taxes. Every other tax is in the state. But I think we will be able to see short-term quick wins, not big ones, but he will show momentum. And as long as he's getting things done in the right direction, he'll keep the voters' faith.
And I guess, then the next question is, where does this leave the Democratic Party? Is, are they going to look at a Mamdani and say, well, he's got a formula here that was a winning formula in New York and try and emulate it? Or are they still quite cautious and unclear about what their message is going to be going forward?
Well, I think that this is a challenge because the Democrats won in New Jersey and in Virginia yesterday, and they also won in California by large margins. New York is not the nation. New York is not even a contested state in the national presidential race. New York is the 4th biggest state. It is not as important politically as it is as a cultural center, as a media center, as a financial center. Mamdani is a very, very limited guy because he can never run for president because he's not born in the U.S. So his career will be as mayor of New York. Mayors of New York very rarely move on to higher office. Certainly he can move on into the media. So one thing we have to know is that as a force, he has some limited future. But the Democratic Socialist Party is ambitious. They are ideologues. They are very, very strong-willed. And they think that they can take over the Democratic Party in New York and use that as a model for taking over. But remember, 1 million Democrats voted in the primary against Mamdani, almost 1 million. So in other words, he has a margin of 50%. That is not enough to kind of dominate. And I think we're going to find out that winning outside New York City is not going to be easy for the Democratic Socialist Party, but they will try to take as many seats in New York City as they can.
Well, Mr. Moss, really grateful for your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So how did Zohran Mamdani harness charisma and a knack for social media to rise to the top of a global capital? For this week's edition of The World Podcast, I'm joined by our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's sitting in for my colleague Richard Engel while he's away. The episode is up now. Scan the QR code to listen. Here's some of our conversation about the New York election. I mean, he just kind of is able to use this medium, the power of social media. And he is being described in an age of authenticity as someone who people have found quite likable. He's young 34-year-old son of Indian immigrants born in Uganda, came to the United States at age 7. He talks about big issues in a way that the average person understands.
So if you look at the results, the youth vote came out massively in favour of Mamdani. What's really interesting is young men as well of all races. And of course, Trump did pretty well eating into particularly the male votes in New York, which is has always been a very Democratic constituency. So Mamdani's done well to win that back. But if you look at the votes for Andrew Cuomo, the more conventional older candidate, his rival, he did very well in the older vote. So potentially Mamdani's quite divisive. He could polarize America between the young and the old. And I think what we're seeing in New York is a kind of battlefield being laid out now between Trump and Mamdani.
That was the World Podcast with me and Dominic Waghorn this week. Now, later tonight, Prince William will present his Earthshot Prize in Rio de Janeiro. 5 winners will each be awarded £1 million for their innovative solutions to climate change. At the beginning of the week, the scandal that engulfed former Prince Andrew threatened to overshadow the Prince's Week in Brazil. But he's managed to keep the focus on the environment. He spent the day visiting Christ the Redeemer, standing in the same spot as his mother, Princess Diana, during her Rio trip 34 years ago. Well, let's go live to our correspondent Rhiannon Mills, who joins me in Rio. And this really is, a big prize that Prince William gives out. And each year it feels like it gets bigger, doesn't it, Rhiannon?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here on the appropriate green carpet, trying to not get run over by various finalists for this year, but also finalists from the last 5 years. And I've been to a few of these, and you realise they're certainly not doing it on a shoestring. It's a really big event here. Huge celebs are coming. I'll go on to that later on. But I think what's particularly pertinent this year, of course, is tomorrow Prince William will fly to COP30 in Belém, and there is, of course, a huge amount of pessimism around that, whether anything meaningful can come from that climate conference or not. And that is why he wants this Earthshot prize to really shine at the moment, basically to celebrate the innovators who are doing everything they possibly can to try and combat some of the most pressing environmental issues that we're facing. Earlier on, in terms of kick-starting the day, he took the finalists up to Christ the Redeemer. Usually that is swarmed by crowds, but they've completely closed it off so that Prince William could have his own moments up there. And then there was quite a poignant moment where he moved and had a photograph taken on his own, actually mirroring a photo that Princess Diana had taken in 1991. And in some ways it kind of reinforces in our minds that he is sort of following on the legacy of both his mother and his father when it comes to trying to promote some really key global issues and shine a spotlight onto them. Of course, as you mentioned, though, in the run-up to this trip, the problem was Andrew, his uncle. And I think his team will be delighted that we've managed to get to this point without anything huge, no new revelations really coming out about his uncle to kind of derail what we're seeing here tonight. He's going to be met by some really big stars later on. Kylie Minogue, singer Shawn Mendes as well. And I think hoping that they can help him to inject that optimism and that energy to make sure that, as we have a rather pessimistic look towards COP30, at least tonight we can try and stay a little bit optimistic.
Rhiannon, thanks so much for bringing us up to date. Well, as Rhiannon mentioned, Brazil will also host the next round of global climate talks, COP30. But Donald Trump won't be among world leaders attending, having abandoned climate diplomacy. Our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, investigates what that means for the future of clean energy.
Off the coast of Rhode Island, they're racing to complete one of America's largest renewable energy projects before Donald Trump can pull the plug.
I've always been a Trump supporter because I've always felt that as a fisherman, Trump has had our backs as working men.
Fishermen like Gary Yerman, hired with their boats to support construction, voted for Trump. Then their president ordered work to stop.
From a personal standpoint, I think that I'm puzzled why he did what he did at this juncture of a wind farm that's 80% completed. I don't understand why.
But with Trump and wind, it's complicated. And a particular beef goes all the way back to 2012 when he tried and failed to sue the Scottish government for ruining the view from his golf course in Aberdeenshire. And he's clearly not forgotten.
They're ugly, they don't work, they kill your birds, they're bad for the environment.
Wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly.
The $5 billion Revolution Wind scheme is one of several off America's northeast coast built to fill growing gaps in the power grid.
Just a single rotation of this turbine would generate enough electricity to power the average American household for a year.
But will it? The company behind the project won an injunction allowing construction to continue for now. But Mr. Trump's assault on clean energy is absolute.
This climate change, it's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
The administration has removed all support for solar, wind and electric vehicles in favour of fossil fuels. But it's doing so as US energy demand is soaring. This is the Mitsubishi power factory outside Savannah, Georgia. They make turbines that turn natural gas into electricity for power stations supplying America's grid.
This is one of the world's largest and most efficient gas turbines, and demand for these is skyrocketing as electricity demand in the US is driven upwards by AI and data centers, meaning this factory in Georgia literally can't make them fast enough.
I've been in the industry almost 30 years, and I've never seen the demand be where it's at today.
And as they see it, the Trump administration's pivot towards fossil fuels is the best way to meet rising demand.
We're looking at data centers that are wanting a gigawatt of power. Renewables can't support round-the-clock baseload generation.
With wait times for new gas turbines doubling, some US utilities are struggling to manage demand or looking to polluting coal-fired power plants to meet it. Not only could that slow the pace of AI development, but lock America into fossil fuels for decades. Tom Clark, Sky News.
You're watching The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Still to come on the programme, the singer Shaggy joins me to talk about Hurricane Melissa and his role keeping the world's attention on the Caribbean.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin.
The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks.
If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach.
This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force.
It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to The World. It's been over a week since Hurricane Melissa slammed into the Caribbean, leaving a trail of immense destruction and a death toll of at least 50 people. The storm brought winds of more than 200 kilometres per hour and torrential rain, triggering landslides, flooding and severe damage to homes and infrastructure, leaving behind a humanitarian crisis. Jamaican-American reggae star Shaggy was among those who paused his life and flew to Jamaica to help those whose lives were torn apart, and is now doing what he can to use his star power to keep the story front of mind. I spoke to Shaggy a little earlier today.
You know, when I saw that the hurricane was coming, I'm an island boy. I've lived in Kingston my whole life, so we've ridden out a couple of hurricanes. The biggest one was that I could remember was Gilbert, which is Category 3. So when I heard about a Category 5, I'm saying to myself, well, this is going to be catastrophic. So I loaded up a plane, and I just waited for when the airport was open. As soon as it was open, I got in, hit the ground, got some supplies, and we put them in small vans and just kind of rolled through it. And that's how we got through most of it. 70% of the island is without electricity and running water. So we just gave water out at that point and drove 6 hours back to Kingston and regrouped and did it the next day again and took another route and got there in about 4 hours.
Yeah, it feels very much like, a beg, borrow, steal, DIY approach, asking for people for their aircraft, using ChatGPT to figure out what you needed. It very much was you trying to figure this out yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert at relief aid and disaster preparedness or anything like that, So ChatGPT was the only thing we could do.
And when you got there and you talked about just moving around and how long the drive was in and out and to these other places from Kingston, but just talk us through what you found, what you saw, how the people were they getting the support that they needed? So
what we did, we went down the first night and it took us a long time to get there. We drove through water, we got stuck. Because the sand from the sea came all over and the bus got stuck, the trucks got stuck, we had to push it out. And the next day when I came back, I regrouped, I actually transferred everything into smaller vehicles and went down there.
And it was St. Elizabeth Parish that you went to, which was the hardest hit. What's the situation for the people on the ground there now?
I don't know if it was the hardest hit. I know that was... because Clarendon is pretty hit, Savlamar is hit pretty bad. There's a lot. Everything on the west is hit bad. I don't want to say one place is more than none. This is just what I saw. I went down to Black River because, that's the first place we heard that was hit really, really hard. And we got in there. It looked like a bomb had exploded.
And the Prime Minister has said this is just a warning of what may continue to come. And you've talked about surviving and living through other hurricanes in the past. For you, the worst one before this in 1988 when it was just, that was bad too, Category 3. This was a Category 5. But do you think that this is something that, the people on the island will continue to see and have to live through because of climate change?
You know what? Nothing can compare you or prepare you for a Category 5. It's never been seen. This is new, So I don't think the government could have been prepared for it. No one was prepared for it, Will it be something that's going to live on? Absolutely. The psychological effects that it's going to have on some of these children is, my prayers are out to them. I had a conversation with some of these kids. You could see it in their eyes. They're traumatized, A couple of days before that, they were just playing, and now they're standing in long queues trying to figure out to find food to put in their tummies. The psychological effect. So it's not just rebuilding and getting food and shelter and clothes. We need counselors. We need people to help these children.
Are you going to continue to mobilise and help to push to keep the attention on the situation on the ground? Because, often we see the cameras move on, people's attention moves on very quickly from these disasters, and the people are left to sort of fend for themselves and figure it out long after everyone has gone.
Well, that's the main thing we're doing is trying to keep it in the press, which is why I'm having conversations with you and other news media, because we realize in having conversation with GEM and Food for the Poor and some of these organizations, charitable organizations, they all say the same thing. The minute it's out of the press, the aid stops. I think my role as one of the top artists, and mine and Sean, is to really be able to get on these platforms and spread the word.
That was Shaggy speaking to me a little earlier. And another natural disaster is unfolding on the other side of the world in the Philippines, which has been struck by Typhoon Kalmegi. The storm made landfall early yesterday, tearing across areas, including the tourist hub of Cebu. So far, more than 80 people are known to have died. They include 6 crew members of a military helicopter, which crashed while flying a humanitarian response mission. A state of calamity has been declared. This is The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Next up, renowned author Yung Chang is with me in the studio to discuss her new book, the follow-up to her captivating memoir, Wild Swans.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
Welcome back to The World. 30 years on from one of the most culturally significant memoirs ever written, author Yung Chang is revisiting the story that helped change the world's perception of China. Wild Swans captured the hearts of millions, offering a portrait of Chinese history through the lens of one family's story. It was a deeply personal reflection on her life and was crucial in understanding the effects of late leader Mao Zedong's regime and the Cultural Revolution. In her new book, Fly, Wild Swans, My Mother, Myself and China, Yung writes again about the world she once depicted, exploring what's changed and what remains the same. And I'm so pleased to say she joins me a little earlier on the programme. Have a listen.
For many years, I resisted writing a sequel to Wild Swans. But then in 2023, my mother was very ill. She was in her early 90s, and she was clearly dying. And I was unable to go back and visit her at her deathbed. So I felt very sad, and I looked at her from my iPhone, from my mobile. And I just felt how much I owe this extraordinary woman who is my mother, my freedom, my career as a writer, and my life and happiness. And so I then decided to write a sequel to Wild Swans. I also felt the time was right.
Yes, because the original book was honouring your grandmother, your mother, and also looking at your own life and what they lived through. So just talk us through this moment as well, because you just said that you couldn't go to your mother's deathbed, you couldn't go to China. Help our audience understand why.
Well, because the books I have written, including Wild Swans and the biographies of Mao, Empress Dowager Cixi, and other major figures of China, the books I've written, they are all banned in China. And in 2018, President Xi made it a crime punishable by imprisonment and worse if you were deemed to have insulted revolutionary heroes. And Mao was the #1 revolutionary hero in China. His portrait is on Tiananmen Gate. His corpse is in the center of Beijing, and his face is on every Chinese banknote. So I then feared that my problem now was not to fight to go back to China and see my mother, but to be let in and may not be let out. Prison or even worse. And so I made the very painful decision of not to fight to go back and see my mother.
Which would have been incredibly painful and difficult.
It is, because my mother, we had a very strong relationship, and that relationship was forged in the Cultural Revolution, starting when I was 14. And I described our stories, my mother's story. My mother made it possible for me to come to Britain in the first place. Of course, I haven't got time to go into the detail now, but she gave me the freedom. And once I was in Britain, and she inspired me to write Wild Swans. And so I felt, I just wanted to write a book and to tell the story of mainly our lives after 1979.
Why do you think China, we know that the rise of Xi Jinping, his desire to be emperor or president for life, trying to emulate Mao in many ways, even describing him, you almost called him Chairman Xi in one moment, because, in your mind, you're equating him to Mao in many ways.
Well, because he calls himself the heir of Mao, the real successor of Mao. And he is. And Mao had this ambition to dominate the world as soon as he took China in 1949. And that dream had basically underlay all China's disasters, including the Great Famine, in which 40 million people died of starvation. And Mao was exporting food to the Soviet bloc to buy technology and equipment to turn China into a military superpower so he could dominate the world. And she had inherited that dream. And of course, except now China is rich, he doesn't have to export food. But he was taking over what Mao had started. But of course, that's the sort of biography I wrote after Wild Swans. And this book is not so much about all those political events, but about my mother's life, my life, and our memories of my grandma, who died in the Cultural Revolution.
That was Yung Chang speaking to me a little earlier. This is The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Next up on the programme, as Prince William prepares to hand out the Earthshot Prize in Rio, we'll tell you why not everyone is convinced glitzy awards help solve the climate crisis.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside Southeast Asia's scam centres for the very first time.
We won't have any problems with police, it's okay. Just seen Imran Khan leave, and as we understand it, he's just been shot in the leg.
They have decided that the only way they'll allow elections is if I'm inside jail or killed.
Sky News get the full story first.
Chinese vessels start encircling the boat we're on, blocking its path.
The Chinese are now deploying water cannons, firing it directly towards our boat. We've discovered doctors across Delhi dishing out pills like this, claiming they will provide a lifelong cure for homosexuality.
Rohingya people fleeing an escalating civil war.
The situation here in Cox's is desperate. An already insecure place does feel a lot more precarious.
There's always more to the news than a headline. We want to discover, to delve a little deeper, to find out what's really going on. Explanation, analysis, the people at the heart of every story. I'm Neil Patterson, and this is the Sky News Daily Podcast. So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better. Available wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Stephen Murphy, and I'm Sky's Ireland correspondent based here in Dublin. The waters of Ireland and Britain should be home to great white sharks. If there are great white sharks in this area, there's no reason they wouldn't come here to feed. It's basically a buffet on a beach.
This could be not only a record-breaking storm, but potentially the most dangerous storm ever to hit Ireland.
Welcome back to the world. Prince William is in Rio tonight, along with the Prime Minister, preparing to hand out the Earthshot Prize Awards, giving £1 million to 5 climate innovators. But not everyone has bought into the vision for the awards. Katerina Rosqueta is the founding executive director of the University of Pennsylvania's Centre for High Impact Philanthropy, and she joins me now. Thank you so much, Kat, for joining us here on the programme. Do you believe that there are advantages to these kinds of prizes?
So these prizes have certain advantages and certain disadvantages. One thing that a prize can do is that it can source solutions from not the usual suspects, right? Because often it's an open call, and so anybody who is willing to put in the time and energy can propose a solution. That is one advantage. So it can remove some of the groupthink that can happen when you're looking at a more limited list of solutions. It can also raise awareness of a cause, particularly when there are high-profile individuals associated with a cause. So people who might never think about a particular problem, never imagine what a solution could look like, might turn their attention to it simply because there is something interesting or novel associated with the prize. So those are some of the advantages. It can raise awareness and it can source solutions that might not otherwise be uncovered.
What are some of the disadvantages then around this? Because I know that there are those who are quite critical and feel that, you know, it's sort of sending out the wrong messaging.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there are, nothing's free. So of course there are limitations. One is that it puts a lot of the burden on the submitters, right? So usually there's a platform and there's an application and there are certain questions that somebody who's applying for the prize has to provide. And that can take a lot of time and effort. And if you think of a prize like Earthshot, which I think for this year, they had over 2,400 submissions. And I believe they're only giving out about 5 prizes of $1 million each. That means that very few, right, like a tiny fraction of the folks who took the time to provide that information are going to get any kind of financial payoff from that effort, right? So that is a limitation. It can place a burden on the submitters in a way that doesn't pay off. And I guess the other burden is not for the organization submitting, but for the funders themselves. There might be more efficient ways to find opportunities that would be worthy of consideration.
As you say, I guess it's a way of continuing to highlight the issues around climate change, encouraging people to apply. But again, the idea of 5 prizes, £1 million each, feels like a lot. But you know, when we're talking about tackling the climate change problem, do you also think that perhaps in theory £1 million each feels, or pounds, feels like a lot, but in fact it isn't, given the attempt and what is trying to be achieved through the projects that are being proposed?
Yeah, so that's an excellent point, and it's true not just of the Earthshot and addressing issues related to climate and the environment. It's true of all philanthropy, right? Philanthropy is a drop in the ocean compared to the kinds of challenges that it's trying to address, whether it's the harmful effects of climate change or hunger or housing insecurity around the world. And given how big and intractable some of these challenges are, it would be foolish for us to think that any one initiative alone is on its own going to make the kind of difference we all want to see. So I think it helps all of us to right-size our expectations for any one initiative. And many funders will look at a prize because maybe they know, look, I don't even have the deepest pockets, but are there things that I can help mobilize other than money that might be helpful to the cause? Whether that's public attention, whether that's reinforcing good government policies, whether it's inviting businesses that might not otherwise be thinking about solutions. So you're right to point out that the money alone, and particularly for one initiative, will frankly never be enough to create the kind of change that so many people want to see.
And I guess around this particular award, there's a lot of celebrity, there's a lot of money. There's sometimes been criticism the way that these celebrities have travelled, to these places, whether it might be in their private planes or otherwise, which detracts from, the whole idea of carbon emissions and trying to have less of a footprint and trying to sort of be protective of the environment. It sort of goes against that.
Mm-hmm. So there's two things that can be in tension. When we teach about high impact philanthropy, you're always thinking about what linking considerations of impact and cost. And you just listed some of the many costs that are involved. They're both environmental costs, like the carbon emissions associated with private jet travel, and the hard dollar cost that might be associated with putting on a prize or an event like this. So the first thing you have to think about is what are the results that are occurring because of all those costs? So it's a cost benefit analysis. Is it worth it at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
we're going to have to leave it there. I've got 15 seconds left on the programme. But thank you so much, Kat, for joining us. And that's it from me
pleasure.
And the team from The World tonight. Good night.
What might happen if Russia attacked the UK?
This is clearly an enormous show of force. It is definitely out of the ordinary.
We ran a war game with former ministers back in the hot seat.
Ben Wallace.
Amber Rudd.
Jack Straw.
It's the kind of war game that's genuinely tested inside government.
The Russians are signalling that there may be an attack.
Russia knows our weaknesses, but do you? I'm Deborah Haynes. From Sky News and Tortoise, this is The War Game. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, our top story. Criminal justice in the dock after 2 prisoners are freed mistakenly from jail, including an Algerian registered sex offender. The Justice Secretary says he is outraged and appalled, but faces questions over why he didn't reveal the details of the case when asked in Parliament. Also tonight. They've installed a communist as mayor. Donald Trump on the rising star of the Democrat Party, now elected to New York City Hall. He threatened to kill his father as well, the evidence from Axel Rudakabana's family at the inquiry into the Southport murders. The father of 2 who died after being restrained by police, and the former officer who tells us she's no racist.
We were sent to a call. The man who we were sent to was black. That's as far as it goes. We are not racist, murdering police officers.
William walking in the footsteps of his mother, the Prince in Rio, ahead of his Environmental Earthshot Prize ceremony tonight. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview from 10:30 right through to midnight. Good evening. The Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary couldn't have been clearer to MPs today. After the accidental release of an asylum-seeking prisoner, he had put in place the toughest checks the country had ever seen in the prison system. Unfortunately for David Lammy, just days later, not 1 but 2 prisoners were mistakenly freed from the same jail. One of them, Brahim Kadur Sharif, is an Algerian and a registered sex offender. Mr Lammy is facing calls for him to return to Parliament and explain why he didn't reveal details about the case earlier, while the police are hunting for the men. Our national correspondent, Tom Parmenter, reports from Wandsworth Prison.
It's happened again. Not 1, but 2 prisoners let out by mistake, this time at Wandsworth Prison in southwest London. 2 manhunts are now underway. First, 24-year-old Brahim Kadur Sharif. The Algerian national is a registered sex offender who was serving time for another offence. This was him when he was arrested in September. He was due to be deported due to overstaying his visa. The police are now urgently trying to find him. He was let out on October the 29th. Astonishingly, it took 6 days for the prison authorities to tell the police he was missing. It comes straight after the case of Hadush Kebatu, another convicted sex offender. He was released in error from Chelmsford prison. He was on the run for 48 hours before being caught and deported. The Justice Secretary, David Lammy, was asked about it in the Commons.
Can he reassure the House that since Kebatu was released, no other asylum-seeking offender has been accidentally let out of prison? It's a very specific question for him to answer.
The Algerian sex offender is not an asylum seeker, but Mr Lammy didn't answer the question.
After his release, I put in place the toughest checks we've ever had in the prison system. It is important that Lynn Owens is able to get to the bottom of her work. I suspect there'll be more checks and balances we need to do. What we inherited was a complicated system that they set up, letting people out on the sly. That's part of the problem, and we're trying to fix it.
In his latest statement, the Justice Secretary said, "I'm absolutely outraged and appalled by the mistaken release of a foreign criminal wanted by the police. The Metropolitan Police is leading an urgent manhunt, and my officials have been working through the night to take him back to prison. Victims deserve better, and the public deserve answers." They do, because this happens more than you might think. Every month across the country, around 22 prisoners are released like this. David Lammy may say that he has now the tightest checks ever in place on prison gates, but they're clearly not working. The second mistake at Wandsworth was the release of this man, Billy Smith, from Woking in Surrey. He'd been sentenced to 45 months for fraud offences, but released on the same day. The courts gave the prison the wrong instructions. It all points to a criminal justice system that's failing victims and communities. Both of these manhunts were entirely avoidable and illustrate the gap between government ambition and the reality of what's happening inside. Tom Parmenter, Sky News, Wandsworth Prison.
Let's speak now to our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, this isn't just a criminal justice challenge for the government. It's a political challenge for David Lammy as well, with some opponents accusing him of misleading MPs.
It's not just a crisis for the criminal justice system, no, it's a full-blown political crisis engulfing Mr Lammy. Now, he's the Deputy Prime Minister as well as Justice Secretary. He was standing in for Sir Keir Starmer at PMQs today because the Prime Minister is off to Brazil for the COP summit. Now, he had faced something of an ambush from James Cartledge, the Shadow Defence Secretary, who was standing in for Kemi Badenoch. 5 times Mr Cartledge asked that question, are there any more mistaken releases? And Mr Lammy just refused to answer. And so he stands accused of being evasive, misleading MPs, and indeed a cover-up. Now, at the end of Prime Minister's questions, Mr Cartledge revealed that, in fact, this was now in the public domain. The Speaker gestured to Mr Lammy to respond, but he hurtled out of the chamber. Well, in the past hour, the Ministry of Justice, Mr Lammy's officials, have attempted a rebuttal against all the criticism and the charges of a cover-up and misleading MPs. In a statement, the Ministry of Justice has said this through a spokesperson: the crisis in the prison system that the government inherited is such that basic information about individual cases can take unacceptably long to reach ministers. The statement goes on. On entering the House, facts were still emerging about the case, and the Deputy Prime Minister had not been accurately informed of key details, including the offender's immigration status. Now, the statement goes on to talk about how this was not public at that time at PMQs, although Mr Cartledge did raise it at 12:30. And, of course, it's a police investigation. He was asked about the release of an asylum seeker. And, of course, it's now known that the individual was not an asylum seeker. So there were attempts to drag Mr Lammy back to the House of Commons. Points of order from Tories. The Speaker backed that. He didn't. The House rose for a mini recess at 7:35 tonight. They're not back till Tuesday. The Times is reporting the reason he didn't go back was because his aide feared it would be, in their words, career suicide. Well, Mr Lammy's career is in trouble, if not suicidal.
John, thank you very much for the moment. Donald Trump rarely appears to dodge a battle, but in his first response to the election of the man he calls a communist to become mayor of America's most famous city, he appeared to pull his punches. He blamed the US government shutdown for the success of Zohran Mamdani and other Democrats in yesterday's elections, and suggested he might even help New York's new mayor. Speaking to journalists, including our US correspondent, James Matthews, Mr Mamdani said his victory offered a lesson for the president.
We took a trip to Queens, New York, home of the new mayor.
Stand clear of the closing doors.
On the subway, they'd heard.
I think it's time for a new change for the city, and I think he's going to be a young, fresh start.
Now to buy a house here in New York, you gotta have $1 million. Most people don't have that kind of money over here.
See the answer?
I don't know. I guess time will tell. So I don't want to, prophesy anything negative. Time will tell. This is my stop, guys.
Zohran Mamdani, as the history maker, handed the keys to City Hall. This was a morning after press conference, news and sport. James Matthews from Sky News, Mr Mamdani.
First, I just have to say I've spent many days in my youth watching the transfer window close, final hours on Sky News, so it's a pleasure to have you here.
What's your team?
I'm an Arsenal fan. I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Tell me, what do you think the lesson is of your victory last night for the Democratic Party, your party, which has been slow to endorse you and to embrace you? And what's the lesson for Donald Trump?
I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. What scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness.
New York was part of a night of Democrat success that saw victories in Virginia, New Jersey and California. Supporters of Mamdani, a democratic socialist, see it as a change of gear and direction. Opponents from the White House down see a left turn.
If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation.
Zohran Mamdani built a coalition across New York society. His political offering reeled in Republicans. It also landed with key demographics in US politics. Mamdani found the formula in the Big Apple. Making it work bigger picture is the challenge of a Democratic establishment unconvinced that it can. For the Arsenal supporter at the heart of US politics, there is no easy win.
And James Matthews is in New York for us tonight. And James, so we learned that New York's mayor-elect is a fan of Sky and English football. He was a bit starstruck even speaking to you. But what did we learn about his likely relationship with Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think he's more impressed with Arsenal and Sky Sports News than he is with me, Gillian, but thank you. It was interesting. He was engaging today. You got a sense of what the man they call an authentic politician. I mean, politicians do all play that game, but some better than others. On Donald Trump, he was asked, has he congratulated you? There had been no word from the White House. He said that he would like to speak to Donald Trump about politics and about progress. I think the chances of that happening anytime soon are virtually nil. You heard it there. Donald Trump clearly plans to use Mamdani as a weapon against the Democratic Party, calling this democratic socialist a communist, because he knows that will resonate in the parts of middle America where the next election will be won and lost. Mamdani succeeded. He found the secret ingredient to succeed and engage with New Yorkers. The tricky part, of course, recognized by the Democratic establishment, will be in translating that success to the wider electorate nationwide. But one thing he did was to increase support in key areas amongst communities that put Donald Trump over the line last time around, Latinos and in the black community. That's clearly a success that the Democrat movement at large needs to harness. It needs to square the circle and somehow bottle that success and support that Mamdani harnessed here and gained here in New York and take that to the wider electorate around the country at the midterms next year and, of course, in 2028.
James, thank you very much. The father of the Southport attacker has told the public inquiry into the murders that he is desperately sorry and accepts a share of responsibility. Alphonse Ruda-Cabana revealed that he too had faced violence from his son Axel, who threatened to kill him if he forced him from the family home. Katie Barnfield reports.
There's a knife up there, it's been disarmed. Any more kids in there?
When Axel Ruda-Cabana carried out his deadly attack on a children's dance class, his behaviour shocked the country. But his father told the attack inquiry that violence from his son was nothing new, and that he'd seen it so much he became conditioned to expect it. In one incident in early 2024, months before the Southport attack, the inquiry was told Axel Ruda-Cabana poured an entire bottle of oil over his father's head and threatened to kill him.
His eyes were very red, and it seemed like he had some kind of mental anguish, some kind of mental pain. He was poking my chest and saying, if you get me out of here, this house, it may take a day, a week, or it may be years. I will kill you, and trust me, I will kill you.
The inquiry's lawyer, Nicholas Moss-Casey, accused Alphonse of undermining the agencies trying to deal with his son's violence. Mr Moss said his father had called up Childline to complain about them reporting him to the police when he said he wanted to stab someone. When Axel Ruda-Cabana went back to his former school and attacked a pupil with a hockey stick, the inquiry was told that officers threatened to arrest Alphonse himself as he argued with them about bringing his son home in handcuffs. Mr Moss said Axel Ruda-Cabana was accessing degrading, violent and gory material online and ordering weapons, including a machete to the family home in 2023. But, he said, Alphonse failed to put in parental controls to restrict his internet use. In his written statement, Alphonse said he was frightened of his son, which prevented him from doing things a parent would normally do.
This had catastrophic consequences for which I am desperately sorry. I accept that I bear my share of the responsibility and that by not challenging AR's behaviour, he was allowed to acquire dangerous weapons and view inappropriate content online.
Alphonse Ruda-Cabana told the inquiry he now accepts he was very naive, that he had lost control as a father and no longer had any power over a son who would go on to kill. Katie Barnfield, Sky News in Liverpool.
A police officer who was knocked unconscious by a suspect spotted wielding a knife has told Sky News she and her colleagues were branded racist and murdering following the man's death after being restrained. Sheku Bayo, a father of two from Fife, stopped breathing after being pinned down by police in 2015. Mr Bayo was not in possession of a knife when he died, but a weapon was found nearby. A public inquiry is examining whether race played a factor in the incident. Nicole Short was one of the first officers on the scene. She's spoken publicly for the first time to our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillis.
I thought he was going to kill me. He came boxer skipping towards me. He said, "Effing come on then." But he kept coming at me with his fists up like a boxer. I was running away before I realised it wasn't even like a conscious decision to run. It was happening. And then I could feel him behind me, and then the punch, and I felt myself falling, and that's when I thought, I'm done here, that's it. He was on a mission.
Despite the reports of a man brandishing a knife, you didn't find a knife, is that right?
He didn't have it on him at the time, not that we could see anyway, but that's not to say it wasn't concealed.
Did you believe he had a knife on him?
Yeah.
What did you believe he would be capable of doing with that knife?
Stabbing somebody, murdering somebody.
Including you?
Yeah.
Sheku Bayo's family believe that race played a factor in this. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that you have been painted out to be a racist?
Yeah, yeah. And it's been horrible. It's been horrible for myself, my family.
Are you racist?
No, no way, no way.
Would you have acted differently in that moment if it was a white man?
No, he was a man with a knife, a dangerous weapon, and members of the public had phoned us because they were scared, because they were terrified, actually.
He's dead and he died in police custody. So can you see why there may be concerns from that family that if there was even a hint of racism being involved here, that should be explored? It's
tragic. He lost his life. Nobody goes to work as a police officer or anybody. Nobody wants anyone to die in their care or anything like that. But I believe that two things can be true at the same time. It's a tragedy that he died, and we all feel that every day. But his actions on that day, well, it's left me with a lifelong mental health condition. Race was mentioned early on, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that on top of everything else, that then we were accused of being racist, murdering police officers. I couldn't quite get my head around that, and we were all white police officers. We were sent to a call. The man who we were sent to was black. That's as far as it goes. We are not racist, murdering police officers.
Well, tonight, the lawyer of the family for Sheku Bayo responded to former officer Nicole Short's interview with Conor Gillis. Amma Anwar said the words of Nicole Short today are grotesque and a further attempt to smear, criminalise and negate Sheku's right to life. There is only one person that died that day, and it was a 31-year-old unarmed black man, a father of two boys, suffering mental health crisis due to drugs he took. He died as a result of restraint by up to 6 officers with half a ton weight on top of him. Those are the facts. Police have confirmed that the dog which attacked and killed a 9-month-old baby in Monmouthshire was an XL bully. Officers and paramedics were called to a property at Roggett near Caldicot on Sunday evening, where the baby boy was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said today the dog was registered and had been issued a certificate of exemption in 2024. The chief executive of Maccabi Tel Aviv has told Sky News that their match against Aston Villa tomorrow night has been taken over by people who want to spew hatred. Away fans were banned from the game at Villa Park amid public safety concerns, a decision the Prime Minister condemned and wanted to overturn before the Israeli club said it wouldn't take up its ticket allocation even if granted. But Jack Angelidis did acknowledge elements in his club's fan base were not in line with its values. Jack Angelidis was speaking to our sports correspondent Rob Harris in Birmingham. And Rob, the most challenging of backdrops to this game.
Yes, football becoming the focal point for the anger and tensions caused by the Gaza war. More than 700 police officers will be deployed for Aston Villa's match against Maccabi Tel Aviv tomorrow night. Already in Birmingham today, I've seen pockets of pro-Palestinian, anti-Israeli protests, some calling for Israeli clubs to be banned completely from European football. That hasn't happened, but the Maccabi fans are banned from this game, and their chief has been telling me they've still not been given a precise reason why that was ever put in place by authorities here in Birmingham. The police reference past incidents, including a year ago in Amsterdam when Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were attacked by locals, but also their fans were heard chanting anti-Arab abuse, also ripping down Palestinian flags. And that's why there has been attention on whether or not there was not only concerns about the locals potentially causing issues to the Maccabi fans, but the visiting fans also creating problems here. And that's something addressed by the Maccabi Tel Aviv chief executive, Jack Angelidis, in an interview with me when he arrived in Birmingham.
We know we've got a long road ahead. There are elements in the club that they're not in line with our values, our morals, and we do expend a lot of energy and have been for many, many years in trying to eradicate that. But to malign thousands and thousands of good fans with the actions of a few, it's a dangerous game.
He's very concerned, he says, about falsehoods being spewed about the team and their fans in the build-up to this most fraught of fixtures in the Europa League at Villa Park. There will be a much larger perimeter put in place around the stadium. Local schools are closing by 2 o'clock. Such is the concern about protests both from the Palestinian and Israeli sides around the ground. And certainly what we're hearing from the police is they want to try to balance out the right to protest but also protecting those communities.
Rob, thank you very much for your reporting there. Now, Sir Keir Starmer will be amongst the world leaders meeting in Brazil tomorrow ahead of the COP30 climate summit. Also in the country is Prince William, and tonight the winners of his latest Earthshot prizes will be revealed there. We'll hear more about that in a moment. One man who won't be attending is Donald Trump as he wages war on renewable energy. The US president has promised to drill, baby drill, and make the most of his country's oil and gas reserves. Our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, has been investigating what it means for the future of clean energy.
Off the coast of Rhode Island, they're racing to complete one of America's largest renewable energy projects before Donald Trump can pull the plug.
I've always been a Trump supporter because I've always felt that as a fisherman, Trump has had our backs as working men.
Fishermen like Gary Yerman, hired with their boats to support construction, voted for Trump. Then their president ordered work to stop.
From a personal standpoint, I think that I'm puzzled why he did what he did at this juncture of a wind farm that's 80% completed. I don't understand why.
But with Trump and wind, it's complicated. And a particular beef goes all the way back to 2012 when he tried and failed to sue the Scottish government for ruining the view from his golf course in Aberdeenshire. And he's clearly not forgotten.
They're ugly, they don't work, they kill your birds, they're bad for the environment. Wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly.
The $5 billion Revolution Wind scheme is one of several off America's northeast coast built to fill growing gaps in the power grid.
Just a single rotation of this turbine would generate enough electricity to power the average American household for a year.
But will it? The company behind the project won an injunction allowing construction to continue for now. But Mr. Trump's assault on clean energy is absolute.
This climate change, it's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
The administration has removed all support for solar, wind and electric vehicles in favour of fossil fuels. But it's doing so as US energy demand is soaring. This is the Mitsubishi power factory outside Savannah, Georgia. They make turbines that turn natural gas into electricity for power stations supplying America's grid.
This is one of the world's largest and most efficient gas turbines, and demand for these is skyrocketing as electricity demand in the US is driven upwards by AI and data centres, meaning this factory in Georgia literally can't make them fast enough.
I've been in the industry almost 30 years, and I've never seen the demand be where it's at today.
And as they see it, the Trump administration's pivot towards fossil fuels is the best way to meet rising demand.
We're looking at data centers that are wanting a gigawatt of power. Renewables can't support round-the-clock baseload generation.
With wait times for new gas turbines doubling, some US utilities are struggling to manage demand or looking to polluting coal-fired power plants to meet it. Not only could that slow the pace of AI development, but lock America into fossil fuels for decades. Tom Clark, Sky News.
Well, we mentioned it a few minutes ago that Prince William will tonight appear at the Earthshot Awards ceremony in Rio. Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is in Rio this evening. Rhiannon, we saw one side of the environmental challenge in Tom Clark's report there. Earthshot seems to represent the other, a more optimistic approach, would you say?
Yeah, that's right. And in some ways, the fact that you've got that juxtaposition between what Prince William is trying to do with the Earthshot Awards, which has always been trying to inject some optimism and energy into the climate crisis debate, and then the fact that tomorrow he is going to head to that UN COP climate conference, and all the pessimism and the thoughts that maybe we're not going to see anything meaningful come from it. I think it just shows how pertinent it is, the work that Prince William is trying to do. Like, really, with this Earthshot Awards, they are not doing it on a shoestring. We've got some really big, famous faces here. I think I can get Paul, my cameraman, to spin round, and you can see over there, Kylie is just waiting for Prince William to arrive. You're live on Sky News. How are you feeling? Good luck with your performance later.
I'm really excited to see everyone. There's amazing people doing incredible things, so it's good to be here. It's some entertainment.
And Prince William's he's a great leader, yeah? In terms of the environment issue.
Absolutely, it's an incredible initiative. I love how I'm on the wrong side of the green carpet, but that's fine. This is the waiting zone.
Sorry, we spotted you. So I had to say hello. So there you go. Enjoy the performance later. So the whole thing is kind of trying to get big, well-known faces involved to try and, hook in a younger audience, but also counter the negativity that Prince William thinks we've seen over the years. The Earthshot Prize, if you haven't heard about it before, it basically celebrates the innovators, the entrepreneurs who are coming up with some really innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing problems. They get some big prizes as well if they win. 5 £1 million prizes being handed out tonight. Of course, we can't forget that this has been a really tumultuous time for the royal family. I think the Prince and his team will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that we've managed to get to this point in the week. And look, there haven't been any big revelations about his Uncle Andrew. They have managed to kind of keep our minds on the issue that really matters to him, the environment, and ultimately showing that he can be a brilliant global leader where, if you like, politicians and some royals have let people down.
Rhiannon, thank you. Just one very quick last question. How excited would the 16-year-old Rhiannon have been at speaking to Kylie Minogue?
Oh, look, you've rumbled me. I'm just giddy. It's amazing.
We can tell. Rhiannon, thank you.
See you later.
That was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's newspapers in the press preview. Tonight, we're joined by The Sun's political editor, Jack Elsom, and journalist and broadcaster, Jenny Kleeman. Among stories, we'll be discussing this on the front of The Guardian about tonight's top story here on Sky News. Its headline, Lammy under pressure after 2 more prisoners mistakenly freed. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
What country are you
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem?
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
Welcome back. You are watching the press preview. Will be up in just a moment, but first let's take a look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. 2 prisoners are on the run tonight, released by mistake from HMP Wandsworth in southwest London, days after the rules were tightened up after a migrant sex offender was freed by mistake. Donald Trump has blamed the US government shutdown for the election of Democrat Zoran Mamdani, the man he calls a communist who's become mayor of New York. The father of the Southport attacker has told the public inquiry into the murders that he's desperately sorry and accepts a share of responsibility. And in the last few minutes, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and the Environment Secretary, Ed Miliband, have arrived for the Earthshot Awards in Brazil. They'll shortly be joined by Prince William. You are watching the press preview. A first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. It's time to see what's making the headlines with The Sun's political editor, Jack Elsom, and journalist and broadcaster, Jenny Kleeman. They'll be with us from now until just before midnight. So let's see what's on some of those front pages for you now. The fury and embarrassment over 2 more accidental prisoner releases makes lead story in The Guardian, where it says Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy is now under mounting pressure over the way the issue has been handled. As the manhunt continues, the eye too reflects on the heat Mr Lammy is facing. The Express calls it the shocking release of an Algerian sex attack convict, while the Mirror sums it up simply with "not again." The grilling of Mr Lammy in the Commons by Labour over what the paper calls the latest jail bungle is a front page lead for the Metro. While the Mail says that police now fear that Labour's so-called soft policy on justice will lead to a crime wave. The Telegraph reports that drivers of electric vehicles are to be made to pay per mile to drive when Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveils her budget. In the FT, the boss of Nvidia, the world's most valuable company, warns that China will beat the US in the artificial intelligence race because it has lower energy costs and looser regulations. Jack's paper, The Sun, reveals that Meghan Markle is to return to movie making 8 years after she last appeared on screen. And the Star celebrates news that a campaign by the paper has resulted in Vodafone giving UK Forces personnel free mobile data to mark Remembrance Day. Well, welcome then to Jack and Jenny. Good to see you both. Let us start with the front page of The Guardian and our lead story, and one that I know you've both been covering keenly, and that is that David Lammy under pressure for 2, not 1, but 2 prisoners being mistakenly free. Jenny?
There's a lot to this story. First of all, there is the question about how this could happen. What was going on in Wandsworth prison that 2 prisoners in a week were accidentally released? Wandsworth prison already had a really high-profile problem in 2023 when Daniel Khalif managed to escape from there, a prison that was already under a lot of scrutiny at a time when the government had made promises about extra checks and balances on prisoners being released after the Hadush Kebatu was accidentally released a week ago. Was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. So not a great time for the Ministry of Justice, but particularly there is this question about Wandsworth prison, and staff have been talking, not on the record, but have been giving briefings saying that they're not surprised. It's very chaotic in there. We know that our prison system is stretched to the limit. Then there is the question of why did it take the prison 6 days to tell the Met Police that this prisoner, one of the prisoners, that they knew that he had been mistakenly released, this Algerian prisoner who's convicted of sex offences and had overstayed his visa. Very worrying on many accounts. Is it because the prison didn't realise that he was at large? We don't know. But the whole question of who knew what when, why did the police only find out 6 days later? David Lammy found out last night. And then that leads to the political question of what on earth was going on during his performance in PMQs today when he was at the dispatch box and being repeatedly asked about this, which was a kind of disaster on all sides, I would say. I would say that, the questions being put to him by the Shadow Defence Secretary, James Cartledge, were not ideal in that he was being asked repeatedly about whether or not any more asylum seekers had been released. And, of course, this Algerian national was not an asylum seeker. He was somebody who'd outstayed his visa. But David Lammy very bullishly refusing to answer the question and appearing extremely outraged and insulted that the question was being put to him when he had in his briefing notes the details of the fact that there was somebody who had been mistakenly released who shouldn't be in this country. And there's also another prisoner who has been released as well. And, I was just
But he was specifically asked about asylum
He
seekers.
was specifically asked about asylum seekers.
As far as we know, he didn't have any details to that
No,
effect.
and he could have said, I have not heard anything about that, but he didn't say that. It was his whole kind of position of outrage. And for me, the interesting thing is some of the details coming out today. Over 200 prisoners accidentally released in the last year. I mean, I guess that's one way of addressing the prison overcrowding crisis. But is this now acceptable and normal that our prison service is it so incredibly stretched to the limit that we can't even keep track of whether or not prisoners are being kept within its walls when it should be? I mean, it's terrible for the government.
It's just a total farce. I mean, today has been a farce from start to finish, and it would actually be genuinely hilarious if it wasn't so serious. The fact that not only do we have 2 prisoners tonight on the run, but they are just a drop in the ocean compared to the amount of prisoners who are frequently released early, but we only find out about them, not because the government are forthcoming with these details, but because of journalists like us that actually managed to expose these people. You know, when The Sun revealed Hadush Kebatu was released a couple of weeks ago, I'm not sure that information had been volunteered, and the same one today. And David Lammy, who today I think appeared totally out of his depth, to the point that I think a lot of people are actually feeling quite sorry for him in the Commons chamber. But there's probably a way that he could have dealt with that. He could have said either, no, I'm not aware of any asylum seekers, or he said, I am aware that something happened at HMP Wandsworth, but, I need to establish the facts and there'll be a statement later. But the sort of almost whipped-up, staged indignation and outrage which he displayed wasn't befitting of the crisis which the prison system is clearly in. He then released a statement a few minutes later, after PMQs had wrapped up, after having refused the Speaker's request, the point of information to then give more information. He then released a statement which said, I'm outraged by this. The public deserve answers he wouldn't give a few moments earlier. I have initiated and implemented the, quote, strongest checks ever in our prison system to make sure people aren't being released mistakenly. They're clearly not the strongest checks ever, because in the last week since he's implemented those checks, we've seen 2 more people from the same prison. How many more are currently out there? We don't know at the moment, and it is that lack of answers coming from the government which I think needs to be addressed, because that is why, ultimately, he's now under fire on the front page of newspapers.
Do either of you know or suspect that he was ambushed by the Shadow Defence Secretary, that he was armed with that information?
Yes, totally. They found out about 15 minutes before going into Prime Minister's questions at noon, so about 11:45. The Tories had a tip-off that this person had been released and that there would be a story coming about 45 minutes later. I think the Tories slightly bungled it by, one, saying, have any asylum seekers been released? Because we later learned this guy was not an asylum seeker. In fact, he had overstayed a legal visa back in 2020. And they also, I think, made the mistake of not just being forthright about it and saying, we know that someone has been released from HMP Wandsworth. What are you going to tell us about it? And what are you going to do about it? And when we asked the Tory spokesman afterwards, why didn't you do that? They suggested that it wouldn't be their place to do so. But I think that they might have got more out of it if actually they try not to set a clever political trap, although, tonight clearly it has worked because the Justice Secretary's on the front pages.
Yes, except, I think they just messed up, the Tories, because they then had to resort to this point of information rather than using one of the 6 questions that the person leading from the opposition side is entitled to ask and demand an answer from the person representing the government, which is what happened today. I mean, it was a missed opportunity. In better hands, they could have scored more political points. I would say the really interesting thing about all of this, I mean, there's a lot that's interesting about this, but one of the things that's so interesting is, we're here talking about 200 prisoners, well over 200 prisoners released in the last year.
And 22 a month.
And as you say, we only know about it because of journalists. But part of the reason why this was brought up in the House of Commons today is because of this obsession about foreigners and about foreigners committing crimes, and that the political point being made was it's another asylum seeker, as if it isn't bad enough for public safety that you're having people who should be in prison. I mean, the second prisoner, there's this focus about this Algerian prisoner, rightfully so. a sex offender who should absolutely not be at large in this country. But the other person who was released was released on the day that his sentence began. So this idea that it's somehow to do with, oh, it's so complicated working out when people are supposed to be released from prison, it's not in his case. You know, he was convicted. He should have gone to prison. It's very straightforward. But because the politicisation of everything to do with criminal justice at the moment is all to do with it's asylum seekers, it's migrants, it's people who live at odds with our way of life, that is the prism through which we're looking at this, rather than the very serious public safety issue, which is that people who should be in prison are not because of completely farcical mistakes.
Jack, do you agree with that appraisal? I mean, just reading the details about William Smith. He's a 35-year-old, described as white, bald and clean-shaven, known as Billy, was sentenced to 45 months for multiple fraud offences on the day he was accidentally freed.
Yeah, it's bonkers. And we learned that I think he'd been already in custody in that prison, and he was sentenced via video link from HMP Wandsworth.
And then freed.
And then freed in a matter of hours later. Whether I think there's been some reporting that might have been a mix-up with the surname. Obviously, Smith is a very common surname. But, I mean, that is the sort of script that would be rejected from a BBC sitcom, because it is just so beggars belief, and it seems so blindingly obvious that you would go about checking it, especially in the climate that we've mentioned of such scrutiny on prisoners being released early. You would have thought that in the past few weeks, the prison guards would be dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure everything is copper-bottomed. But, you know, the signs, especially in Wandsworth, have been there for some time. You know, there was that report released after the Daniel Khalif disaster showing that it's totally stretched in that prison. And that's why I do have some sympathy with the current government, because clearly these problems in the prison system have stretched back a long time. But you know what? They asked for this job, they won an election saying they were going to fix this mess, and now the public will be expecting they do it. We don't care how outraged and appalled David Lammy is. We want to know what he's going to do about it, because clearly the checks he put in place after Hadush Kebatu was released, they're currently not good enough.
But those beefed-up checks were peculiar to asylum seekers, which this gentleman wasn't. So it doesn't necessarily follow that the checks aren't working.
But there is a technical point here, I think, which is that in both these cases it seems that they were mistakenly released and they were being transferred from the prison service to immigration removals. And so there is clearly a disconnect here when it comes to prisoners being released who are earmarked for deportation. Why currently do the immigration removal service not seem to be able to either pick these people up properly, or they're being released, you know, and not giving... There's clearly a disconnect in terms of that specific route. But you're right. I mean, like, clearly it extends much more beyond asylum seekers, and it's just to do with prisoners in general, which at the moment, the prison system doesn't look like it's a very, very fit state.
OK. Jack and Jenny, thank you very much for the moment. We did get through all the papers, although we didn't reference them by name, but we touched on every single point in every single front page and inside as well. Thank you very much for the moment. Coming up, the Telegraph warns drivers will be hit by a pay-per-mile tax in the Chancellor's autumn budget.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
The slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex